Chapter 2787. The result was no longer important to Emperor Star and the others, because after this battle, they could basically confirm that Fong Chen's Sword Dao inheritance came from the Tianyi Sword Emperor. Otherwise, with his experience and insight, even the most monstrous Sword Dao genius would not be able to create such a powerful and mysterious Sword Dao. Emperor Star had once felt this Sword Dao from the Tianyi Sword Emperor. While Emperor Star and the others were thinking the battle was about to come to an end, they had to admit that the attack of the King of Death Spirit was indeed very strong. However, he encountered the even more monstrous Fong Chen, whose king-grade primordial spirit completely crushed his spirit. As for his blood soul sword, it was even more shocking. It's time to end this. The King of Death Spirit roared in midair, and a raging fire ignited around his body. At the same time, the death aura on his body merged with the fire, and his body underwent a tremendous change at this moment. Roar! A deafening beast roar came from the King of Death Spirit's mouth. For his race, he had even used the forbidden secret technique of the Death Spirit clan. This attack could only succeed, and failure was not an option. I don't believe that you can withstand it. The King of Death Spirit did not believe that Fong Chen could withstand his full attack with a human body. Death Spirit destruction. Thunder rumbled as the King of Death Spirit's body whizzed over. It's time to end this. Fong Chen's palm rubbed the hilt of the hidden star sword as he looked at the menacing King of Death Spirit and murmured. At first, he was prepared to kill the King of Death Spirit and then devour his spirit. But now he changed his mind. Invincible Sword Dao Blood Soul Sword. Buzz. When Fong Chen used this sword, a vast bloodline power erupted. At the same time, his Emperor-grade primordial spirit was also activated to the extreme. The two completely different powers merged together, raising the power of the Blood Soul Sword to the strongest. With the Hidden Star Sword as the carrier, he displayed a shocking sword move. This sword move was too stunning. Heaven and earth were shocked by this sword move. How is this possible? The Lord of Death Spirit yelled hysterically. The flames on his body became more vigorous and surrounded Fong Chen in a sea of fire. He wanted to use his powerful flame to destroy the star-hidden sword. Puchi. The sword Qi was like a rainbow. The hidden star sword carried an unimaginable power and rushed into the sea of fire. Rip. Under the attack of the hidden star sword, the boundless sea of fire was instantly annihilated. The bloodline power and the power of soul Tao burst out with shocking power. After destroying the sea of fire, they stabbed toward the King of Death Spirit. No! Lord Death Spirit roared furiously as his huge body retreated. However, a powerful force of heaven and earth whizzed over and imprisoned his body. His eyes, which were as big as gongs, were filled with despair. He had barely managed to avoid the battle of gods that he didn't want to recall for the rest of his life. Now, he was going to die at the hands of this human cultivator? The Lord of Death Spirit looked up to the sky and roared, unwilling to give up. Dong! When the tip of the hidden star sword was 1 inch away from the Lord of Death Spirit's body, something strange happened. Fong Chen's wrist shook violently. Suddenly, the hidden star sword rotated 180 degrees and hit the Lord of Death Spirit's body with its hilt. Boom! The Lord of Death Spirit's huge body flew out and smashed a big pit in the ground. His aura was weak, and he was spitting blood. The Lord of Death Spirit was lying on his back in the big pit. He looked at Fong Chen with his gong-sized eyes in disbelief. He had given up resisting the last blow. As long as the tip of the sword pierced his body, he would definitely die. However, Fong Chen didn't do that. This was what surprised the Lord of Death Spirit. Indeed, I could have killed you with my sword, but what's the point? Fong Chen spread out his hands, walked to the big pit, and looked at the Lord of Death Spirit. Everyone has a dream to pursue the peak of martial arts, and the Undead Spirit Clan is no exception. Fong Chen said, "So, when I attacked you, I changed my mind. I can give you a chance to pursue the peak of martial arts. Are you willing to take it?" Fong Chen threw the question to the Lord of Death Spirit. Fong Chen had experienced all kinds of things since he started his cultivation. He deeply understood that his strength was limited at any time. Therefore, he tried his best to form his own force. Only when he was strong could he control his own destiny. The Lord of Death's spirit was very powerful. According to his speculation, if he recovered to his heyday, he could at least be ranked in the top 10 of the ultimate stars list, or even stronger. Whoosh! The Lord of Death's spirit panted heavily and rolled his gong-sized eyes, as if he was thinking about Fong Chen's question. Don't you know that the undead spirit clan and the human clan are mortal enemies? The Lord of Death's spirit asked in a deep voice. Fong Chen grinned. There are no eternal enemies, only absolute interests. In front of interests, friends could become enemies. Similarly, enemies could also become friends. Fong Chen believed that the Lord of Death's spirit would make a choice. If he followed him, he could continue to live, and at least the undead spirit clan would not be completely destroyed. If he died now, everything would be nonsense. Wasn't the purpose of living in the world? The undead spirit clan was no exception. Think about it yourself. Fong Chen put away the star-hidden sword and walked into the valley. Luo Shou had witnessed the whole process of this battle with his own eyes, and he was already numb. Again and again, Fong Chen's strength exceeded his imagination. He couldn't imagine what kind of force could cultivate such a powerful heaven's favorite. The Lord of Death's spirit got up from the big pit with difficulty. He looked down at the blood flowing out of his body, and his expression changed. Not long ago, his clansmen died in the hands of humans. Now, he had to bow his head, and he was very unwilling. However, he was a member of the undead spirit clan, and he could do anything to achieve his goal. Even if, after a while, the Lord of Death's spirit gritted his teeth and made a decision. Have you made a decision? Fong Chen walked over at the right time and looked at the Lord of Death's spirit with a smile. The Lord of Death's spirit nodded. I can follow you, but if you don't need me in the future, I hope you can restore my freedom. No problem. The two sides hit it off, and the Lord of Death's spirit made a martial arts oath to recognize Fong Chen as his master. Master, the Lord of Death's spirit called out. Can't you change your body? Fong Chen asked. His body was too huge, and it was particularly attractive. Clatter. The Lord of Death's spirit's body flickered with the aura of death, and then he turned into the same size as Fong Chen. You're seriously injured. Go to a mortal cave mountain to cultivate first. Even the Lord of Death's spirit himself would never have thought that years later he would follow Fong Chen to conquer the world and become famous in the ancient chaos. Because of Fong Chen, he rebuilt the undead spirit clan and led the clan to rise from the ashes. Haha, this guy really did it. Master Black Wind laughed. He was in a good mood. If the Lord of Death's spirit can recover to his peak, he will have no problem fighting against the ordinary blood spirits on the continent of despair. Fong Chen grinned. The Sword Tao of the Sky One Sword Emperor is very powerful, and it is unprecedented. However, this guy can actually mix his own ideas into it. It's incredible. Of course, this was all in the future. Even the Empyrean Star Realm Lord was smiling. He had met the blood spirits before, and they represented the strongest life ancient realm on the continent of despair. The five people nodded one after another. With the strength that Fong Chen had shown, the Empyrean Star Realm Lords could only look up to him. Fong Chen waved his hand and sent the Lord of Death's spirit into Immortal Cave Mountain. Therefore, there was no problem in saying that he was the first on the Empyrean Star Realm Lord list. The Lord of Death's spirit looked around and was overjoyed. You can use all the resources here. Fong Chen transmitted his voice. However, in the context of the entire primordial chaos, they were nothing. First on the Empyrean Star Realm Lord list, the Lord of Death's spirit looked up at the sky and murmured. Yes, the sword he used at the end was mixed with his own ideas of Sword Tao. He is really a Sword Tao genius. He was naturally happy to have such combat strength. In the clouds. The question now is, how long will it take to get the title of Empyrean Star? Master Black Wind suddenly asked. Maybe I made the right decision. After subduing the Lord of Death's spirit, Fong Chen was in a good mood. Chapter 2788. The Starless Mountain Range was a place where demonic beasts ran amok and martial artists roamed. The experts on the Starless Mountain Range were gathered here to search for the Starless Domain Lord's inheritance and obtain the title of Starless. Therefore, they would not miss this opportunity no matter what. In front of the starlight bed, the Starless Domain Lord felt that the time was ripe. He waved his hand, and a resplendent starlight flashed. In the next moment, a shocking news spread out from the Starless Mountain Range. The Starless Domain Lord's inheritance had appeared. Only by gathering all the starlight could the door to the inheritance be opened. After this news spread out, it sped up the battle between the geniuses. Under the cruel battle, the weaker martial artists directly gave up on the inheritance and hid. Some even used escaping the Starless Mountain Range as their goal. For a time, the Starless Mountain Range was incomparably chaotic. Fang Chun naturally also received the news. He and Luo Shou left the valley and quickly traveled on the plains. There's starlight ahead. While traveling, Luo Shou saw the starlight ahead. When the two arrived in front of the starlight, suddenly, several martial artists rushed out and collected the starlight. Ha! I didn't expect the starlight to appear here. After the martial artists collected the starlight, they were very excited and ignored Fang Chun and Luo Shou. Fang Chun and Luo Shou glanced at each other. Luo Shou took a step forward and coughed lightly. Sorry, please return our starlight. Hearing this, they finally noticed Luo Shou. The black-robed man's face was full of disdain. You said the starlight is yours? Do you have proof? Luo Shou was speechless for a moment. We found the starlight first. Ha, what a joke. You found it first, so it's yours? If that's the case, then all the starlight in the Starless Mountain Range belongs to us brothers. Another person laughed loudly and ridiculed. The last person looked coldly at Luo Shou and said indifferently, You want to snatch the starlight from us with just this? You're courting death. Boom. With lightning speed, he blasted out a punch, instantly forcing Luo Shou to retreat. Ding, ding, ding. After Luo Shou stabilized himself, he glared at the three people. Trash, get lost. Ha! If you want to take back Starlight, find a stronger helper. Don't let the three of us see you in the Starless Realm. Otherwise, we'll beat you up every time we see you until you're crippled. Luo Shou was too weak. The three of them disdained to make a move. No matter what, the three of them were powerhouses in the top 50 of the Ultimate Stars list. Fang Chun extended his hand and gently supported Luo Shou, indicating for him to step back. He took a step forward and looked at the three of them with a smile. You keep calling others trash. Then, may I ask, where are the three of you? The three of us? Brat, I think water has entered your brain, right? Go out and ask around for the names of the three brothers of the Chiu clan. Fang Chun shook his head. He had never heard of it. Brother Fang, the three of them are respectively ranked 42nd, 45th, and 46th on the Ultimate Star list. Luo Shou explained in a low voice. Fang Chun nodded and said, Oh. He looked at the three of them with disdain. So it's three idiots who haven't entered the top 40. No wonder you're so shameless. Fang Chen's words completely enraged the three of them. The three brothers of the Chiu clan stared at Fang Chun with their dark eyes. The air condensed, and a powerful force pressed down on Fang Chun. The latter didn't move at all and stood there quietly. Brat, do you know what you're saying? The eldest brother of the Chiu clan said coldly. For trash like you who can't even enter the Ultimate Stars list, you can't understand how terrifying the top 50 of the Ultimate Stars list are. I can crush your head with one punch. Fang Chun shook his head. What's the use of saying this? Can you scare me? I advise the three of you to obediently hand over Starlight. Otherwise, I don't mind making a move. With Fang Chen's current strength, the three of them couldn't enter his eyes. However, if the three of them didn't know what was good for them, he wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson. You're courting death. The third brother cursed angrily and prepared to make a move. Wait. Fang Chun suddenly shouted. What's wrong? Are you afraid? It's too late. You'll have to pay a heavy price for what you said. Don't worry, we won't kill you. We'll just cripple you and throw you into a group of beasts. Look at him. He must be afraid. The three of you can come at me together. I'm afraid I'll kill you if I hit too hard. Fang Chun said. Arrogant. The third brother was furious and made a move. Boom! Fang Chun threw out a simple punch and collided with the third son of the Chiu family's attack. Crack! A shocking scene appeared. The third brother of the Chiu clan flew out like a kite. Pucci, the third brother of the Chiu clan, spat out a mouthful of blood. He was severely injured and lost his ability to fight. Third brother. The eldest brother and the second brother screamed when they saw this. They hurriedly ran to the third brother. After a while, the two of them looked very serious. How ruthless. You actually broke all of the third brother's meridians. The eldest brother said coldly and took a step forward with an imposing aura. It's hard to vent my anger if I don't kill you. After saying that, a monstrous aura soared into the sky. The eldest brother and the second brother of the Chiu clan joined forces and launched a powerful attack on Fang Chun. However, it was all in vain. The result was already decided. Whoosh! Fang Chun stretched out his hand, and it instantly expanded. A wild aura gathered in his palm. Suppress. His palm pressed down and froze the entire space. The eldest brother and the second brother of the Chiu clan were instantly immobilized. What's going on? At this moment, the two finally felt that something was wrong. Impossible. He's just a star ancient realm cultivator, the second brother exclaimed. In the sky, a powerful pressure suddenly fell. The two brothers of the Chiu clan felt a great gravity, as if they were facing the top 10 experts on the unmatched star list. He's too strong. We can't resist at all. The two brothers' faces were ashen. Who would have thought that a star ancient realm cultivator could burst out such a powerful force? Dong! He suppressed the two brothers of the Chiu clan. Crack! The two brothers suffered the same fate as the third brother. Their meridians were all broken, and they couldn't fight for a short time. Hand over starlight. Fang Chun stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said indifferently. The three brothers looked at each other and immediately handed over all the starlight from their Sumeru rings to Fang Chun. It was not until a long time after Fang Chun left that the three brothers breathed a sigh of relief. Eldest brother, what kind of monster did we encounter? This guy must be one of the top 10 experts on the unmatched star list in disguise. Otherwise, how could a star ancient realm cultivator burst out with such power? In the following time, on the way to the Gate of Inheritance, they encountered several groups of cultivators, all of whom had their eyes on Fang Chun. Thinking of this, the saber-wielding man's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. He chopped a monster in front of him into pieces. The saber-wielding man couldn't wait to meet Fang Chun and snatch the starlight from him. A star ancient realm cultivator is recklessly snatching the starlight on the way to the Gate of Inheritance and casually defeating experts? Otherwise, with his strength, he wouldn't even know how he died in this dangerous, starless mountain range. Everyone wanted to find a breakthrough point from Fang Chun and use him to forcibly collect the starlight. The communication jade pendant rang, and he frowned slightly. There was no doubt that Fang Chun's actions had broken the balance of the unmatched star list. At the same time, the top 10 and even the top 20 experts on the unmatched star list joined the camp of robbing Fang Chun. I believe that the others will also act after hearing the news, right? After a long while, he said word by word. According to the description, this person is most likely one of the top 10 experts on the unmatched star list. The latter defeated them all without hesitation and then took away their starlight. Luo Shouxing said with a smile. He was also basking in the glory of following Fang Chun. Thinking of this, the saber-wielding man licked his dry lips and said gloomily, "Many experts on the unmatched star list are looking for balance. They don't dare to act rashly and snatch the starlight of other camps. Who is this guy? He disguised himself to bully the weak? Anyway, it's already a great thing that we can keep our lives." In the depths of the starless mountain range, a saber-wielding man slashed out with a saber. Robbing is still the fastest. After a few days, the number of starlight on Fang Chun's body skyrocketed. The saber-wielding man was puzzled. This battle became an eternal nightmare for the three brothers of the Chiu family. Chapter 2789. In the depths of the Never Star mountain range, Fang Chun stood on a big tree and looked into the distance. Luo Shou, who was standing beside him, looked a little serious. "Brother Fong, are you really okay?" Luo Shou asked. Fong Chun stood with his hands behind his back. "If you want to take my starlight, you have to be prepared to be robbed." Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Fong Chun finished speaking, the sound of leaves rustling came from the void, and there was an obvious aura approaching. "You're here earlier than I expected." Fong Chun was still calm, and his divine senses were locked on the person who came. "Since you're here, why don't you come out and meet me?" He was going to hide in the dark and observe Fong Chun. However, after hearing the voice, a person slowly walked out of the darkness. This person was dressed in a black robe with a saber on his back. He was exuding a sharp saber aura. Li Yidao. He ranked 9th on the Never Star list and was invincible in the way of the saber. Luo Shou recognized this person and cried out involuntarily. It was said that no one could force Li Yidao to use his saber for the second time, even the top 10 experts on the Never Star list. "You know why I'm here." Li Yidao stared at Fong Chun with a cold expression and said indifferently. His words were full of confidence. In his opinion, this guy in front of him could not resist his attack at all. Li Yidao, the 9th on the Never Star list? Fong Chun smiled and asked seriously, "How much starlight do you have?" Li Yidao was a little surprised. He did not understand what Fong Chun meant. "Those who tried to snatch my starlight, in the end, their starlight ended up in my pocket." Fong Chun's next words made Li Yidao furious in an instant. He pointed to himself and asked, "Are you trying to rob me?" Fong Chun shrugged. "Why not? Are you the only one who is allowed to rob others, but others are not allowed to rob you?" Hearing this, Li Yidao chuckled. "I hope your strength is as good as your courage. You don't have to worry about that. Anyone who wants to rob my starlight will pay a heavy price." Boom! Li Yidao raised his hand, gripped the handle of his saber tightly, and slowly pulled it out. Between heaven and earth, saber chi crisscrossed, incomparably oppressive. Li Yidao wanted to oppress Fong Chun with his broadsword chi to intimidate him. However, Fong Chun remained calm in the face of the violent saber chi. With a wave of his sleeve, a halo of sword chi appeared in front of him and blocked it. "What? You couldn't resist the medicine and took action?" Fong Chun looked at Li Yidao mockingly. Li Yidao's eyes emitted terrifying saber light, and his aura kept rising. The wind blew, the fallen leaves fluttered, and the sky changed color. Luo Shou noticed that Li Yidao's palm was moving. "Brother Fong, be careful. Li Yidao is going to attack." "It's fine," Fong Chun said. "I will only make one strike. If you can resist it, I will leave immediately," Li Yidao said coldly. Fong Chun waved his hand. "There's no need." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a vast force erupted, and a shocking beast roar resounded through the sky. In the void, the King of Death's spirit appeared out of thin air. The aura of death filled the air, and he pounced with his big claws. Swoosh! At the same time, the saber in Li Yidao's hand whistled through the air. Boom! With a loud bang, the King of Death Spirit's big claws pressed down on the saber, and then his power surged and kept pressing down. "Stupid human being, you are too weak." The King of Death Spirit looked at Li Yidao sarcastically. He exerted all his strength, and the aura of death eroded Li Yidao, forcing him to step back. At this time, Li Yidao's pupils shrank, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "The King of Death Spirit?" Crack! Li Yidao's saber art, which he was proud of, was broken. He flew backward and fell to the ground, his face extremely pale. "I see." He glanced at Fong Chun and then looked at the King of Death Spirit. He thought that Fong Chun defeated the other masters on the Ultimate Stars list with the help of the King of Death Spirit instead of his own strength. Thinking of this, Li Yidao smiled bitterly and helplessly. "I'm not interested in your life. Hand over the starlight, and you can leave," Fong Chun said. Li Yidao slowly stood up and stared at Fong Chun. "Although I lost, I didn't lose to you." After thinking for a moment, he continued, "I can hand over the starlight, but I want to fight with you." To put it bluntly, Li Yidao was not convinced. "Fight with me?" Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Yidao. You will regret it. Fang Chen didn't tell Li Yidao that if he fought with him, Li Yidao's last bit of confidence would be destroyed. Don't you dare. Swoosh. Fang Chen didn't say anything, but his actions showed everything. He flashed as fast as lightning, and a shocking sword light burst out in the sky. Seeing this, Li Yidao's face changed greatly, and he hurriedly performed his strongest saber art. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. 3 slashes in a row. This was Li Yidao's strongest attack, and he couldn't even control the last slash. But now, he couldn't care less. Boom! The void collapsed, and the sword light burst out. The moment Li Yidao's 3 slashes were shattered, the last bit of confidence in his heart was destroyed. He couldn't believe that Fang Chen was so strong. He's too strong. Li Yidao closed his eyes in pain, ready to die. However, when the terrifying sword light was only 1 centimeter away from him, it suddenly stopped. I said that I'm not interested in your life. A faint voice came. Li Yidao's body shook, and he opened his eyes. With a wry smile, he had no choice but to hand over all the starlight. Fang Chen and Luo Shou walked farther and farther away, leaving Li Yidao standing there in a daze. His eyes were full of complicated emotions, and the amazing sword move that Fang Chen just performed was still echoing in his mind. Brother Fang, you're awesome. Fang Chen walked in front, followed by Luo Shou, and said with a smile. Fang Chen was a strong visual impact, and Luo Shou was extremely shocked. Although Li Yidao ranks 9th on the Unmatched Stars list, his attack power is very strong, almost as strong as the top 5. Even the other martial artists in the top 10 of the Unmatched Stars list don't dare to provoke him, but you defeated him with 1 slash. If this news spreads, who will dare to touch you in the Unmatched Star field? Luo Shou spoke with assurance. He even thought that Fang Chen was strong enough to dominate the Unmatched Star field. I can imagine that Brother Fang will be the fastest heavenly legend to get the title of Unmatched Star in the history of the Unmatched Star field, Luo Shou continued. Fang Chen stopped and leaned against a big stone. Let's wait here. Fang Chen's purpose was very simple. He wanted to get the starlight, activate the inheritance, and get the title of Unmatched Star. Originally, the top 20 experts on the Unmatched Stars list were looking for Fang Chen. After the latter released the news through Luo Shou, many people flocked to him. Unsurprisingly, those arrogant experts on the Unmatched Stars list were all taught a lesson by Fang Chen, and they lost the starlight they had worked so hard to get these days. It was not worth the loss. In just 3 days, Fang Chen had defeated many experts consecutively. Even the 4th and 5th experts on the Ultimate Star list were defeated by him. For a time, everyone in the Unmatched Stars mountain range was in a panic. Everyone was afraid of encountering Fang Chen. They were very much looking forward to the appearance of the top 3 experts on the Unmatched Stars list and defeating the arrogant Fang Chen. However, the 3 of them didn't make any moves. Brother Fang, the news has been out for a long time, but the 3 of them haven't made any moves. Are they afraid? Luo Shou said with a smile. During this period, no one was more excited than him. He had witnessed the defeat of the top 20 experts on the Unmatched Stars list at the hands of Fang Chen. This point alone was enough for him to brag about for countless years. Fang Chen pondered and said, "In that case, let's go directly to the Gate of Inheritance. I think they will go there." The Gate of Inheritance was located in the middle of a mountain stream in the depths of the Unmatched Stars mountain range. There were powerful waterfalls flowing down from both sides, and the temperature here plummeted. At this moment, the sky suddenly changed color. A mighty aura of formation spread out, quickly trapping Fang Chen and Luo Shou in the middle. The murderous aura was extremely chaotic. Fang Chen curled his lips. "If you are afraid, just say it. Why do you have to beat around the bush?" No wonder there has been no movement for so long after the news spread. It turns out that you have set up a trap here. We were very surprised when you defeated Li Yidao. We didn't expect you to hold back. I have to say that you are really a genius. If it weren't for the inheritance of the Realm Lord of the Unmatched Stars list, I would want to be friends with you. the black-robed man said. Fong Chen's voice slowly spread, echoing in the mountain stream. The gate of inheritance. Ridiculous. Even those experts with great attainments in formation can't break my formation. Who do you think you are? What's going on? Luo Shou's expression changed when he heard this. Although the king of death spirit was very strong, the three of them already had a plan to deal with him. The formation surrounded them, and a gloomy voice came from it. When Fong Chun and Luo Shou arrived, there was no one here. There's no one here? Luo Shou was a little surprised. Since you have observed me before, you should have a certain understanding of me, Fong Chun said. Will this kind of little trick work on me? Indeed, a star ancient realm warrior could cause the top 3 experts on the unmatched stars list to join forces. This in itself was a display of strength. Fong Chun shook his head with a disdainful expression. Even in the face of a strong enemy, Fong Chun was still calm. Just as he was about to call out to Fong Chun, he suddenly found that the latter was looking in a certain direction. Although the 3 of us disdain to join forces, in order to obtain the inheritance of the unmatched stars realm lord, we can use all means. He summoned the king of death spirit. Seeing this, the 3 of them sneered. We already knew that you enslaved the king of death spirit. If we hadn't been prepared, would we have dared to attack you? In the fog, 3 figures slowly walked out. Their bodies carried a murderous aura. The formation was very strong and strange. It could be seen that the 3 of them had spent a lot of effort. You're still so arrogant in this situation. An illusory gate stood in the middle of the waterfall. Specks of starlight flickered, giving people a strange feeling. Fong Chen's previous actions were all under their observation. This was also why they didn't dare to act rashly and chose to join forces. Chapter 2790. Roar. The Lord of Death Spirit roared, burning with anger. In this starless mountain range, he was the absolute king. How could these 3 trash martial artists order him around? Die. The Lord of Death Spirit growled, and his body suddenly grew to a height of 300 meters. Every step he took shook the ground. Dong! When the Lord of Death Spirit approached the 3, he suddenly exerted his strength, and the ground shook and showed signs of cracking. Boom! His claws grabbed at the 3 of them. The void shattered, and the sky changed color. Go! The 3 of them were well prepared. They each took out a yellow iron ring from their arms, activated the yellow iron ring, and threw it at the Lord of Death Spirit. The yellow iron ring constantly expanded in the void, and a powerful force whizzed out, completely shrouding the Lord of Death Spirit. Seeing this, Fong Chen's face changed, and Luo Shou exclaimed, "Beast trapping ring?" Clatter. As soon as Luo Shou's voice fell, 3 yellow iron rings were wrapped around the Lord of Death Spirit's neck at an extremely tricky angle, firmly binding him. The Lord of Death Spirit tried to tear the beast trapping ring with his claws, but it was useless. His strength was restrained by the beast trapping ring, and he could not exert it at all. Boy, the Lord of Death Spirit has been trapped by us. You'd better surrender. The black-clothed martial artist sneered. The beast trapping ring was a kind of treasure that specialized in restraining demonic beasts. It was very difficult to refine. Once it was refined successfully, even a demonic beast like the Lord of Death Spirit would not be able to break free. Fong Chun did not expect that the 3 of them would be willing to take out 3 beast trapping rings in order to deal with him. It was indeed a big deal. But so what? Seeing that Fong Chun was still calm, the 3 of them sneered. You're still pretending at this time. Don't waste time. Let's work together to capture this guy. Boom! As the 3 spoke, they attacked at lightning speed. Boundless attacks shot out from 3 different directions at Fong Chun. They were very confident that under their joint attack, Fong Chun would be seriously injured, if not killed. I don't believe that you're strong enough to ignore our attacks, the black-clothed martial artist said coldly. He urged all the strength in his body and punched out. Fong Chun narrowed his eyes and looked at the king of Death's soul, who was struggling in pain. Although the king of dead spirits is the king of the dead spirits, he is still my servant. As the saying goes, even a big dog depends on its master. You guys have already challenged my bottom line. Fong Chun said, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it at all. In that case, Fang Chun didn't say the rest, but he expressed it with his actions. Wang. He quickly formed a complicated seal with his hands. A wild array Dao aura instantly spread out and devoured all the murderous aura in the array. In the next moment, the formation that the three of them were so proud of showed signs of cracking. Impossible. The three of them looked flustered as they yelled. However, the more one wished for something to happen, the more likely it was to happen. Break. As Fang Chun said this, he raised both his hands, and the power of the array formation in the air surged into his palms. Crack. Immediately after, the sound of something shattering could be heard from the formation. The three of them were shocked, and their faces changed drastically. In the blink of an eye, the array foundation in the array shattered. Protect the core of the array. The black-clothed martial artist roared and rushed to the core of the array. As long as the core of the array was not destroyed, the array could still be maintained. However, they were still too slow. By the time they arrived, the core of the array had already been controlled by Fang Chun. This is the core of the array that you're so proud of. Fang Chun sneered and clenched his fist. The core of the array shattered, and the majestic array Dao aura dissipated in the void. The gate of inheritance appeared in front of Fang Chun. With the array shattered, the three of them looked at each other in disbelief. How was it possible? How did he manage to break through our formation? Fang Chun was once known as the genius of the array Dao, and his attainments in the array Dao had reached a very high level. However, after coming to the primordial chaos, he had been improving his strength and neglected the array Dao. Even so, he was not comparable to the top 3 experts on the unmatched star list. In Fang Chun's eyes, their array was ridiculous. Now, what else do you have? Fang Chun held the hidden star sword, and the aura of sword Dao circulated around his body. A cold wind blew in the air. The three of them looked at each other and gritted their teeth. If we don't kill him, he will definitely be a strong enemy in the future. That's right. Even if we have to pay the price, we must kill him. Either he dies or we die. The top 3 experts on the unmatched star list reached a consensus at this moment. They would kill Fang Chun at all costs. Boom! The three of them unleashed an extremely violent power. However, Fang Chun stood there proudly without the slightest bit of resistance. In the face of absolute strength, all attacks are useless. As soon as Fang Chun finished speaking, he displayed his strongest sword move so far. Invincible Sword Dao, Blood Soul Sword. The power of the bloodline and the power of the soul instantly erupted. The hidden star sword carried an unimaginable power as it pierced out. Wherever it passed, the void collapsed and heaven and earth changed color. It was too powerful. Even the Lord of Death Spirit couldn't resist the power of this sword move, let alone the 3 guys in front of him. Crack! The hidden star sword stabbed one of them, and his body directly exploded. At the same time, the other 2 were horrified and tried their best to dodge, but it was to no avail. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, the hidden star sword penetrated their bodies. Run! The 3 primordial spirits fled quickly. Do you think you can escape? Buzz! The Emperor-level primordial spirit was activated, and the overwhelming power of Soul, Dao, directly sealed the entire world. How was this possible? The 3 of them cried out in despair. It was an Emperor-level primordial spirit. With a boom, the 3 primordial spirits were all shattered under the powerful suppression of the Emperor-level primordial spirit. After a long time, the world returned to calm. Fang Chun put away the hidden star sword and took the 3 Sumeru rings with his palm and took out the starlight from them. Crash! Dense starlight surrounded his body. It's about time, right? Fang Chun muttered. His pitch-black eyes stared intently at the door of inheritance. Luo Shou, who was beside him, was stunned. The 3 of them were the legendary top 3 powerhouses on the ultimate star list. How could they die in the hands of Fang Chun? Incredible, too incredible. Luo Shou swore that Fang Chun was the most monstrous genius he had ever seen in his life. The 3 powerhouses' bodies and souls were destroyed, and the beast-trapping rings became ownerless, so they naturally stopped attacking. Roar! The Lord of Death's spirit roared and broke free from the beast-trapping rings. At the same time, he put the 3 beast-trapping rings into his bag. Starlight filled the air, bright and boundless. "Brother Fong, this should be the back of the gate of inheritance," Luo Shou said. He was extremely excited. If it weren't for Fong Chun, how could he have entered the gate of inheritance? From this moment onwards, Fong Chen's heart was filled with respect for Fong Chun. He truly recognized Fong Chun. The starlight has been gathered. Next, it depends on whether you have the ability or not. He looked at Fong Chen's back with a complicated expression. After this battle, his understanding of Fong Chun had reached a new height. This guy, his heart was filled with shock. Even if his cultivation had improved, it was impossible for him to be Fong Chen's opponent. Finally, after a long time, his body gradually stabilized. He hurriedly looked around and found that he was in a void space. When Fong Chun defeated the Lord of Death Spirit, the Empyrean Star Realm Lord had said that he was already above the ultimate star list. Inheritance. He wasn't surprised by this result at all. At Fong Chen's level, only the title of Ultimate Star was his ultimate goal. "Where is the inheritance?" Fong Chen asked. "In the void, in front of the bed of starlight. Look carefully. The inheritance might be under our feet," Luo Shou said. Starlight flickered on his body as he looked down. When he saw Fong Chun gathering the starlight, he grinned. Fong Chun felt dizzy as if he was traveling through space. Under the gaze of the Empyrean Star Realm Lord, Fong Chun used the starlight to open the gate of inheritance and entered it. Rumble. Master Black Wind and the other 4 had already left. Only the Empyrean Star Realm Lord was left. Just as Fong Chun was about to search, he suddenly felt a trace of strangeness. He immediately raised his head and looked at the void. Chapter 2791. Fong Chun felt a tightness in his chest, as though the heavy aura in the air was about to collapse. Fortunately, the starlight aura wasn't directed at him. Otherwise, his body would have crumbled. Luo Shou directly prostrated himself on the ground. His face was pale, and large beads of sweat flowed down his forehead. Wong. Amidst the vast starlight, a figure slowly walked out from it. "Dead Star, Sector Lord?" Fong Chun said this name subconsciously. Apart from this, he couldn't think of anyone else in Dead Star Sector who could release such a powerful aura. Dead Star Sector Lord's figure was faintly discernible. Under the illumination of the starlight, he seemed even more charming. He smiled and said, "What's your name?" "Junior Fong Chun greets Dead Star, Sector Lord," Fong Chun said hastily. At this moment, Fong Chun was even more certain that the person who secretly sent him information about the dead spirit race was Dead Star Sector Lord. He should have noticed him a long time ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known that he was in danger. "Your strength has already surpassed the prodigies on the Dead Star list. You are indeed qualified to fight for the title of Dead Star." Dead Star Sector Lord smiled and said, "Do you know what the title of Dead Star is?" In Dead Star Sector, countless people talked about the title of Dead Star. However, not many people truly understood it. Fong Chun was a little stunned as he looked at Dead Star Sector Lord. The latter's illusory figure gradually landed on the ground and said slowly, "The title of Dead Star is the greatest honor for a cultivator. Since ancient times, any prodigy who could obtain this title would have great achievements. To obtain the title of Dead Star, not only must one have great potential, one must also meet all the requirements in all aspects," Dead Star Sector Lord said. Hearing this, Fong Chun was shocked. It seemed that the title of Dead Star was much more difficult than he had imagined. The person who obtained the title of Dead Star last time has already become a peak expert in the immemorial primal chaos, Dead Star Sector Lord said. "I think you should have heard of him. He is Gu Tianhua from the Gu clan." Gu Tianhua. Fong Chun was quite surprised. He never thought that Gu Tianhua's potential would be so monstrous that he would receive the title of Extinct Star. Fong Chun thought to himself. He didn't know if Lin Xian had gotten it. After all, the two of them had broken the record for being the fastest to enter the Void Ancient Realm and the fastest to enter the Star Ancient Realm. Of course, these two records were broken by him later on. However, To be able to become famous in the immemorial chaos was enough to prove their potential. All right, let's not talk anymore. I will first explain to you how to obtain the title of Extinct Star. Extinct Star's Sector Lord thought highly of Feng Chun and believed that it was only a matter of time before he obtained the title of Extinct Star. There were a total of 4 steps to obtaining the title of Extinct Star. The first step was for the primordial spirit to reach the peak of the king realm. Although it seemed simple, many geniuses on the ultimate star list could not achieve it. The peak of the king level mentioned here was the real peak. They had already taken the first step on the path to the emperor level. The second step was to reach the level of potential recognized by the Empyrean Master of the Empyrean Star Realm Lord. This standard was a bit more relaxed. The third step was for the offensive power to cross 3 small realms. Using the limit of the star ancient realm as an example, to reach the standard, one's offensive power had to be comparable to the peak of the life ancient realm. This was considered crossing 3 small realms. As for the fourth step, it was also the most difficult step. Bloodline. As everyone knew, bloodline was a major factor that affected one's growth. Having a super powerful bloodline was enough to change a cultivator's life. After listening to the Empyrean Star Realm Lord's explanation, Feng Chun was stunned. He thought it would be difficult. He didn't expect it to be so simple. You don't need to be tested for the first step. Your primordial spirit has already reached the Emperor level. You are invincible in the same realm. Praise the Empyrean Star Realm Lord. In fact, even the Empyrean Star Realm Lord was surprised that a peak star ancient realm cultivator's primordial spirit had reached the Emperor level. It should be known that even those old monsters who had been famous for a long time might not have reached this level. You don't need to be tested for the third and fourth steps. The Empyrean Star Realm Lord continued. 50 special bloodlines in addition to the black hole bloodline. Just this point alone was enough to defeat the majority of cultivators in the immemorial chaotic world. As for offensive power, the Empyrean Star Realm Lord had seen it with his own eyes. Feng Chen's sword skills were profound. A mere peak life ancient realm cultivator wasn't his match. Therefore, the only thing the Empyrean Star Realm Lord wanted to test was Feng Chen's potential. Although he could see that Feng Chen's potential was unparalleled. However, what the eyes saw was ultimately only the appearance. What the Empyrean Star Realm Lord wanted to see was Feng Chen's true potential. It was also the potential that would determine his future growth. So, as long as I pass the second step, it's fine? Asked Feng Chun. The Empyrean Star Realm Lord nodded. With a wave of his sleeve, a stone tablet completely condensed from starlight instantly appeared. On the stone tablet, starlight flickered, giving people a sense of oppression. This stone tablet was personally refined by me. It is used to test a cultivator's talent and potential. The Empyrean Star Realm Lord said, "Place your palm on the stone tablet and inject your full strength into it." Feng Chun nodded and did as he was told. Buzz. A sudden change occurred on the starlight stone tablet. A starlight true dragon quickly condensed and circled above the stone tablet, letting out a series of dragon roars. According to my guess, with his potential, he should be able to condense 6 starlight true dragons, said the Empyrean Star Realm Lord. The starlight stone tablet's test was divided into 9 levels. The first level allowed one to condense 1 starlight true dragon. The second level allowed one to condense 2 starlight true dragons, and so on. Ever since he had created the Empyrean Star Realm Lord, no one had been able to condense 9 starlight true dragons. According to his guess, even the unparalleled experts who had shaken the immemorial primal chaos, such as the Sky Sword Emperor, Nihility Primogenitor, Bloodline Monarch, and others, were only comparable to 8 starlight true dragons. Previously, he had a deep understanding of Feng Chun and believed that the latter could condense 6 starlight true dragons at most. One had to know that even 6 starlight true dragons were enough to shock the world. The top ranker of the Empyrean Star list could only condense 4 starlight true dragons at most. From this point, one could see how great Feng Chen's potential was. Crash! In the blink of an eye, the second starlight true dragon was condensed. The materialized starlight true dragon circled around. The third line, the fourth line, the fifth line, As expected, Fang Chun easily condensed 6 Starlight True Dragons. Seeing this scene, the Empyrean Star Realm Lord smiled faintly. I wonder if I can condense 9. Fang Chun thought to himself. Up until now, he was still relatively relaxed and didn't feel any pressure. Continue. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chun continued to use his full strength. Hiss! On the Starlight Stone tablet, dense starlight gathered together as though it was condensing the 7th Starlight True Dragon. Amen. Seeing this, the smile on the Empyrean Star Realm Lord's face gradually froze. He was slightly surprised. Crash! The 7th Starlight True Dragon condensed, and the dragon roar in the sky resounded across the land. Unexpected, said the Empyrean Star Realm Lord. 8. This buzz. Thinking of this, his heart moved, and he injected all his energy into the Starlight Stone tablet. The way the Empyrean Star Realm Lord looked at Fang Chun became abnormally solemn. Such potential, even the Tianyi Sword Emperor, Nihility Primogenitor, Bloodline King, and other unparalleled experts would be envious, right? 8 Starlight True Dragons. They were existences comparable to unparalleled experts. In Fang Chen's mind, an idea stirred. He wanted to give it a try and see how high his true potential was. However, the next scene shocked the Empyrean Star Realm Lord. The Empyrean Star Realm Lord opened his eyes wide in disbelief. 9. If there were no accidents, Fang Chen's future achievements would reach the level of the Tianyi Sword Emperor, Nihility Primogenitor, and Bloodline King. How could this not be shocking? In the next moment, the stone tablet cracked. Crack! After the 7th Starlight True Dragon condensed, the 8th Starlight True Dragon appeared in just a second. Such potential, wasn't it too strong? Fang Chen didn't notice the shock on the Empyrean Star Realm Lord's face as he pondered. The 9 Starlight True Dragons had a mighty aura as they swam through the void. The Starlight Stone Steel was emitting a power that caused one to shudder. The Empyrean Star Realm Lord was completely stunned. Ever since he created the Empyrean Star Realm Lord, no one had ever condensed 9 Starlight True Dragons. The 9 Starlight True Dragon condensed, and starlight shot out in all directions. The dragon roar resounded across the horizon. Chapter 2792. The Starlight Steel was personally refined by the Empyrean Realm Lord and was indestructible. Even an all-out attack from a life-ancient realm expert wouldn't be able to shatter it. But now, there were signs of cracks on the steel, as though it would shatter with a single touch. This scene attracted the intense attention of the Empyrean Realm Lord. His heart trembled, filled with shock. Kacha! Starlight revolved around the 9 Starlight True Dragons in the sky, looking down as though they were welcoming their king. They were incomparably sincere. As for the Starlight Steel, more and more cracks appeared on it. In the end, it became densely packed. Boom! After persevering for a while, the Starlight Steel finally couldn't withstand the cracks and shattered with a loud boom. Fragments of stone fluttered in the sky. Resplendent starlight erupted from within and rapidly gathered together, slowly condensing. That's the 10th Starlight True Dragon. Seeing this scene, the Empyrean Realm Lord's body shook. His eyes widened in disbelief. Since ancient times, no one had ever been able to condense 10 Starlight True Dragons. Even those unparalleled almighties of the ancient era couldn't do it. Buzz! The starlight that gathered together rapidly condensed into a Starlight True Dragon. This Starlight True Dragon was extremely thick, much thicker than the previous 9 combined. Because of this, the moment it was born, it became an absolute king. It roamed in the void and roared towards the sky. The dragon roar was endless. The 9 Starlight True Dragons in the sky all bowed their heads. A miracle! After a long time, the Empyrean Realm Lord's heart finally calmed down. It was truly miraculous. The Empyrean Realm Lord didn't expect Fang Chen's potential to be so strong. He seriously sized up Fang Chun. The latter's expression was indifferent, as though everything was within his expectations. He didn't know that his unintentional action had forcibly broken the dust-covered historical record. If the Tianyi Sword Emperor, Nihility Primogenitor, and Bloodline Monarch knew of his potential, they would definitely go crazy, right? Thinking of this, the Empyrean Realm Lord felt his heartbeat quicken. Empyrean Realm Lord, may I ask if I passed the test? Fengshen asked. He didn't know how much of a visual impact his potential had brought him. Passed, of course you passed. Absolute Star Realm Lord was taken aback for a moment before hastily speaking. What kind of joke was this? He had condensed 10 Starlight True Dragons, the strongest potential in history. If he couldn't pass, then who could? From today onwards, you will receive the title Starlight. Empyrean Star Realm Lord waved his sleeve. Immediately, a resplendent starlight entered Fengshen's mind. At the same time, the entire Dead Star realm was shaking. Starlight flickered in the vast sky as a series of astonished voices echoed in the air. At first, everyone thought it was a natural phenomenon, but when they saw the last dazzling starlight flower, they were all dumbfounded. Immediately after, endless wild sounds came from within the Dead Star realm. Someone had obtained the title of Starlight. After this news spread out, the entire starless domain was shaken. Ever since Gu Tianhua obtained the title of Extinct Star, how long had it been since such a powerhouse had appeared? Who was it that obtained the title of Extinct Star? Could he be one of the top 3 experts on the Ultimate Star list? Other than the number 1 on the Ultimate Star list, who else is qualified? Perhaps there are other experts hiding in the dark. For a time, all the cultivators in the entire Dead Star realm were discussing who had obtained the title of Extinct Star. The most popular were the top 3 experts on the Ultimate Star list. However, they had no idea that those 3 had already been killed by Fengshen. Inside the Door of Inheritance, Fengshen and Empyrean Star Realm Lord looked at each other. The latter forcefully suppressed the fluctuations in his heart. Then can I leave the Dead Star realm? Fengshen asked. He was most concerned about this matter. If he could leave, it would naturally be for the best. Although he was forced to enter the Dead Star realm back then, he still had to leave. His connection with his clone had been severed. He had to personally investigate. You can, but Empyrean Star Realm Lord muttered. Dead Star Realm Master said solemnly, when you entered Dead Star Realm, old ancestor Tian Shu told me that you provoked a very strong enemy in the outside world. Although you are strong now, you're only limited to the ancient god level. Aren't you afraid of revenge from your enemies? Fengshen had also thought about this problem. However, if he continued to cultivate in the Dead Star realm, he didn't know when he could reach the level of the Hand of Despair. Seeing Fengshen hesitate, Empyrean Star Realm Lord was secretly delighted. He immediately said, I have an idea. I don't know if you will agree. What idea? I find you pleasing to the eye and feel that you are a sentimental person. Therefore, I want to become sworn brothers with you. Are you willing? Empyrean Star Realm Lord laughed mischievously. If you become my brother, as your brother, I will naturally protect your safety. What Hand of Despair? I will destroy it with a wave of my hand. Fengshen was stunned. Empyrean Star Realm Lord, who had lived for God knows how long, actually wanted to become sworn brothers with him. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Cultivators of my generation pursue carefreeness. We pursue the peak of the martial path. Age is nothing to us. There is no seniority in martial arts. You should have heard of this before, right? Fengshen nodded, but didn't express his opinion. What? Are you looking down on me? Empyrean Star Realm Lord pretended to be angry. Fengshen hurriedly said, No, Junior wouldn't dare. I just can't accept it for the time being. Empyrean Star Realm Lord was an expert that existed in legends. He stood at the peak of the ancient primal chaos. Yet, he actually wanted to become sworn brothers with him. Then, you agree? Empyrean Star Realm Lord continued to ask. After pondering for a moment, he recalled the various experiences he had in Empyrean Star Realm Lord. He felt that Empyrean Star Realm Lord had treated him quite well. In the end, Fengshen nodded and agreed. Good. From today onwards, you, Fengshen, are my Empyrean Star Realm Lord's brother. Empyrean Star Realm Lord hugged Fengshen and laughed. Big brother. Fengshen called out. Let's go. Let's brothers go drink. The ancient primal chaos was vast. It was the core of the entire primal chaos realm. Since ancient times, apart from those experts that stood at the peak, No one could travel through the entire ancient primal chaos. Because the ancient primal chaos was too vast, there would always be some mysterious forbidden lands. In the extreme south of the ancient primal chaos, there was a mysterious forbidden land. This forbidden land was known as the Death Forbidden Land. No one dared to step into this place. Buzz. In the depths of the Forbidden Land, there was a huge formation. Upon closer inspection, there were 4 figures in the formation. If the experts of the ancient sacred primal chaos were here, they would definitely discover that these 4 people were actually Feng Shi and the others who had mysteriously disappeared. Feng Chen's clone, his daughter, Feng Shi, his disciple, Tian Xen, and Kongjiu were all here. The 4 of them sat cross-legged and seemed to be cultivating. The old man flicked his finger, and a resplendent sword light appeared out of nowhere and entered the formation. The sword light shattered and turned into vast sword Dao comprehension that merged into the formation. I didn't expect that I would find such good seedlings while wandering the primal chaos void. The old man chuckled, and his face was full of smiles. After coming to the ancient sacred primal chaos void, he even found Feng Shi and the others. Swoosh. Although the potential of the 4 of you is strong, it hasn't been fully stimulated. According to your body's endurance, I have set up a formation that accelerates time 1,000,000 times to help you cultivate, the old man said slowly. Now, cultivating these 4 people had obviously become his pleasure. After the old man had arranged everything, he looked up at the distant sky. Most importantly, the potential of these 4 people in the Sword Dao was monstrous. He was a little surprised and immediately entered. He found Feng Chen's clone, but it also attracted the old man's attention, and he took it away. Everything depends on your own luck. Outside the formation, an old man sat on a bluestone. From their memories, he knew the relationship between the 4 of them. It had been a long time since he had found joy in it. "Old guys, how are you?" Back then, when he was wandering the primal chaos void, the first place he found was the Azura universe. After saying that, the old man's gaze fell on Feng Chen. "I have cut off your connection with your original body so that you won't be distracted. One day, you will be born in a thunderous manner. When that time comes, not only your original body, but the entire primal chaos void will tremble for you." Crack! Looking at the clouds rising and falling, the old man suddenly felt a little sad. Chapter 2793. Dead Star Domain, in front of the starlight bed. Feng Chen and Dead Star Domain Lord raised their cups and drank. They were incomparably carefree. "Ha ha ha, Brother Feng, today is the happiest day of my life." Dead Star Domain Lord smiled and said, "You don't know how boring it is for me to guard Dead Star Domain." "Big brother." Feng Chen wanted to say something, but stopped. Dead Star Domain Lord saw this and said in surprise, "You can see through it?" Feng Chen nodded. "At first, I wasn't sure, but after interacting with you for a long time, I vaguely feel that you are only a clone now." Empyrean Star Realm Lord gave Feng Chen a thumbs up and praised. "As expected of my brother, you are actually able to see through my true identity with your star ancient realm cultivation." "Ha ha ha, amazing." "Not bad. Since you are my brother, there are some things that I should tell you." Dead Star Domain Lord said, "My main body is busy with some matters. The one guarding Dead Star Domain is indeed a clone." Dead Star Domain Lord chatted a lot with Feng Chen. The latter also knew many secrets about the immemorial primal chaos. "Brother, after you go out this time, be more careful. The immemorial primal chaos looks calm on the surface, but there are actually undercurrents surging. Don't act blindly at any time. Otherwise, if you provoke someone you shouldn't provoke, the consequences will be unimaginable." Dead Star Domain Lord reminded, "There are some enemies that even my main body can't do anything about." Feng Chen heard this, and his heart moved slightly. "Big brother, do you know about the Bloodline Monarch?" Feng Chen asked. Dead Star Domain Lord nodded. "Of course I know. If my guess is correct, you should be one of the candidates." To tell you the truth, Feng Chen told Realm Master Empyrean Star everything that had happened in the Bloodline Barrier. The Black Hole Bloodline is one of the strongest bloodlines in the world. It's best not to let others know that you possess the black hole bloodline. Dead Star Domain Lord warned. Otherwise, you will attract a fatal disaster. Although you are one of the candidates for the position of Bloodline King, you are not strong enough for him to make a move. It is better to be careful. Big brother, do you know what the Bloodline King is planning? Fong Chen asked. Emptiness Star Realm Lord shook his head and said in a heavy voice, "There are some things that you are not qualified to know now. You will know when your strength reaches a certain level." Seeing that Empyrean Star Realm Lord wasn't willing to say more, Fong Chen didn't ask any further. The two of them continued to drink. After 7 days and 7 nights, Fong Chen bid farewell to the Desolate Star Domain Lord and left the Desolate Star Domain. "Brother, this is my command medallion. If there's any danger, just crush it and I'll be there immediately." Empyrean handed Fong Chen a token. "However, I hope that you will not use it too much. After all, we will all encounter difficulties on the path of martial arts. If you ask Big Brother to take action because of the slightest setback, it will not be a good thing for you." Fong Chen naturally knew that he could only rely on himself on the path of martial arts. External forces were ultimately external forces. Even if the other party was the Extinction Star World Overlord, he still couldn't rely too much on them. Otherwise, his cultivation would stagnate, and he would never be able to reach the peak of the martial path. Voila! A gap was torn open in the Desolate Star Domain. Empyrean Star World Overlord sent Fong Chen out. "Realm Lord, is it worth it?" Black Wind Grandmaster and the other 4 appeared behind Empyrean Star World Overlord. Empyrean Star World Overlord naturally knew what they were asking. "You all will never understand what it means when the starlight steel shatters and condenses 10 starlight true dragons," Empyrean Star World Overlord slowly said. It meant that a sovereign realm expert was born. If nothing unexpected happened, Fong Chen's future achievements would definitely surpass the Tianyi Sword Emperor, Void Primogenitor, and the others. He might even be able to reach the status of that legendary existence. Of course, it was still too early to say all of this. Empyrean Star World Overlord thought highly of Fong Chen. After the potential test, he was even more certain of his thoughts. Therefore, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. He took the initiative to become sworn brothers with Fong Chen. Haha, I wonder what Void Progenitor, Tianyi Sword Emperor, and Cave Ruins Great Emperor would think when they know about this. Empyrean Star World Overlord was very happy when he thought of this. He knew that he wasn't qualified to accept Fong Chen as his disciple, so he settled for the next best thing and became sworn brothers with him. Black Wind Grandmaster and the other 4 shook their heads blankly. Despair Continent, Tianshu Yuan. The current Tianshu Yuan had begun to decline. After the battle with the Hand of Despair, the Tianshu Patriarch's old injuries relapsed, and he died of depression. However, before he died, he unleashed an extremely strong power and severely injured the Hand of Despair. The latter definitely wouldn't be able to make a move for the next 100 years. However, although the Hand of Despair couldn't make a move, he had many subordinates. They constantly harassed Tianshu Yuan. In addition, with the help of the Lin family, the Fu family of the Southwest, the Darkwind Pavilion, and other forces, Tianshu Yuan was facing enemies from both sides and had reached a point where it was unable to fight back. Report. In the main hall of Tianshu Yuan's main peak, the governor of Tianshu Yuan sat on the throne at the head of the hall. Below him were many elders on both sides. "Governor, the Lin family and the Fu family of the Southwest have joined forces and seized a city north of Tianshu Yuan." Hearing this, the elders were enraged. Almost all of the 108 blood demons were on the side of the Hand of Despair. Their hearts were filled with a sense of powerlessness. At worst, we'll fight them to the death. Tianshu Yuan is not to be trifled with. That's right. We'd rather die in battle than drag out an ignoble existence. Gather all the disciples and fight them to the death. Seeing the many elders below filled with righteous indignation, the governor of Tianshu Yuan was full of helplessness. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly sensed a change in the forbidden area at the back of the mountain. He spread his divine sense and immediately discovered Fong Chun. Why did he come out? In the next moment, Fong Chun appeared in the main hall. Fong Chun? Many elders were surprised, and their faces were filled with shock. Governor, elders. Fong Chun greeted them with a fist salute. I see that everyone's expressions are strange. Did something big happen in Tianshu Yuan? Fong Chun, why did you come out? The governor of Tianshu Yuan asked anxiously. Fong Chun spread his hands and said, I got the title of Extinct Star, so I came out. What? Hearing this, the governor of Tianshu Yuan was shocked. He didn't dare to imagine that Fong Chun had obtained the title of Extinct Star in such a short time. Many elders naturally knew what the title of Extinct Star meant, and they were all shocked. Just as Fong Chun was about to explain, a disciple hurriedly ran in to report. Report, the blood demon Condor has brought his subordinates to the main peak of Tianshu Mountain. He threatened to challenge the disciples of Tianshu Yuan. Blood demon Condor? Fong Chen's eyes turned, and he immediately saluted with a fist salute. Governor, how about you leave it to me? The governor of Tianshu Yuan was a little hesitant. After all, Fong Chen had just come out, and they didn't know what he had experienced in the Extinct Star realm. They didn't even know how strong his real combat power was. Let all your lackeys attack together, or they won't have any chance. Fong Chun took a step forward, without the slightest fear of the blood demon Condor. Fong Chen's aura soared to the sky as he said arrogantly, Oh, right, I almost forgot to say that if you want to fight, you can also fight with them. Fong Chen's words were undoubtedly mocking the blood demon Condor. Seeing Fong Chun come out alone, the blood demon Condor sneered. Why would I need to team up to deal with you? The latter was furious, and his scarlet eyes stared at him. You're courting death. What? Is there no one else in Tianshu Yuan? You actually sent a star ancient realm warrior to fight? Crack! Governor of Tianshu Yuan, it seems that there is really no one in your Tianshu Yuan. The blood demon Condor and his subordinates challenged the disciples of Tianshu Yuan. As a disciple of Tianyun Peak, I naturally have the qualifications to fight, Fong Chun said directly. Trust me, I won't let you down. Cut the crap. I'm a disciple of Tianyun Peak. Didn't you want to challenge the disciples of Tianshu Yuan? Bring it on. At this moment, many higher-ups of Tianshu Yuan arrived one after another, and they looked at the blood demon Condor from afar. Whoosh! Whoosh! The life ancient realm warrior was instantly turned into meat paste. Another life ancient realm warrior attacked, but Fong Chen only sent out a palm, and a terrifying power erupted. As soon as his voice fell, Fong Chun left the hall. The blood demon Condor is ranked 83rd among the 108 blood demons. He's very strong. Leave him to me, an elder said. In the square, the blood demon Condor looked down at the ground. Behind him were more than a dozen disciples, all of whom were life ancient realm warriors. Chapter 2794. This sudden turn of events caused the blood fiend Divine Hawk to be a little surprised. However, he quickly recovered and angrily shouted, Attack together. Kill him for me. The blood fiend Divine Eagle's order caused the remaining life ancient realm cultivators to attack. Kill! Battle cries shook the heavens as the life ancient realm cultivators pushed their attacks to the limit. They all wanted to show off in front of the blood fiend Divine Eagle. Once they were valued by the blood fiend Divine Eagle, their future would be limitless. Trash! However, in the face of such a fierce attack, Fong Chun only sneered. It was still a palm strike, but unlike before, it didn't kill any of the life ancient realm cultivators on the spot. Brat, your time of death has come. If we join forces, we're invincible in the life ancient realm. Who do you think you are? How about it? Can't you do it? The same attack landed on them, but they didn't feel anything. This caused their confidence to soar. Fong Chun shook his head and stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at the blood fiend Divine Eagle with ridicule. Poochie! Suddenly, one of the cultivators felt several drops of liquid spurt out from his neck. He hurriedly looked down and saw that the liquid was bright red. This is, he cried out in alarm and struggled to turn his head, but it was to no avail. Plop! His head was separated from his body, and rolled to the ground. His origin spirit had long since been destroyed. The other life ancient realm cultivators who had mocked Fang Chun widened their eyes and struggled with all their might. But the end result was the same. How is this possible? Even in death, they didn't know how Fang Chun had destroyed their origin spirits. Unfortunately, they would never know the answer to this question. What about now? Fang Chun asked with a grin after all of the life ancient realm cultivators brought by the blood fiend Condor had been annihilated. Do you think you can block my attack like this? Who was he? Although the blood fiend Divine Eagle was ranked around 80 out of the 108 blood fiends, it was still enough to make the ancient god realm cultivators of the Despair continent sigh in admiration. But now, a mere star ancient realm cultivator was provoking him. Those who provoke me, the blood fiend Divine Eagle, cannot be forgiven. The blood fiend Divine Eagle said, "Really? What if I kill you?" Fang Chun said indifferently, his arrogance soaring to the heavens. "You'll have to have the strength first." Just as the blood fiend Condor finished speaking, a vast aura soared into the sky. Immediately after, a majestic bloody aura filled the air and enveloped the blood fiend godly eagle. "It's too troublesome." Fang Chun seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be talking to the blood fiend Condor. Whoosh! With a flick of his finger, he used his finger as a sword. A brilliant ray of finger light whizzed forward like a sword splitting the sky. It tore through the sky and appeared before the blood fiend godly eagle. Sky-devouring blood. The blood fiend Condor used his trump card. He raised his hands, and a terrifying bloody aura gathered in his palms, condensing into a blood python. The thick blood python roared at the sky and rushed toward the ray of finger light. In the sky, the ray of finger light arrived in front of the blood fiend Condor at lightning speed and instantly transformed into a ray of sword light. The ray of sword light illuminated the world. Crack! Under the control of Fang Chun, the dazzling ray of sword light struck the blood fiend Condor's body. Poochie! The thick blood python was unable to resist and instantly collapsed. At the same time, the blood fiend Condor's body exploded. Splash! A pool of blood appeared on the ground. The chief of Tianshu Yuan and many other high-level elders were shocked. The blood fiend Condor, whose name had shaken the continent of despair, had fallen at the hands of Fang Chun. Just how strong was he? He destroyed an ancient realm cultivator with a wave of his hand and killed the blood fiend Condor with a flick of his finger. This was too shocking, wasn't it? It was only now that the chief of Tianshu Yuan realized the indifferent look on Fang Chen's face when he heard that the blood fiend Condor was coming. Thinking of this, the chief of Tianshu Yuan lowered his head in shame. He had grown to such a level in such a short time. No wonder he was the monster who broke Gu Tianhua's record. The chief of Tianshu Yuan increasingly believed that his decision back then was right. Even if the patriarch died prematurely because of Fang Chun, it was all worth it. In the heart of the chief of Tianshu Yuan, an invincible belief was born. As long as Fang Chun was protected, then Tianshu Yuan would never be destroyed. Many elders were even more shocked, especially Wu Yu and the other two. This guy is really abnormal. Yes, even if I had cultivated for countless years, I would not dare to challenge the blood fiend Condor. Wu Yu and Wu Gan looked at each other and shook their heads. However, their hearts were filled with joy. They had discovered Fang Chun from the ancient Saint Chaos. The better he performed, the more they would benefit. Beside them, Bai Ling's beautiful eyes flickered as she fell into her memories. If her disciple was still alive, she wondered if the scene would be like this. Soon, she gently shook her head, and a self-deprecating smile appeared on her face. Even if her disciple was still alive, it would be impossible for him to reach the heights of Fang Chun. Ha ha! Fang Chun, you have really brought a surprise to Tianshu Yuan. After a moment, the chief of Tianshu Yuan came back to his senses and laughed. Even the blood fiend Condor was killed by him. Didn't this mean that Fang Chun had the absolute strength to be ranked among the blood fiends? Moreover, he might be ranked in the top 50. This was definitely a joyous occasion. At least, within the boundaries of the continent of despair, Not a single disciple of the younger generation of many major forces had reached the heights of Feng Chun. Amazing, really amazing. God bless Tian Shu Yuan. The battle shocked Tian Shu Yuan. Feng Chen's strong performance and the fact that he killed the blood fiend Condor with a flip of his hand brought a great shock to Tian Shu Yuan. However, after the shock, many higher-ups of Tian Shu Yuan began to discuss how to solve the crisis of Tian Shu Yuan. Feng Chen's return undoubtedly gave Tian Shu Yuan a shot of confidence. However, they couldn't completely rely on Feng Chun. After all, the latter was still too young. Late at night, on a mountaintop. Why aren't you resting so late? Feng Chun stood alone on the mountaintop and looked down. In the dark night sky, there was a crescent moon. Bits of moonlight shone on the earth. Suddenly, Feng Chun felt someone behind him. He didn't turn around and directly asked. In the darkness, the chief of Tian Shu Yuan slowly walked out. His face was full of smiles. It seems that the trip to the starless realm was a kind of transformation for you. A transformation on a deeper level. The chief of Tian Shu Yuan said, "It's not convenient for me to ask what happened to you there, but I came here to ask you something." Speaking of this, the chief of Tian Shu Yuan's face became slightly more serious. "Please speak, chief." Feng Chen made a gesture of invitation. "I want to know your true combat strength." The chief of Tian Shu Yuan's pitch-black eyes stared straight at Feng Chun. "Chief, invincible among the blood fiends. With the cooperation of many elders and Feng Chun, they should be able to resist the attacks of many blood fiends. As for the head of the Lin family, naturally, the chief of Tian Shu Yuan would deal with him personally." A moment later, the chief of Tian Shu Yuan took out a small booklet and handed it to Feng Chun. "You must inform me before you act." After a long time, the chief of Tian Shu Yuan nodded heavily. His face was full of smiles. "You." Feng Chun stood with his hands behind his back. After pondering for a moment, he said, "At the very least, there should be no one among the blood fiends who is my match. Believe me, I know what I'm doing," Feng Chun said seriously. "No wonder you were able to destroy the blood fiend Condor with a flip of your hand. At that time, I thought you had already used all your strength. Now, it seems that was not the case at all," the chief of Tian Shu Yuan said. "In this way, the crisis of Tian Shu Yuan should be resolved." Feng Chun said, "Give me a list of the blood fiends who are enemies of Tian Shu Yuan." After speaking, the chief of Tian Shu Yuan chatted with Feng Chun for a while, then turned and left. "That's right, then I'm relieved." The chief of Tian Shu Yuan hesitated. "Although you're very strong, you have only cultivated for a short time. If you act rashly, you may be at a disadvantage." "Why don't—" Feng Chun stopped the chief of Tian Shu Yuan and asked, "I don't know if the head of the Lin family—" "Don't worry, Dean. Tian Shu Yuan has given me everything. I can't let it be attacked from the back," Feng Chun said as he put away the booklet. Feng Chun nodded lightly. He didn't stop there. "As long as the hand of despair hasn't come out of seclusion, I will definitely stop any powerhouses who surpass the ancient god realm within the boundaries of the despair continent." Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Feng Chun. Although he said it casually, the chief of Tian Shu Yuan was very surprised when he heard it. A cool breeze blew, and birds chirped. Chapter 2795. In the darkness, the Tian Shu Yuan chief's back gradually faded away. The corners of Feng Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a trace of a smile. With his current strength, no one in the life-ancient realm could stop him unless a powerhouse like the chief of Tian Shu Yuan made a move. Now, after getting the approval of the chief of Tian Shu Yuan, he was even more confident in making a move. He slowly opened the booklet, and the names of many blood fiends were listed. As expected of the hand of despair. Even after disappearing for a long time, there are still so many blood fiends seeking refuge, Feng Chun murmured. At the top of the booklet, he saw the name of the Dragon Controller, #1 on the blood fiend list. Now that the hand of despair was no longer here, the Dragon Controller represented him. "All of this started because of you, so let's start with you." After saying that, Feng Chen's figure flashed and disappeared into the darkness. Although the Lin family's territory was not as large as Tian Shu Yuan's, It was at least a super force second only to Tian Shu Yuan. Moreover, they had the support of many blood fiends behind them. Recently, they had even received the support of the famous dragon controller. The head of the Lin family was extremely excited. Tonight, many high-level officials led by the head of the Lin family held an emergency meeting. The reason was that the dragon controller had come late at night to discuss with the Lin family how to fight against Tian Shu Yuan. Head of the Lin family, after the fall of ancestor Tian Shu Yuan is no longer a force to be reckoned with. A mere chief of Tian Shu Yuan is not a problem at all. The dragon controller looked around and then muttered, "Master is in seclusion. I hope to unify the Despair continent before he comes out." Speaking of this, the dragon controller paused for a moment to look at everyone's reaction. Immediately, he nodded with satisfaction and continued. Before this, the various disputes on the Despair continent were ignored by Master. However, Tian Shu Yuan should never have provoked Master. When they protected Tian Shu, there was no room for them to survive on the Despair continent. Therefore, I hope that the head of the Lin family can restrain the chief of Tian Shu Yuan. As for the remaining people, leave them to us, the blood fiends, to handle. Hearing this, the head of the Lin family was secretly delighted. He hurriedly said, "I'm relieved to hear your words, Dragon Controller. Nearly 2/3 of the 108 blood fiends belong to the Hand of Despair. A mere Tian Shu Yuan is nothing to be afraid of." In the following time, the Dragon Controller and the Lin family discussed many details. Finally, after finalizing the plan, the Dragon Controller left in a hurry. "Master, with the support of the Dragon Controller, how can the Lin family not rise?" That's right. The Dragon Controller's intentions are clear. After destroying Tian Shu Yuan, he will support our Lin family and unify the continent of Despair. At that time, although our Lin family will be controlled by Lord Despair Hand, it will be much better than it is now. At least our Lin family will welcome the best opportunity to rise. Many of the elders' attitudes were unprecedentedly unanimous. The head of the Lin family nodded slowly and said, "That's right. We've already finished discussing what should be discussed. Tian Shu Yuan will definitely be buried in the dust of history this time. By the way, what's the situation with the Blood Fiend Condor?" The head of the Lin family suddenly asked. "It's been 10 days. Logically speaking, it should have arrived at Tian Shu Yuan. I'm just afraid that the chief of Tian Shu Yuan won't play by the rules and will detain the Blood Fiend Condor," one of the elders said worriedly. The head of the Lin family waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. The Blood Fiend Condor represents the Dragon Controller and also the Hand of Despair. If the two sides fight and don't kill the envoys, the chief of Tian Shu Yuan should be able to handle it." While the Lin family was feeling complacent, the Dragon Controller had already escaped into the void and was far away from the Lin family's mansion. A mere Tian Shu Yuan dares to go against my master. They're courting death." The Dragon Controller sneered. He was surrounded by a giant golden dragon, and his aura was like a rainbow. In the darkness, he was like a yellow shooting star, moving forward rapidly. His speed was so fast that it made people speechless. If it weren't for that old bastard ancestor Tian Shu, my master would have mastered the secret technique long ago," the Dragon Controller muttered to himself. Dragon Controller muttered to himself. According to Master's guess, ancestor Tian Shu should have sent Tian Shu into the Dead Star boundary. If it weren't for the fact that I can't enter the Dead Star realm, I would really want to tear him into pieces. Fang Chun had been secretly following behind Xiao Chun. He heard everything that Xiao Chun said without missing a single word. Killing geniuses and absorbing their power? What kind of evil technique is this Hand of Despair cultivating? Fang Chun frowned. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong. However, he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he followed behind. A trace of white appeared in the sky. The darkness was about to end. When dawn arrived, Fang Chun was ready to make his move. This place was far away from the Lin family's mansion. In fact, it was almost out of the Lin family's territory. Even if the head of the Lin family noticed the commotion, he wouldn't be able to help. Buzz! The Dragon Controller was moving quickly. Suddenly, the void in front of him flickered, and a ripple flashed by. Immediately after, the dragon controller's face changed dramatically. His figure came to an abrupt halt, and his giant golden eyes stared ahead. "Who is it?" The dragon controller roared in a low voice. "Come out." There was no movement in the void. However, the dragon controller could clearly feel that there was an invisible barrier blocking him. Insignificant skill. The dragon controller flew into a rage and threw out a punch. The golden dragons circling around his body whizzed out and slammed into the invisible barrier. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and the massive golden dragon's body actually showed signs of cracking. The dragon controller stared with wide eyes. The invisible barrier didn't move at all. How is this possible? Could it be? The dragon controller's heart skipped a beat. He immediately asked with a grave expression, "The head of Tian Shu Yuan?" In the entire continent of despair, other than the head of the Lin family, only the head of Tian Shu Yuan had such ability. The dignified head of Tian Shu Yuan actually lowered his status to bully the weak. The dragon controller said in a low voice. There was still no movement in the void. Damn it. The dragon controller thought that the head of Tian Shu Yuan was playing with him. He clenched his fists. The giant golden dragon circled and took a step forward. He wanted to use his powerful strength to pass through the invisible barrier. Bang! With a loud bang, the dragon controller felt a vast power coming from the front. His body flew backward involuntarily. Tap! 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 After forcibly stabilizing his body, the dragon controller's face was a little embarrassed. He was even more certain that the person in the dark must be the head of Tian Shu Yuan. He subconsciously took out his communication jade pendant, wanting to send a message to the head of the Lin family. Swoosh! A brilliant ray of light appeared out of nowhere and shot straight at him. In a hurry, the dragon tamer sent out a palm strike with both hands. With a kacha sound, the communication jade pendant shattered. The dragon controller's face changed greatly, and his heart was extremely heavy. The head of Tian Shu Yuan. Behind me is the hand of despair. Do you want to go against my master? The dragon controller said coldly. Drip. The morning mist condensed into drops of water and dripped to the ground. The surroundings were gray and hazy. A figure slowly walked out of the white fog. Fong Chen glanced at the giant golden dragon that had split into four and then waved his hand. Suddenly, a vast aura of a ray filled the air. I heard that you were plotting to destroy Tian Shu Yuan, so I'm here, Fong Chen said with a shrug. He looked at the dragon controller with a smile and said, Rumor has it that the dragon controller is the first blood evil and is invincible in the ancient life realm. Now it seems that it's just SOSO. The dragon controller waved his hand, and the giant golden dragon split into four, circling in four positions on the mountain peak, sealing the space. Who are you? I will crush your bones inch by inch and let you taste the most painful torture in the world, the dragon controller said. That's good. I don't have to worry about you escaping. Both body and soul will be destroyed. Why are you here? The dragon controller's eyes widened, and he looked at Fong Chen in disbelief. Seeing that the person who came was not the head of Tian Shu Yuan, the dragon controller regained his confidence and sneered. Humph, what an arrogant guy. What will happen? I really don't know. Boy, do you know what will happen to those who offend me? The dragon controller's eyes were full of killing intent. The dragon controller recognized Fong Chen. When he first went to Tian Shu Yuan to look for him, the latter mysteriously disappeared. At that time, everyone thought he was dead. The dragon controller's aura surged, and the giant golden dragon roared to the sky. The dragon's roar was endless. I remember that a certain someone was so scared that he even took out his communication jade pendant, Fong Chen said with a smile. The dragon tamer almost gnashed his teeth as he spoke. Crash. Chapter 2796. The dragon controller's face suddenly changed. He was shocked to find that he couldn't control the space he had sealed. What's going on? The dragon tamer glared at Fong Chen. The latter remained calm and composed as he waved his sleeves. A vast aura of the formation Tao spread out, forcibly pushing aside the huge golden dragons that had split into four and occupying the dominant position. The dragon controller's eyes flickered, unable to accept the fact for a while. The space sealing technique he was proud of was controlled by the other party in just a breath's time. Moreover, this person was only a star ancient realm martial artist. It was too infuriating. Just then, the dragon controller heard Fong Chen's words, which made him even angrier. "Do you think you can compete with me with such a little trick?" The anger on the dragon controller's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a gloomy look. He spread out his palm, and the golden dragon merged together. It kept shrinking and coiling in his palm, its aura soaring to the sky. "I'll let you know the price of offending me." Fong Chen shrugged. At this point, the dragon controller still didn't know where he was. "Is that so?" Fong Chen looked at the dragon controller mockingly. The dragon controller stomped his foot, causing the whole ground to tremble. He leaped and shot toward Fong Chen. Dragon controller technique. The dragon controller roared, and a vast golden aura emerged around him. At the same time, the golden dragon coiling in his palm soared into the sky, letting out a mighty dragon roar. Boom! The thick golden dragon swam in the void. With a swing of its tail, the sky changed color as if it was about to collapse. "Ha!" A crisp sound was heard. Fong Chen blocked the attack of the golden dragon's tail with his bare hands. His hands held the golden dragon's tail tightly, and his bloodline power quickly drilled into the dragon's body. Dong! 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 More than 50 bloodline powers worked together, instantly crushing the golden dragon's bloodline. The majestic golden dragon began to struggle, its body swaying. Hiss! Hiss! In the blink of an eye, its body deflated like a punctured balloon. The dragon controller was aghast. He knew better than anyone the attack power of the golden dragon. Impossible! The dragon controller bellowed furiously and launched his fiercest attack. "I'm going to tear you to shreds." Bang! A towering aura pressed down on the dragon controller, and the latter's body was instantly imprisoned. At the same time, Fong Chen kicked him and took out the star-hidden sword. Sword of annihilation, sword of world, sword of chaotic origin, sword of blood soul. 4 consecutive slashes were executed rapidly, causing the color of the heavens and earth to change. These 4 sword strikes could be considered Fong Chen's most powerful attacks so far. Absolute Star Sector Master had once said that Fong Chen's strength was unrivaled among ancient gods. Indeed, he had the strength to do so. Facing the dragon tamer, whose name shook the continent of despair, he could easily control the situation. In the blink of an eye, the dragon controller was defeated. Dong! The latter's body was hit by the star-hidden sword and smashed to the ground. The ground cracked, and a fierce aura raged. Poochie! The dragon controller raised his head and opened his mouth to speak. However, his throat moved and a mouthful of blood sprayed onto the ground. The dragon controller pointed his finger at Fong Chen, his eyes filled with horror. Gotcha! With a finger, the dragon controller's head exploded. After putting away the dragon controller's spatial ring, Fong Chen turned and left. At the same time, in the distant Lin family's mansion. "What's going on?" The head of the Lin family was resting when he suddenly heard the faint sound of a dragon's roar. He slowly got up, walked to the courtyard, and looked at the distant sky. The sound seems to be coming from the southwest. The Lin family head's expression changed. He spread out his divine sense and instantly found traces of a battle. Not good. The dragon controller is fighting. The next moment, the Lin family head's figure flashed. In a few breaths, he arrived at the place where the dragon controller was. However, all he saw was a dead body. He looked around and found nothing. Only the aura left in the air proved that the one who killed the dragon controller was a sword cultivator. Who on earth killed the dragon controller? The dragon controller was here to destroy Tian Shu Yuan on behalf of the Hand of Despair. At this critical moment, he died. Most importantly, he died at the edge of the Lin family's territory. Tian Shu Yuan. Apart from the Tian Shu courtyard, the head of the Lin family could not think of anyone else who could kill the dragon controller right under his nose without him noticing. The news of the dragon controller's death spread like a tide across the continent of despair. A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Countless cultivators were shocked. They couldn't imagine that the dragon controller, who represented the hand of despair and was like a high and mighty master on the continent of despair, had fallen. Have you heard? The dragon controller is dead. How can we not know such important news? I just don't know who killed the dragon controller. Who else could it be? Of course, it's Tian Shu Yuan. They killed the dragon controller to warn other forces that are ready to make a move. For a time, all the forces on the continent of despair were paying attention. The death of the dragon controller caused a great commotion. The first to bear the brunt was the Lin family. They challenged Tian Shu Yuan in the name of avenging the dragon controller's death. They also announced Tian Shu Yuan's heinous crimes. When the news reached Tian Shu Yuan, it shocked everyone. The head of Tian Shu Yuan and the others were stunned, especially the high-level elders. Their hearts were in turmoil. Who the hell killed the dragon controller? Killing the dragon controller at this juncture was like adding fuel to the fire of Tian Shu Yuan. However, only the head of Tian Shu Yuan clenched his fists. His heart was in turmoil. He felt like he was dreaming. A few days ago, Fang Chen had asked him for a list of the blood fiends from the enemy forces. Now, the news of the dragon controller's death had spread. What a surprising guy. By now, the head of Tian Shu Yuan was convinced that Fang Chen's strength was above the 108 blood fiends. He was both happy and worried about the death of the dragon controller. He was happy because of Fang Chen's strength. As he said, no one in the blood fiends was a match for him. Moreover, he could quietly kill the dragon controller in the Lin family's territory. This was enough to show that his strength was far beyond everyone's imagination. With such a prodigy in Tian Shu Yuan, how could they not rise? He was worried because the dragon controller was the right-hand man of the hand of despair. His every word and action represented the hand of despair. Although the dragon controller was injured in the confrontation with ancestor Tian Shu, his life was not in danger. Once he came out of seclusion, the consequences would be unimaginable. But soon the head of Tian Shu Yuan shook his head and stopped thinking about these troublesome things. Just focus on the matter at hand. The head of Tian Shu Yuan thought to himself. The hand of despair's ambition to destroy Tian Shu Yuan was obvious enough. If he continued to tolerate it, how could Tian Shu Yuan escape the disaster of destruction? So, even if the hand of despair came out of seclusion, so what? Tian Shu Yuan would fight to the death and never surrender. He paid close attention to the head of Tian Shu Yuan's movements. As soon as the head of Tian Shu Yuan made a move, he would stop him immediately. The death of the dragon controller caused many blood fiends to panic. They thought that the head of Tian Shu Yuan did not abide by the rules and lowered his status to deal with the weak. He paid more attention to his own safety. Who is this person? Undercurrents were surging on the continent of despair. More than half of the blood fiends on the booklet had been killed by Fang Chen. Each blood fiend represented the peak of a life ancient realm. Fang Chen smashed the head of the purple-haired, black-robed martial artist with a punch and grinned. 36. However, in front of Fang Chen, they couldn't withstand a single blow. According to the names on the booklet, he eliminated the blood fiends one by one. However, even so, Fang Chen still found them. The blood fiends on the Lin family side fell one after another. This also caused the Lin family to frown. A month later, Fang Chen killed 4 blood fiends. Half a year later, the number of blood fiends killed had risen to more than 30. There was a mysterious powerhouse in Tian Shu Yuan who was hunting the blood fiends on their side. In the following period of time, Fang Chen fled to every corner of the continent of despair. An emperor-level primordial spirit was not an exaggeration. With a thought, it could be seen. Pucci. However, even so, they still lost more than 30 blood fiends in half a year. This was a great blow to the Lin family. Chapter 2797. However, as the fragments moved, the speed at which Fang Chen killed the blood demons became slower and slower. First of all, when the blood demons heard the news, they were terrified and went into hiding. The continent of despair was vast, and it was very difficult to find a person in it. Secondly, Fang Chen had to hide from the Lin family's investigation. He could not be discovered. In short, the whole process lasted for a long time. During this time, the Lin family had been declaring war on Tianshu Yuan, and the two forces confronted each other across space. Feng Chun, on the other hand, acted as a hidden force, continuously reducing the strength of the Lin family. After spending a full year, the last blood demon on the list was finally killed by Feng Chun. Phew! Heaving a sigh of relief, Feng Chun clapped his hands and prepared to return home. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Thief! In the void, a sudden thunderous sound exploded, and then dark clouds gathered, and a majestic force spread out. Oh no! Feng Chun cursed inwardly. He leaped up and used the space-time escape technique in an attempt to escape. Smack! A huge hand descended from the sky and slammed onto Feng Chun's body. Immediately, Feng Chun was smashed into the ground. Die! The huge hand continued to press down, enveloping Feng Chun, who had sunk into the ground, and the aura of death spread out. Old Lin. Just when Feng Chun's situation was critical, the chief of Tianshu Yuan finally arrived. On the vast wasteland, the chief of Tianshu Yuan suddenly slapped out, blocking the attack of the Lin family's head. Boom! The two powerhouses collided, and the space was torn apart. A wild aura exploded and swept across the land. After stabilizing their bodies, the two of them looked at each other across space. The eyes of the Lin family's head spat out flames of anger. The continent of despair was shaken. Countless pairs of eyes watched from afar. Many powerhouses of the Lin family and Tianshu Yuan entered a state of preparation. The confrontation between the two powerhouses represented the official start of the war. Just as the two powerhouses were confronting each other, Feng Chun crawled out from the ground. His body was in a sorry state, but his aura was very stable. He wasn't injured at all. Seeing this, Tianshu Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. The head of the Lin family widened his eyes and cried out involuntarily. W. Back then, in order to avoid being recognized, Feng Chun had changed his name to Tianshu. He had used his absolute strength to crush everyone and become the champion of the Tao debate. At that time, he was incomparably dazzling. However, after the Tao discussion ended, the hand of despair wanted to take him away. Ancestor Tianshu, who had been silent for countless years, intervened and saved him. After that, a piece of news spread. Ancestor Tianshu died in the battle with the hand of despair, and Tianshu was nowhere to be found. How could it be him? The Lin family's clan leader's heart trembled. He recalled that in the past year, the blood fiends on their side had all died. Could it be that he did all this? The Lin family's clan leader shook his head. He didn't believe that Feng Chun could kill the dragon controller. It can't be him. The eyes of the Lin family's clan leader turned cold. His figure flashed, and he took a step forward. He arrived in front of Feng Chun. He wanted to kill Feng Chun, while the Tianshu Yuan's clan leader was unprepared. Your opponent is me. The Tianshu Yuan's clan leader was already prepared. He suddenly punched out and blocked the attack of the Lin family's clan leader. Thump! Thump! The Lin family's clan leader was forced to retreat. He glared at the Tianshu Yuan's clan leader. Dubhe, are you really going to betray the hand of despair? Umph! Don't talk about the hand of despair, the Tianshu Yuan's clan leader said. The Lin family wants to destroy my Tianshu Yuan, and you're making it sound so righteous. The dragon controller was the hand of despair's most capable subordinate, but you killed him. When the hand of despair comes out of seclusion, you'll all die. As soon as he finished speaking, the clan leader of the Lin family transmitted his voice to the many experts of the Lin family, telling them to surround and kill Feng Chun. Kill him for me at all costs. The last time he saw Feng Chun, the latter was still very weak. But now he was able to block his attack. This kind of potential was incredible. Kill him. Many life ancient realm experts of the Lin family joined forces to surround and kill Feng Chun. The clan leader of the Tianshu Yuan wanted to intervene, but he was stopped by the clan leader of the Lin family. Wu Yu and the others rushed to the front to protect Feng Chun. Feng Chun waved his hand gently and said, "There's no need for the elders to do anything. It's just some trash from the Lin family." I alone am enough. Fong Chen's words completely enraged the Lin family. Kill this arrogant and conceited bastard. The battle cries shook the sky. Countless powerful attacks gathered together and blasted toward Fong Chen. Too weak. Fong Chen looked down at everyone as if he was looking at ants. Whoosh! He flicked his finger, and an ancient realm expert of the Lin family died instantly. Seeing this, the Lin family took a deep breath and looked at Fong Chen in horror. Whoosh! With another flick of his finger, another ancient realm expert died. With a few more flick of his finger, the Lin family was shocked. Watching from afar, a storm was brewing in their hearts. Tian Shu, the Tian Shu who used to be number one in the Dao discussion, is too strong. He disappeared for so long, and when he reappeared, he could actually kill an ancient realm expert with a flick of his finger. What did he go through during this time? Could it be that all the deaths in the past year have something to do with him? Thinking of this, everyone's hearts trembled. Such a person was too terrifying. They absolutely couldn't provoke him. Seeing his own people fall one by one, the head of the Lin family was also very anxious. Let's go together and surround him with numbers. At this time, there was no longer any scruples. Rumble. The Lin family formed a joint battle formation and surrounded Fong Chen. Brat, prepare to suffer the anger of the Lin family. The leader controlled the battle formation and took the lead, launching a fierce and domineering attack on Fong Chen. Facing the joint battle formation, Fong Chen still sneered. You're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He pointed his finger, and a majestic finger light hit the joint battle formation. Buzz. The joint battle formation shook for a moment and then calmed down. The joint battle formation of the Lin family is not something you can break, except the baptism of death. Seeing this, the Lin family's confidence was greatly boosted. However, Fong Chen gently shook his head. I'm not even afraid of the dragon controller. Why would I be afraid of you? As he spoke, the hidden star sword had already appeared in his hand. Invincible way of the sword, sword of destruction. Crack! The void collapsed, and the sky changed color. An ancient sword crossed the sky and slashed the joint battle formation. Like cutting through tofu, the joint attack formation that the Lin family was so proud of was shattered. Bang! Many martial artists quickly retreated and looked at Fong Chen in horror. It's him? At this moment, the head of the Lin family finally recognized Fong Chen's strength. He shouted loudly, "Retreat!" At the same time, he was desperately trying to break free from the Tian Shu Yuan's blockade. In that case, let's fight. It's useless. Fong Chen's wrist shook, and a hidden star sword danced. The powerful sword light was like the autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves, harvesting the heads of the Lin family members. Lord Hand of Despair. The head of the Lin family's eyes were scarlet, and he fell into madness. However, could the Hand of Despair really appear? In the blink of an eye, blood flowed like a river, and countless corpses piled up like a mountain. This guy is really unexpected, Wu Gan said. With nowhere to retreat, they knelt on the ground and kowtowed in the direction of the Hand of Despair. One man and one sword killed everyone in the Lin family. The entire continent of despair was shocked. I think the dragon controller was also killed by him. Wu Yi nodded. Seeing Fong Chen killing everyone, the head of Tian Shu Yuan also let go of the battle. Please come out of seclusion and punish the traitors. Whoosh! They shouted hysterically. Today's situation could only be reversed if the Hand of Despair came out of seclusion. Unless the Hand of Despair came out of seclusion, the rise of Tian Shu Yuan could be suppressed. The remaining members of the Lin family could only pray that the Hand of Despair would come out of seclusion. This battle concerned the survival of Tian Shu Yuan, and he dared not be negligent. Otherwise, the Lin family was destined to be destroyed. Tian Shu Yuan betrayed the continent of despair. Please punish them. The head of the Lin family was pinned down, and no one in the Lin family could resist Fong Chen. Bai Ling, who was beside him, had a worried look in her beautiful eyes. Countless members of the Lin family were praying, and there was a desolate atmosphere in the air. The Hand of Despair was a heavy bomb. If he appeared at this time, Tianshu Yuan's efforts would be in vain, and Fong Chen would fall because of it. Wu Yu and the others were full of smiles. They didn't expect that the crisis of Tianshu Yuan would be reversed because of Fong Chen alone. On the continent of despair, everyone shook their heads and sighed. After today, there would be no more Lin family. Plop. Chapter 2798. In the void, the earth-shattering battle was still ongoing. The chief of Tianshu Yuan and the head of the Lin family were both powerhouses who had surpassed the ancient god realm. Their strength was formidable and intimidating. If it weren't for the fact that they were wary of the ordinary warriors on the continent of despair, the fluctuations they emitted would have been enough to destroy the continent of despair. Qilin Dragon Ultimate Strike. As time passed, the head of the Lin family was burning with anxiety. He couldn't break free from the chief of Tianshu Yuan's entanglement for a long time. He could only watch as his family members fell one by one. He let out a low roar and displayed his powerful trump card. Suddenly, the sky changed color, and the shadow of a real dragon appeared in the sky. After this shadow appeared, the void became dim. Seeing this scene, the chief of Tianshu Yuan was a little surprised, but he quickly came up with a countermeasure. 9 turns of heavenly pivot. The strength of the two was evenly matched. Under such circumstances, the chief of Tianshu Yuan also launched an attack without holding back. Crack! In the sky, a deafening roar was heard. The chief of Tianshu Yuan and the head of the Lin family were evenly matched. The latter fell into a state of madness and wanted to force the chief of Tianshu Yuan to retreat with a method of mutual destruction. Below, Fong Chen was still as strong as ever. Like a demon from hell, he held the hidden star sword in his hand and killed one person with each step. Pucci. Wherever the hidden star sword passed, the Lin family members couldn't stop it at all. One by one, the Lin family members fell into a pool of blood. The vast wilderness suddenly became a sea of blood. The whole situation was basically one-sided. The Lin family had suffered a heavy blow. Pray for the appearance of the Hand of Despair. Lord Hand of Despair, we are your devout people. Please protect us. Countless prayers resounded through the sky. They knelt on the ground and kept shouting, hoping that the Hand of Despair would appear. It's useless, Fong Chen said indifferently. With a long sword, he was invincible in killing the Lin family. In the distance, many warriors who were secretly watching trembled in their hearts. Their faces were filled with complicated expressions. From today onwards, the Lin family would no longer exist on the Despair continent. The name of Tianshu would definitely resound throughout the continent. Countless people shook their heads. They couldn't imagine how a star ancient realm cultivator could unleash such power. The rise of Tianshu Yuan is unstoppable. That's right, with such a monstrous genius, it won't be long before he becomes the second Hand of Despair. At that time, he would even have the right to establish his own continent. Perhaps the Lin family was wrong from the start. Tianshu Yuan should not be provoked. The most important thing now is whether or not Despair Hand can come out of seclusion before the Lin family is destroyed. Many people were concerned about this issue. After all, Despair Hand was the undisputed ruler of the Despair mainland. If he appeared, he would definitely be able to dominate the battle. When that time came, Tianshu Yuan would be the one to be destroyed. However, Tianshu Yuan had also thought of these consequences, but the situation forced them to resist. Crack! Fong Chen punched out, shattering the head of a member of the Lin family who was closer to him. Blood splattered everywhere. At this moment, the members of the Lin family were filled with despair. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness. At the same time, they looked at the place where the Hand of Despair was in seclusion for the last time. In the end, everyone sighed and waited for death to come. The Hand of Despair did not appear. They could not resist Fong Chen's attack at all. There was no point in continuing to resist. The air was filled with sorrow. The head of the Lin family was also dejected. While he was distracted, the chief of Tianshu Yuan attacked and forced him to retreat. At the same time, he left a terrible wound on his body. Rip! Blood kept flowing out of the wound. The head of the Lin family's face was pale. In the blink of an eye, His clothes were soaked in blood. Head of the family. Countless people recognized the head of the Lin family and asked him to leave. Does the heavens want to destroy the Lin family? The head of the Lin family clenched his fists and roared in his heart. Let's end this quickly. The chief of Tian Shu Yuan did not want to waste time. His figure flashed, and he appeared above the Lin family. He raised his hand, and the power of the 9 turns of heavenly pivot burst out, covering the entire sky. Buzz! The faces of the members of the Lin family were filled with despair. Kill! The chief of Tian Shu Yuan shouted in a low voice and pressed down with his palm. As long as his palm pressed down, the Lin family would be completely destroyed. Buzz! However, at this moment, something strange happened. In the distant sky, a terrifying aura pierced through the void and shot over. Oh no! Seeing this, the chief of Tian Shu Yuan shouted in his heart. He sped up, wanting to kill the members of the Lin family. However, a black hole appeared in the void. A ray of light shot out from it and blocked his palm. Thump! 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 The chief of Tian Shu Yuan kept retreating. When he finally steadied himself, his eyes were filled with fear. Boom! The earth trembled, and a powerful aura swept across the continent of despair. The color of the sky changed. In the distant horizon, an imposing figure was faintly discernible. The Hand of Despair? Fang Chen also exclaimed in surprise. He did not expect the Hand of Despair to really appear. On the other hand, when the members of the Lin family saw this scene, they screamed in excitement. "Ha! The Hand of Despair has appeared. Our Lin family is saved." That's great. The Hand of Despair has appeared just in time. Countless shouts could be heard. The members of the Lin family were in high spirits. Even the head of the Lin family, who was severely injured, had a look of excitement on his face. The Hand of Despair had been in seclusion. No one could be sure that he would appear. But now he had really appeared. In the distance, the crowd hiding in the dark also let out a roar. With the appearance of the Hand of Despair, the situation was immediately reversed. Tian Shu Yuan would face the greatest crisis in history. Let's go. The head of Tian Shu Yuan grabbed Fang Chen almost immediately. He wanted to escape from this place. Boom! The Hand of Despair transformed into a giant that was 100 feet tall. He walked over step by step. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble. Countless people trembled. In the blink of an eye, the giant arrived in the wasteland. His body emitted a terrifying aura. Even the head of the Lin family and the head of Tian Shu Yuan felt a little short of breath. He actually broke through? The head of Tian Shu Yuan widened his eyes in disbelief. The continent of despair is mine. The Hand of Despair looked down at the head of Tian Shu Yuan and the others. He said coldly, "While I was in seclusion, you attempted to destroy the other forces and unify the continent of despair. You did not take the Hand of Despair seriously at all." Boom! As the ruler of the continent of despair, he had a certain understanding of the starless realm. The head of Tian Shu Yuan tried his best to resist, but his body was sent flying. The giant stomped his foot, and the entire ground trembled. The weaker warriors spat out blood and fell to the ground with pale faces. I have seen too many young people with backbone. However, this is the first time I have seen someone as stupid as you. That day, I asked you to leave with me, but you refused, the Hand of Despair said. Now, do you regret it? He was stunned for a moment. He immediately came back to his senses and asked in surprise, "You actually came out of the starless realm in such a short time?" On the other hand, the members of the Lin family were gloating. They could not wait for the Hand of Despair to immediately destroy Tian Shu Yuan. He really did not dare to imagine that Fang Chen would come out in such a short time. However, when he saw Fang Chen, his eyes lit up. After the previous panic, Fang Chen had already regained his composure. He shook his head gently and looked at the Hand of Despair. "Head of Tian Shu Yuan, before I broke through, you were no match for me. After the breakthrough, you're even more like an ant." Tap, tap, tap. Thinking of this, the Hand of Despair licked his dry lips and waved his sleeve. Suddenly, a bright light formed an arc in the sky and shot out. However, on second thought, so what? It was just a tonic for him. In fact, the Hand of Despair was implying that he had already given him a chance. It was too late to regret now. The hand of despair displayed great power and suppressed the head of Tianshu Yuan with one hand. The people of Tianshu Yuan were pale, and their hearts were filled with despair. The hand of despair looked at all of this indifferently. He waved his hand, and the battlefield was divided into two. The people of Tianshu Yuan were trapped in a void cage. In the hand of despair's opinion, they were not even worthy of him personally taking action. The hand of despair was telling the world that he was the only ruler of the continent of despair, and no one could disobey him. Chapter 2799. The aura emitted by the hand of despair was enough to immobilize Fang Chen's body. It was too strong. There was no way Fang Chen could put up a fight. Fang Chen knew his limits. The reason why he dared to do this under the nose of the hand of despair was because he had a trump card. Boom! Seeing Fang Chen's indifferent expression, the hand of despair felt uncomfortable. In his opinion, Fang Chen should be showing a terrified expression. A powerful force instantly pressed down on Fang Chen's body. The latter pushed the chaotic origin sword body to the extreme. Layers of sword aura appeared around his body. However, it was useless. His defense was unable to withstand a single blow from the hand of despair. It was instantly shattered. Pucci! His internal organs were shaken. Fang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. Stop! The mayor of Tianshu Yuan roared. He wanted to stop the hand of despair. However, the latter merely waved his sleeve and sent him flying. This scene made countless people from Tianshu courtyard feel dejected and depressed. The future star of Tianshu Yuan, the hope of their rise, fell in the hands of the hand of despair, just like that. They were unwilling. But so what? In the face of absolute strength, everything was meaningless. The injuries of the Lin family's head had stabilized. He looked coldly at the mayor of Tianshu Yuan and said disdainfully, "Anyone who dares to go against the hand of despair is a heretic. Heretics should be killed without mercy." The only thing the Lin family could rely on now was the hand of despair. Of course, they would take this opportunity to flatter him. The hand of despair took a step forward and arrived in front of Fang Chen. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the latter. "Are you not afraid of death?" Facing the hand of despair's question, Fang Chen gently shook his head. "I am afraid of death, but I will not die today." The hand of despair shrugged and pressed down. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from Fang Chen's body. His body swayed, and his face twitched. It was difficult for him to hold on. "I'm very curious. Who gave you such courage?" The hand of despair looked down at Fang Chen and asked. Fang Chen's pitch-black eyes stared at the hand of despair. "Bullying the weak. Is this the magnanimity of the ruler of the despair continent?" As he spoke, Fang Chen activated the token of the empty star domain lord. "You are not qualified to say that to me." Bang! The hand of despair sent Fang Chen flying with a single palm strike. Immediately after, the hand of despair appeared in front of Fang Chen in a flash. It clenched its fist tightly and gathered all its strength. When you bully the weak, you should be prepared to be bullied by stronger people. There was no sign of fear on Fang Chen's face, only disdain. Yes, it was ridicule. "You is your deaths." The anger and despair hand's heart soared to the heavens. The speed of his fist pressing down increased, and flames shot out from his eyes. "Die!" Just as the fist of the hand of despair was about to land on Fang Chen's body, sighs could be heard from the crowd that was watching in the dark. They felt sorry for Fang Chen. Such a peerless genius had died in the hands of the hand of despair. The hand of despair is too strong. Even the mayor of Tianshu Yuan is no match for him, let alone him. He is dead for sure. The mayor of Tianshu Yuan can't withstand the hand of despair's fist. What a pity. The mayor of Tianshu Yuan also rushed crazily towards Fang Chen. But every time he rushed over, he would be sent flying by the hand of despair. "No one can save you." The hand of despair sneered. His fist had already shattered the domain of swords around Fang Chen. One more step, and his body would be completely shattered. Dong! The fist was so powerful that it made people tremble. It fiercely bombarded Fang Chen's body. Suddenly, dust flew, the air raged, and a wild storm submerged Fong Chen's body. "It's over," everyone exclaimed. In the face of such a powerful force that could destroy the continent of despair, Fong Chen had no chance of survival, unless a miracle happened. The people of Tianshu Yuan looked lonely, as if they had aged more than 10 years. The people of the Lin family were elated. This annoying guy was finally dead. "It's over," the head of the Lin family said in a low voice. Swoosh! However, at this moment, a dazzling light shot out from the hand of despair's fist. In the blink of an eye, the dazzling light swept across the entire land. The hand of despair felt that something was wrong. His expression changed drastically, and he immediately exerted more force in his fist. Dong! In the air, there was a powerful, invisible force that forced his fist back. He looked over and found that Fong Chen was standing on the ground, unharmed. Layers of starlight surrounded his body. "What's going on?" The hand of despair was shocked. He didn't believe that this was the power that Fong Chen could erupt. "Who is it?" the hand of despair roared. He waved his hands, and the void within 100 miles shattered. When the others saw that Fong Chen was standing on the ground, they were completely stunned. "He's fine." The head of Tianshu Yuan opened his eyes wide, and his face was full of excitement. He could feel that the starlight on Fong Chen's body was too powerful. His heart raced, and he was secretly delighted. "How is this possible?" The head of the Lin family cried out. Even he didn't dare to face the full force of the hand of despair's punch head-on. However, Fong Chen was safe and sound. "What's going on?" For a moment, the crowd, including those who were secretly watching, was completely dumbfounded. Crash! In the shattered void, a figure of starlight walked out. As soon as he appeared, the shattered void suddenly stopped, and the powerful force raging in the air disappeared. He flicked his finger. An ray of starlight entered Fong Chen's body. The latter's injuries were immediately healed. "I'm not late, am I?" The starlight figure looked at Fong Chen and said with a grin. "I'm not late." Fong Chen cupped his fists and said, "Who are you?" In the sky, the hand of despair turned into a giant, looking down at the ground and asked coldly, "Who I am is not important. What's important is that you want to kill my brother." The starlight figure stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "What?" The hand of despair's pupils shrank. He didn't dare to imagine that there was such a strong person behind Fong Chen. At this moment, he finally understood why Fong Chen's face was so calm when he was about to die. "So that's why. You're courting death." The hand of despair attacked with lightning speed, wanting to kill the starlight figure. Rumble! An extremely powerful force swooped down. The starlight figure just flicked his sleeve and easily defeated it. Poochie! The hand of despair's body retreated quickly. The giant instantly shrank and finally returned to its original form. His face was pale, and his eyes were full of horror. Too strong. He's so strong that he can't even attack. Although it was only one exchange, the hand of despair already knew the strength of the starlight figure. "My brother is not someone you can deal with. Big brother, you don't have to do this." The hand of despair has already been injured. He won't dare to appear for a while, Fong Chen said with a smile. The hand of despair used his control of the despair continent to change the world and escape into the void. The starlight figure sneered and stomped his foot, causing the void to tremble. In the distance, blood splattered everywhere. The hand of despair was injured by the void. He gritted his teeth and took out a supreme treasure from his arms. He crushed the supreme treasure, and suddenly a light shrouded him. His figure completely disappeared. No one knew the strength of the hand of despair better than him. However, the starlight figure easily suppressed him. Most importantly, this person called Fong Chen his brother. Seeing this, the starlight figure's face changed slightly. Poochie! The despair continent was shocked. Poochie! The hand of despair roared angrily. An aura of despair appeared around him. He tried his best to resist the starlight's attack. Everyone looked at Fong Chen with their mouths agape. Their hearts were in turmoil. The people of Tianshu Yuan shouted excitedly. The people watching in secret were also shocked. If it weren't for Realm Lord N-Star, he wouldn't have dared to do such a crazy thing. He spat out blood and didn't dare to stay. There's actually such a supreme treasure. Hmm? No. Even the mayor of Tianshu Yuan couldn't believe what he was seeing. You want to leave? Leave, he muttered. Then, he calmed himself down and turned to look at Fong Chun. He said apologetically, I didn't expect that guy to have such a supreme treasure. I was careless. You know that I can't stay out for too long. I'll take my leave first. Realm Lord Instar chatted with Fong Chun for a while and then returned to the Instar realm. The starlight figure seemed to be furious. He waved his sleeve again. Wild starlight appeared out of thin air and blasted toward the hand of despair in an instant. Only the Lin family's faces were ashen. Chapter 2800. The master of the Dead Star realm was a peerless powerhouse who had survived since ancient times. Although it was only a clone guarding the Dead Star realm, it was enough to crush the hand of despair. The battle that affected the entire continent of despair had completely come to an end. The final result was beyond everyone's expectations. The master of the continent of despair, the hand of despair, had actually fled, and the Lin family had been completely defeated. Only the people of Tianshu Yuan had the last laugh. After the battle ended, the governor of Tianshu Yuan, after a short period of recovery, immediately began to encircle and annihilate the Lin family. The head of the Lin family knew that the Lin family's defeat was irreversible, so he quietly left the continent of despair alone. The great Lin family, a superpower that could compete with Tianshu Yuan at its peak, was completely destroyed in this shocking battle and became history. The many forces that had once stood on the side of the Lin family, as well as the independent cultivators, were all dealt a strong blow by Tianshu Yuan. Half a month later, the continent of despair had completely calmed down. Although there were still some martial artists who opposed Tianshu Yuan in some places, it didn't affect the overall situation. At this point, the continent of despair had entered the era of Tianshu Yuan's rule. After the hand of despair, the continent of despair changed hands again. Everyone respected the governor of Tianshu Yuan as the master of the continent of despair. However, the latter knew best that if it weren't for Fong Chun, Tianshu Yuan would have suffered a crushing defeat in this battle and would have been massacred. After this battle, Fong Chun had vaguely become the leader of Tianshu Yuan. The governor of Tianshu Yuan regarded him as a treasure. As long as Fong Chun was there, Tianshu Yuan would continue to exist. More importantly, Fong Chun had the Starlight Powerhouse behind him. This was his foundation. At the peak of the main peak of Tianshu Yuan, Fong Chun stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the earth in the distance. When he first came to the primordial chaos world, he was only a void ancient realm cultivator. But now, in the blink of an eye, he had become an invincible existence in a life ancient realm. Not only had he obtained countless opportunities, but he had also become sworn brothers with the peerless powerhouse, Realm Lord Extermination Star. All these gains made him extremely happy. He was one step closer to the peak of martial arts. However, his face was filled with worry. Fong Chun thought back to when his avatar was captured by the Thunder Punishment Palm in the Starless Boundary and had his connection with him severed. Fong Chun was deeply worried. What happened in the Azura universe? Fong Chun was a little worried. His avatar could be considered a peak expert in the ancient Saint Chaos. To be able to suppress his clone without putting up any resistance meant that this person was at least an ancient god, or perhaps even stronger. After pondering for a moment, Fong Chun made a decision. He wanted to return to the ancient sacred primal chaos to investigate. Thud, thud, thud. The governor of Tianshu Yuan walked over from afar. When he saw Fong Chun, he smiled slightly. Dean, Fong Chun told the governor of Tianshu Yuan his thoughts. The latter stared at Fong Chun and asked, "Are you sure you want to go back?" Fong Chun nodded. His wife, daughter, and brother were in the ancient sacred primal chaos. He could not let anything happen to them. It's a little difficult to travel from the primordial chaos to the ancient sacred primal chaos. However, I have a tiger head warship in Tianshu Yuan. You should be able to reach there faster if you take it. Thank you, Dean. After Fong Chun received the tiger head warship from the governor of Tianshu Yuan, He immediately set sail and sailed into the depths of the darkness. In the dark and silent void, where one couldn't even see their own fingers, a tiger-headed warship rapidly advanced. According to the speed of the tiger-head warship, it would take about 20 years to reach the ancient sacred primal chaos. Of course, the premise was that the journey was smooth and they did not encounter any danger. In fact, it was just as Fong Chen thought. He steered the tiger-head warship to a more remote place. Along the way, there was no danger. After 20 years, Fong Chen returned to the heavenly Venerate Sea. The heavenly Venerate Sea is just ahead. Fong Chen's heart raced. He could not wait to see his family. From afar, the heavenly Venerate Sea was surrounded by a very strong barrier. He could vaguely see the surging waves of the sea. Along the way, Fong Chen had seen many chaotic voids from a long distance, but it was rare to see one like the heavenly Venerate Sea. Go in. With Fong Chen's current strength, he could easily break the barrier of the heavenly Venerate Sea and enter it. Buzz! A gap appeared in the barrier of the heavenly Venerate Sea, and Fong Chen disappeared in a flash. After putting away the tiger-head warship, Fong Chen looked around. The familiar aura and environment. This was the God-slaying island. I'm actually on the God-slaying island. Fong Chen looked down and saw a group of people from the dark marsh primal chaos, besieging a martial artist from the ancient sacred primal chaos. Pucci, the martial artist from the ancient sacred primal chaos, had tattered clothes and a cold expression on his face. Even if I die, I won't submit. Hand over the map of the ancient sacred primal chaos, and I can spare your life. Behind him, the people from the dark marsh primal chaos were chasing. Dong! A powerful attack landed on the martial artist from the ancient sacred primal chaos. His body was instantly sent flying like a cannonball. The blood in his body churned, and his face turned pale. He had lost the ability to fight. Whoosh! The people from the dark marsh primal chaos surrounded him. Boss! Why waste words with him? Just kill him. The dark marsh primal chaos martial artist, who was called the boss, said, You really won't talk? I won't. Then go to hell. The dark marsh primal chaos martial artist punched the ancient sacred primal chaos martial artist's head. Suddenly, a strong wind blew past, and the dark marsh primal chaos martial artists were imprisoned. His punch had actually been forcefully blocked. What's going on? The dark marsh primal chaos martial artist felt that something was wrong, and his heart was filled with fear. Whoosh! Fong Chen descended from the sky and landed beside the ancient sacred primal chaos martial artist. Senior, may I ask? The sudden change surprised the martial artist. Let me ask you, what changes have there been in the heavenly Venerate Sea in the past few decades? Fong Chen asked. Although he was puzzled, he still answered truthfully. Senior, ever since the three giants of the God-slaying island disappeared, the dark marsh primal chaos has been restless and has been attacking the ancient sacred primal chaos. Until recently, they finally stopped restraining themselves and colluded with the Tao Ze beast in the vast heavenly Venerate Sea to launch a frenzied massacre on the ancient sacred primal chaos. The martial artist quickly said, Now, many of the ancient sacred primal chaos experts have retreated to the exit of the heavenly Venerate Sea. That is the final barrier. Once the dark marsh primal chaos breaks through, the ancient sacred primal chaos will be completely enslaved. Fong Chen flicked his fingers, a complicated expression flashing across his face. The changes are so great. Senior, this junior is Long Jian, an elder of the Azura Sword sect. This, Fong Chen said coldly. With his current strength, no one in the dark marsh primal chaos could be his match. Fong Chen punched out, killing all the martial artists of the dark marsh primal chaos. Fong Chen's gaze fell on the distant horizon, his eyes filled with cold, killing intent. Although the people of the dark marsh primal chaos were imprisoned, they were still very arrogant and constantly threatened Fong Chen. Fong Chen waved his hand. It's fine. If they don't look for me, I will look for them. Fong Chen was a little stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that the person he casually saved was someone from the Azura Sword sect. The martial artists of the ancient sacred primal chaos widened their eyes and looked at Fang Chun in disbelief. Too strong. When did such a powerhouse appear in the ancient sacred primal chaos? He had already made a decision in his heart. After he figured out the situation in the Azura universe, he would personally make a trip to the dark marsh primal chaos. After a slight pause, he continued, "Let's go. Let's go to the exit of the heavenly venerate sea first." "Die. Kid, who are you? How dare you obstruct the dark marsh primal chaos?" Since they wanted to enslave the ancient sacred primal chaos, then don't blame me for being impolite. "What's your name?" Fang Chen asked. "Since I'm back, then all your schemes and tricks will be for naught. Senior, the entire heavenly venerate sea is now occupied by the dark marsh primal chaos. The Taoze beast even threatened to launch an all-out attack in half a month to destroy the ancient sacred primal chaos." Long Jian said, "Senior, you openly killed the martial artists of the dark marsh primal chaos. They will definitely hunt you down." The ancient sacred primal chaos was his hometown. He had only been gone for a short time, and the dark marsh primal chaos had already joined forces with the Taoze beast to invade. They were really courting death. Chapter 28:01. The Celestial Sovereign Sea was located at the border between the ancient Saint Primal Chaos and the Black Marsh Primal Chaos. Here, space was in chaos and the environment was extremely vile. The era of the confrontation between the two camps had come to an end, and the entire Celestial Sovereign Sea had been conquered by the Black Marsh Primal Chaos. The people of the ancient Saint Primal Chaos had been forced to the exit of the Celestial Sovereign Sea. From this exit, they could easily enter the ancient Saint Primal Chaos. They needed to hold their last line of defense and not let the ancient Saint Primal Chaos completely fall. The strongest expert in the ancient sage's camp was an expert at the limit of the Star Ancient Realm, and he was known as Ancient God Yin Yin. He presided over a region and tenaciously resisted. As for the ancient god ancestors of the major clans of the ancient Saint Primal Chaos, they had hurriedly returned to make arrangements. "Ancient God Yin Yin, what do we do?" someone asked. "The Taoze beast has declared that he will attack in half a month. When the time comes, none of us will be able to stop him," someone else said. "Why don't we negotiate with the Taoze beast? If he can work with the Black Marsh Primal Chaos, he can work with the ancient Saint Primal Chaos." That's right. The Taoze beast once had a grudge with the Black Marsh Primal Chaos. If we make an issue out of this, it might work. Everyone had been forced into a corner. The Black Marsh Primal Chaos army was bearing down on them. If they waited for the Taoze beast to attack, they would all die. Ancient God Yin Yin looked around at the crowd and lightly shook his head, sighing. "It's useless. The Black Marsh Primal Chaos has given the Taoze beast benefits that we can't. Moreover, their goal this time is clear. They want to occupy the ancient Saint Primal Chaos." The many martial artists fell silent. An extremely grave aura came from the air. Everyone shook their heads, and someone asked, "Are we just going to wait for death? Rather than that, we might as well fight to the death with them." The speaker was Ancient God Giant Axe. He gripped a giant axe, his face brimming with anger. Without waiting for Ancient God Yin Yun and the others to speak, he stepped forward and flew out of the ancient saint camp. There were countless tents outside the ancient saint camp. Ancient God Giant Axe was enraged. The Black Marsh Primal Chaos had gone too far. "Grandsons of the Black Marsh Primal Chaos, come out and fight with your grandpa." Ancient God Giant Axe rested his axe on his shoulder and roared. His voice resounded over the celestial sea. "Many giants of the Black Marsh Primal Chaos army. Who will take this man's head? Let me do it." An ancient god holding a giant sword took a step forward and looked at the ancient god holding a giant axe from afar. "Ancient God Huge Axe, you are courting death." Ancient God Great Sword sneered. Although their titles differed by one word, the difference in strength was still huge. The Huge Axe Ancient God was only at the early stage of the Star Ancient Realm, while the Huge Sword Ancient God was at the late stage. "Eat my axe." The infuriated Ancient God Huge Axe couldn't care less. He was completely infuriated by ancient god huge sword. His whole body strength soared, and he fiercely chopped out with his axe. The giant axe cut through the sky, bringing with it vast power as it struck the giant sword ancient god. Courting death. The giant sword ancient god sneered. The giant sword ancient god's sword vibrated. Then, with a flick of the sword tip, a sword net appeared in front of the giant axe and instantly enveloped it. Not good. Ancient god huge axe is in danger. Ancient god Yin Yun grimaced at this sight. I'll go save ancient god huge axe. Everyone was eager to give it a try, but they were all stopped by ancient god Yin Yun. If you attack, the war will start ahead of time. At that time, my ancient saint primal chaos will be powerless to resist. It was clear that ancient god Yin Yun didn't want the war to start ahead of time, so he decided to intervene. Whoosh! Ancient god Yin Yun's body flickered, and with lightning speed, he appeared in front of ancient god huge axe and extended his hand to grab him. Ancient god Yin Yun. Suddenly, a furious voice rang out, and then ancient god Yin Yun sensed a powerful energy behind him. Forget it. In this dangerous situation, ancient god Yin Yun had no time to worry about anything else. Risking injury, he grabbed an ancient god huge axe and tried to save him. However, just as his palm touched the ancient god huge axe, the latter's body disappeared into thin air. Ha ha! Ancient god Yin Yun, you fell for it. The wild laughter of the huge sword ancient god came from the sky. Not good. By the time ancient god Yin Yun sensed that something was wrong, it was already too late. Boom! A powerful palm struck ancient god Yin Yun from behind. At the same time, the huge sword ancient god's giant sword struck ancient god Yin Yun's body. Plush! Ancient god Yin Yun was heavily injured and vomited blood. Ancient god Yin Yun, you can't escape. The huge sword ancient god sneered. Attacking with him was the strongest expert of the Black Marsh primal chaos, a martial artist on the same level as ancient god Yin Yun. Lord Tao Ze Beast will only act half a month later, but our Black Marsh camp is more than enough to deal with fools like you. This was a scheme aimed at ancient god Yin Yun. The goal was to kill him and have the ancient sage's camp lose without a fight. Attack together. The many ancient gods in the ancient sage's camp called out, but they were all stopped by ancient god Yin Yun's rebuke. The camp was surrounded by powerful seals. Once they came out, they would have no protection, and the Black Marsh primal chaos would use this chance to annihilate them all. What do we do? Are you going to watch as ancient god Yin Yun perishes? They were all very anxious. Plush! Ancient god Yin Yun's body flew backward, his clothes drenched in blood. Ancient god Lama extended his hand and tore off one of ancient god Yin Yun's arms. Ancient god Yin Yun, you're dead for sure. Ancient god Lama sneered. In the celestial exalt sea, the two of them had fought for their entire lives, and in the end, it was he who had come out on top. Despicable. Ancient god Yin Yun sternly said. Ancient god Lama spread out his hands and disdainfully said, the process isn't important. The result is often what everyone pays attention to. As he spoke, ancient god Lama attacked. In the clouds, Fang Chun and Long Jian had just arrived. Fang Chun calmly watched the battle below, his heart cold. Senior, ancient god Yin Yun is the pillar of our ancient sage's camp. Once he dies, our ancient sage's camp will be powerless to resist, Long Jian anxiously said. Ancient god Yin Yun will be fine, Fang Chun said. His gaze fell on ancient god Lama's large hand, and the scene of his clone being captured appeared in his mind. Back then, a powerful hand of lightning punishment appeared in the skies of the Azura universe and captured my clone. Fang Chun muttered. Was it ancient god Lama? Fang Chun shook his head. He didn't believe that ancient god Lama had the ability to sever the connection between the main body and the clone. But even if it wasn't him, it was still closely related to him. The battle below had reached its climax. Several ancient gods of the ancient sage's camp couldn't help but charge out, but they were instantly killed by ancient god Lama. Thump! Ancient God Yin Yun's body flew backward, gasping for breath. He no longer had the strength to continue fighting. Yin Yun, everything is in the past, and so are you. The greatsword Ancient God stepped forward, arriving in front of Ancient God Yin Yun and swinging down his sword. Fang Chun and Long Jian slowly descended. Boom! Only the giant sword that had fallen to the ground was proof that the greatsword Ancient God had once existed. Many people were trying to guess at Fang Chen's identity. After all, Fang Chen had been gone for a very long time. He had experienced countless vicissitudes of life and had changed a lot. Even his aura had changed. This sudden turn of events caused Ancient God Lama to cry out in alarm. Long Jian, someone recognized Long Jian and cried out. Ancient God Lama carefully examined Fang Chun and was shocked to find that he couldn't see through him. Who's there? Fang Chen indicated that Long Jian should help Ancient God Yin Yun back to the camp so that he could rest. Don't even think about it. Ancient God Lama punched out, wanting to stop Ancient God Yin Yun. Ancient God Yin Yun stared at Fang Chun, a look of relief on his face. Long Jian walked over and helped Ancient God Yin Yun up, saying, Ancient God Yin Yun, this person is an expert of my ancient sage primal chaos. I am a master of the Azura Sword sect. Ding! The members of the ancient sage camp were unable to recognize him. Soon after, the greatsword Ancient God's body exploded, his body and soul obliterated. A rhythmic beat came from the sky. Ancient God Lama coldly asked, Thump, thump, Uish. Who was that person in front of Long Jian? A dazzling finger of light shot out from the sky, piercing through the greatsword Ancient God's chest with a speed invisible to the naked eye. There was the sound of metal clashing as Ancient God Lama's attack missed. By the time he looked back, Ancient God Yin Yun had already returned to the ancient sage camp. This person was not simple to be able to kill the greatsword Ancient God with a single finger. Who are you? Chapter 28:02. The calm sky was suddenly engulfed by a fierce gale, and a vast energy pressed down. Countless martial artists felt their hearts tremble. They were dumbfounded as they looked at the proud figure in front of them. Wasn't the master of the Azura Sword sect Fang Chun, whose name once shook the ancient Saint Primal Chaos? After disappearing for so many years, he actually came back. The master of the Azura Sword sect? After a brief moment of shock, Ancient God Lama's face darkened, his heart burning with rage. The Azura Sword sect had a lofty status in the ancient Saint Primal Chaos that no one could compare to. It had even become the strongest faction in the ancient Saint Primal Chaos. Its influence was so great that even the human assembly of elders would be somewhat apprehensive of the Azura Sword sect. However, the ancient Saint Primal Chaos and the Empyrean Sea were not on the same level. What happened in the ancient Saint Primal Chaos did not cause much of a stir in the Empyrean Sea. The influence of the Azura Sword sect was not so great that it could shock the people of the Dark Marsh Primal Chaos. So what? Those who stop me will die. Ancient God Lama's expression fluctuated as if he had already sentenced Fang Chun to death. Fang Chun stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent as he looked at Ancient God Lama. He inwardly sneered. After being gone for so long, the changes in the Empyrean Sea had truly exceeded his expectations. Is that so? Fang Chun playfully looked at Ancient God Lama, sword chi crisscrossing around his body and exuding a powerful pressure. Ancient God Lama seriously examined Fang Chun and realized that he was just an ancient god at the peak of the Star Ancient realm, nothing to be afraid of. Brat, no matter how strong you are, you can't change the fate of the ancient Saint Primal Chaos, Ancient God Lama gloomily said. Today, I will lead the experts of the Dark Marsh Primal Chaos to crush you and take complete control of the ancient Saint Primal Chaos. Ancient God Lama made no attempt to hide his excitement for the upcoming battle. For him, if he could wipe out Ancient God Yin Yun's group before the Tao Ze beast could strike, nothing could be better. Ancient God, Yin Yun no longer has the ability to fight. I'd like to see just how your ancient saint camp will fight against me. Ancient God Lama was extremely confident. Ancient God Smoke Cloud, ancient God Primal Chaos' strongest fighting force, had already been heavily injured. Now, the battle would be one-sided, and ancient God Primal Chaos would have no way of resisting. Blackpool Primal Chaos is a greedy wolf. I, ancient Saint Primal Chaos, will not surrender even if I die. An ancient god roared furiously. Fong Chun calmly looked at ancient god, Lei Mo, and suddenly said, "Isn't the backer of your Dark Marsh Primal Chaos Tao, Ze Beast? I wonder what the Dark Marsh Primal Chaos would think if I killed the Tao Ze Beast." Hearing this, many ancient gods from the Black Swamp camp roared with laughter. They looked at Fong Chun mockingly, thinking that he was delusional. "Brat, you haven't even stepped into the life ancient realm, yet you dare to boast so shamelessly. If Lord Tao Ze Beast takes action, your ancient sacred primal chaos will fall completely. That's right. Trash will always be trash. If you want to play to the gallery, you're in the wrong place. Damn fellow, let me teach you a lesson." A peak star ancient realm ancient god from the Blacklock army couldn't stand Fong Chen's arrogant words and attacked. "Trash." These words came out of Fong Chen's mouth. This enraged the members of the Black Swamp camp even more, and they began to curse and curse. But Fong Chun didn't even glance at the ancient god from the Black Swamp Primal Chaos, allowing him to wildly attack. Bam! A dazzling light imbued with boundless energy viciously struck Fong Chen's body. "Let's see if you're still alive." Ancient god Lei Mo sneered, believing that Fong Chun was doomed. Boom! But at this moment, a deafening explosion resounded through the air. A rain of blood rained down from the sky as a figure was instantly obliterated, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Dead. The members of the Black Swamp camp nodded. As for the ancient sacred primal chaos camp, they shook their heads in sorrow. "No, he's not dead." Suddenly, an ear-piercing voice rang out. This voice immediately attracted the attention of many people. Countless martial artists raised their heads and looked at the dusty battlefield. As the gray energy gradually dissipated, everyone was shocked to discover that Fong Chun was calmly standing there like a war god. In front of him was a scarlet energy, flesh and blood flying everywhere. The ancient gods of both sides were completely dumbfounded. They found it impossible to imagine how Fong Chun had managed to kill his opponent. How could this be? He clearly didn't attack. Could it be? Ancient god Lei Mo's pitch-black eyes gleamed with cold light, and his face instantly paled. He had noticed the faint halo of sword chi around Fong Chen's body. His defense is comparable to the life ancient realm. Ancient god Lei Mo took in a deep breath and coldly said, "Moreover, if his guess was correct, this boy's defense was something that ordinary life ancient realm martial artists would find difficult to compare to." In the ancient sacred primal chaos camp, all the ancient gods, including ancient god Yin Yun, rejoiced. However, only ancient god Yin Yun was able to see through Fong Chen's methods. Truly formidable. Purely relying on his physical defense, he was able to kill an ancient god of the same level. What if he used his full strength? Ancient god Yin Yun did not believe that Fong Chen's offense would be weaker than his defense. This thought cleared up the doubts in ancient god Yin Yun's mind. For him to be so calm in front of ancient god Lei Mo meant that he had nothing to fear. "My ancient sacred primal chaos camp is saved," ancient god Yin Yun muttered. On the battlefield, Fong Chun stood with his hands held behind his back, his robe flapping in the wind. "With me here, the schemes of the Black Marsh Primal Chaos are doomed to fail," Fong Chun calmly said. "Let the Tao Z Beast come, or else I don't mind killing all of you." Fong Chen's body radiated a dazzling aura. At this moment, he was brimming with confidence. At the same time, he was releasing a vast energy that made everyone tremble. What powerful energy! Countless ancient gods were flabbergasted. Although they were all ancient gods of the star ancient realm, Fong Chen's strength was far above theirs. Damn it! Upon seeing this, Ancient god Lamo couldn't help but curse out loud. Boom! Ancient god Lamo's body began to exude vast lightning energy, which quickly condensed into a giant hand of lightning punishment that swooped down at Fong Chun. Die! Ancient god Lamo gnashed his teeth and roared. I said before that not even the Tao Z-Beast would be able to do anything. Fong Chun calmly said. The moment he returned, the crisis of the ancient sacred primal chaos had been resolved. Boom! One punch, just one punch. A dazzling and frightening punch slammed into ancient god Lamo's body. Crack! Ancient god Lamo's chest exploded, sending flesh and blood flying. His origin soul was shaken and swayed, and he lost the ability to fight. Bang! Ancient god Lamo's body crashed into the ground, vomiting blood and his face ashen. In that punch, he had not used his full strength, only held back a little to spare ancient god Lamo's life. Fong Chen's casual attack had thoroughly intimidated the Black Marsh primal chaos. It could be said that he was unparalleled in power. The entire area was deathly still, and one could hear the ragged breathing of everyone. Just how powerful did one have to be to heavily injure ancient god Lamo with a single punch? Hearing the crowd's words, Fong Chun found them laughable. The crisis of the ancient sacred primal chaos had been created entirely by the Tao Z-Beast. Drip! Oomph! Once Lord Tao Z-Beast arrives, you're doomed. Many ancient gods in Hei's camp gradually recovered from the shock of the previous scene and spoke coldly. Isn't this a little too powerful? After some time, ancient god Lamo raised his head with great difficulty. Behind him, the ancient gods of the Black Marsh camp stared in fear at Fong Chun. Ancient god Lamo bitterly smiled, a helpless expression on his face as he secretly messaged Tao Z-Beast. Ancient god Yin Yun swore that he had never seen such a powerful ancient god before. Lord Tao Z-Beast is unparalleled in the world and will not allow anyone to blaspheme him. The strongest expert of the Black Marsh primal chaos, ancient god Lamo, was actually unable to take a single punch from his opponent. He raised his head to the distant horizon, waiting for Tao Z-Beast to arrive. I said before that in my eyes, you're just a dancing clown. Call Tao Z-Beast out, or else you won't be so lucky next time. Fong Chun calmly said. That's right. How could someone like you compare to Lord Tao Z-Beast's strength? Ancient god Yin Yun and the others were completely shaken. Long Jian was even more excited. This was a peerless expert who was like a war god, the master of their Azure Sword sect, someone he was extremely proud of. Chapter 28:03. The strength Fong Chun had displayed completely suppressed ancient god Lamo. The strongest member of the Black Lake faction was ancient god Lamo, and now that he was injured, who could be a match for Fong Chun? At this moment, the many ancient gods of the ancient sage faction were extremely excited. They had never been so happy since the battle with the Black Lake primal chaos. They had originally believed that when the Tao Z-Beast attacked, ancient sage primal chaos would be wiped out. But now, it seemed that the outcome would be very different. Ancient god Yin Yun's eyes widened as he stared at Fong Chun, his heart burning. Some people were still worried about what to do when the Tao Z-Beast came. Given Fong Chun's strength, the odds were stacked against him. But ancient god Yin Yun had a self-confidence that supported his view. He even believed that Fong Chun had the strength to deal with the Tao Z-Beast. In front of the two factions, Fong Chun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his body exuding an invincible aura. Oomph. Once Lord Tao Z-Beast comes, you're dead, ancient god Lamo sternly said. Ancient god Lamo said in a deep voice. Right now, he could only pray that the Tao Z-Beast would come quickly. But it was clear that ancient god Lamo's worries were unnecessary. Fong Chun simply didn't care about them, only heavily injuring himself with a single punch. He simply couldn't be bothered to attack anyone else. Playing to the gallery, once Lord Tao Z-Beast comes, he'll know how ignorant his actions are. That's right, Lord Tao Z-Beast is the strongest. How could a human of the star ancient realm compare to Lord Tao Z-Beast? Many people in the Black Lake faction were very unhappy to see Fang Chen's arrogant attitude. If the Tao Ze beast dares to come, I'll suppress it with one hand, Fang Chen said. Whoosh! The Black Lake faction was in an uproar, and many ancient gods looked at Fang Chen like he was an idiot. Brat, you're too arrogant. Who do you think you are? The three titans of God slaying island? Truly laughable. Lord Tao Ze beast is far stronger than before. Even if the three titans of God slaying island appeared, they might not be able to block Lord Tao Ze beast's attacks. The people of the Black Lock camp had placed all their hopes on the Tao Ze beast. They were praying that the Tao Ze beast could sweep through everything and destroy the ancient saint primal chaos. My Black Marsh primordial chaos is destined to devour the ancient sacred primordial chaos and become the most powerful primordial chaos void, ancient god Limo said. Fang Chen shook his head with an indifferent smile on his face. He was mocking the ignorance of these people. Describing them as frogs at the bottom of a well could not be more apparent, other than the primordial chaos, who dare to call themselves the most powerful primordial chaos void in the vast chaos realm. Even if the other chaos voids joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for the primordial chaos. Not showing up? After waiting for a while, the Tao Ze beast still did not appear. Fang Chen's face darkened. If that's the case, then I'll start a massacre until you appear. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, his finger quickly pointed. Using his finger as a sword, streaks of sharp and domineering finger radiance turned into dazzling sword radiance in the void. Poochie! Every time he pointed his finger, an ancient god from the Blackpool camp would fall. You! Ancient god Limo angrily roared, but he was powerless to stop it. The Lord Tao Ze beast you speak of doesn't even consider you subordinates, Fang Chen sneered. He views your lives as worthless. Nonsense. Lord Tao Ze beast has already reached an agreement with our Black Marsh primordial chaos. He will forever protect our Black Marsh primordial chaos. That's right. Insulting Lord Tao Ze beast is opposing the entire Black Marsh primordial chaos. Damn scoundrel. Lord Tao Ze beast will definitely kill you with his own hands. Fang Chen shrugged. So what if I oppose the Black Marsh primordial chaos? Fang Chen asked. For a moment, the furious members of the Black Marsh primordial chaos were speechless. If you don't appear, I'll kill until you do. Fang Chen's voice resounded. Thuish. With a tap of his finger, an ancient god of the Black Marsh camp instantly exploded into a bloody mess. Reality proved that Fang Chen's conjecture was correct. When Tao Ze beast subdued the Black Marsh primordial chaos, ancient god Lei Imo and many other ancient gods were his slaves. He had subdued the Black Marsh primordial chaos precisely so that he could have these slaves work for him. If Fang Chen killed all of them, wouldn't he be ruining his plans? Boom! After Fang Chen killed several dozen ancient gods, he finally sensed a majestic energy coming from the distant horizon. The clear sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds. A thick thunder dragon swam through the dark clouds, letting out deafening roars of thunder. At the same time, the roar of a beast resounded throughout the celestial sovereign sea. Who dares to ruin my plans? Tao Ze beast's voice resounded, brimming with energy. A moment later, Tao Ze beast's massive body descended from the sky and landed in front of ancient god Lei Mo. The Tao Ze beast body was huge as it looked down at Fang Chen from above. Foolish human, the Black Marsh primordial chaos is my Tao Ze beast's territory. Everyone inside is my slave. If you kill them, you will become my enemy, Tao Ze beast coldly said, his eyes sweeping over ancient god Yin Yun's group. I originally planned to act half a month later, but it now seems that your ancient sacred primordial chaos is impatient to become the slaves of subjugated country. Boom! As soon as Tao Ze Shou finished speaking, a vast power burst out from his body. The entire space was in chaos as a wild aura wreaked havoc. Ancient god Yin Yun's group retreated, their faces pale. Whoosh! Fang Chun waved his sleeve, and a halo of sword chi engulfed ancient god Yin Yun's group, instantly dispelling the powerful pressure. What sort of skill is there in bullying the weak? Fang Chun calmly said. Foolish human, you've thoroughly infuriated me. Tao's beast opened his bloody maw, baring his fangs. Your strength isn't bad. I originally planned to take you as a slave, but it seems that only death can appease the hatred in my heart. I'm afraid that you don't have the ability. Fang Chun sneered, and with a thought, a vast illusory energy erupted from his body and engulfed the dark swamp primordial chaos experts. Illusion. Ancient god Lamaw cried out in alarm as he struggled with all his might, but it was to no avail. The others were powerless to resist and fell into the illusion. Only the Tao's beast remained calm as it stared at Fang Chun with its gong-sized eyes. A trifling illusion wants to deal with me? Tao's beast sneered as he clawed at the air with his massive claws, and with a rip, the illusion was broken. But to Tao's beast's shock, even though the illusion had been broken, ancient god Lamaw and the others were still standing stiffly on the ground like zombies. What's going on? Tao's beast turned his head and cried out in alarm. He quickly realized that something was wrong. You have an emperor-level origin spirit? The Tao's beast cried out involuntarily. It let out an angry roar. In the distance, ancient god Yin Yun's group was also in turmoil. An emperor-level origin spirit was something that only existed in legends. How could trifling ancient god Lamaw and the others stop it? You, Tao's beast, want to destroy my ancient saint primordial chaos? Then I'll destroy you. Fang Chen's voice rumbled through the air. Kill! Tao's beast furiously attacked, his massive body causing space to tremble with every movement. Its bloody maw spewed out lethal venom in an attempt to shatter Fang Chen's attack. Come, I like to see how your sword technique can break through my defense. Suppress. Ancient god Yin Yun's group was extremely anxious. Tao's beast, defend. Fang Chun stomped his foot, and the hidden star sword in his hand slashed down. The hidden star sword stabbed into Tao's beast's scales and stopped its advance. The moment this sword appeared, the entire world dimmed. Tao's beast raised his head to the sky and furiously roared. He felt an enormous pressure, and his massive body was forced back. Fang Chun gave a bizarre smile as he lightly exerted force with his palm. Gotcha! The hidden star sword tore through Tao's beast's defense like it was tofu. The sword of annihilation transformed in the air several times before stabbing into Tao's beast's body. In the face of Fang Chen's powerful sword technique, Tao's beast was forced to use his trump card. The supreme ancestral I activated, and the boundless energy of the ancestral I condensed into a line in the air. At the same time, Fang Chun waved his palm, and a barrier of light appeared where the line passed, blocking the venom's path. Is that so? Tao's beast was extremely confident in his defense. Too weak. Its entire body was instantly covered in scales, forming the strongest defense. Tao's beast madly laughed. Ha ha, you can't break through my defense. Invincible Sword Tao, Annihilation Sword. Chapter 28:04. The Tao's beast was powerful, the strongest in the Celestial Sea. Not even the 3 titans of God Extermination Island would be a match for it. But it did not know that as it was improving, Fang Chun was also improving. Moreover, the latter's improvement had reached an unimaginable level. In particular, his bloodline barrier had undergone its final transformation on the trip to the Starless Domain. Now, his chaotic origin sword body had reached its limit and was evolving into the ultimate primal chaos sword body. His defense was invincible in the same realm. After absorbing the soul of the death spirit race, his origin spirit had reached the emperor level. Not even 108 blood fiends would necessarily have a stronger soul Tao than him. And this was the Celestial Sea. Just his spiritual sense alone was enough to crush everyone. Thus, in the eyes of ancient God Smoke Cloud and the others, the insufferably powerful Tao's beast had the power to destroy the Celestial Sea. But now, Fang Chun had beaten him to the point where he couldn't even fight back. If not for the fact that he had shown mercy, the Tao Ze beast would have already died. Kacha, the hidden star sword, imbued with powerful sword Dao energy, cut through the defense that the Tao Ze beast was so proud of. After that, Fang Chun put away the hidden star sword and slapped the howling Tao Ze beast. Thump! The Tao Ze beast's massive body crashed to the ground. Bzzz. The powerful force suppressed the Tao Ze beast when it tried to struggle, making it unable to move. At this moment, ancient god Lama and the others recovered from their zombie-like state, and their hearts trembled at this sight. How could this be? How could Lord Tao Ze beast be suppressed? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This is an illusion. Lord Tao Ze beast is an invincible existence. No one could defeat him. Many ancient gods were unwilling to believe the truth and began to madly shout. Fang Chun stood with his hands behind his back as he stared at the suppressed Tao Ze beast. Swear a martial oath and serve me from now on, and I can spare your life. Fang Chen's voice resounded through the air. Ancient god Lama and the others stared at the Tao Ze beast, waiting to see how it would respond. For a moment, everyone was focused on the Tao Ze beast. The latter gave up on struggling, its face twitching. Although it was unwilling, it did not want to die. After a long time, Tao Ze Sho sighed and said, I am willing to submit. Ancient god Lamo and the others immediately turned pale and staggered. Their strongest backer had already submitted, so what else could they do? Chaos Blackpool is finished. Ancient god Lamo said in a daze. Excited laughter rang out from the ancient sage's camp. The danger was so easily dealt with, and he had even subdued a powerhouse like the Tao Ze beast. Soon, Tao Ze Sho swore a martial Dao oath. From now on, you will oversee the exalted celestial sea and protect the two primal chaos voids. Fang Chun ordered. Yes, master. The Tao Ze beast didn't dare to resist, afraid that Fang Chun would be angry. Fang Chun's gaze then fell on ancient god Yin Yun. Ancient god Yin Yun, as the leader of the human race, you have led our people on campaigns in the celestial sovereign sea for many years. You have made great contributions. Are you willing to become the master of the Black Marsh primal chaos? Ancient god Yin Yun froze for a moment, and then he became extremely excited. He felt like he was in a dream. This was the master of the primal chaos void, a transcendent existence that reigned above all other factions. Once upon a time, he had led his race and ruled over the ancient sage primal chaos, but in the end his race had declined, causing him to lose his position as the overlord. In the end, he had been forced into the celestial sovereign sea. No one could have imagined that such an excellent opportunity would fall upon their heads. They were ancient gods fighting in the celestial sovereign sea, but the primal chaos void's self-protective instincts and powerful seals prevented them from entering the ancient sage primal chaos. However, this was not a big deal to Fang Chun. I'm willing, ancient god Yin Yun excitedly said. Ancient god Lamo, are you willing to submit? Starting from now, the Black Marsh primal chaos will be a subordinate of the ancient sage primal chaos, Fang Chun asked. Ancient god Lamo grimaced and helplessly shook his head. They had no other choice. At this point, the curtains were drawn on the war between the two primal chaos voids. No one could have imagined that the Azura Sword Sect Master, who had disappeared for countless years, would suddenly appear, suppress the Tao Ze beast, suppress the Black Marsh primal chaos, and resolve the crisis of the ancient sage primal chaos. The chaos of the celestial sovereign sea was left to ancient god Yin Yun to deal with. Fang Chun entered the ancient sage primal chaos. The ancient sage primal chaos was now fully developed and much stronger. At the highest point of the ancient sage primal chaos, in a palace of clouds, 7 figures were seated cross-legged, the atmosphere extremely solemn. What we do? Celestial Lord Void Dimension asked. My race's ancient god ancestor hastily returned, saying that something has happened in the celestial sovereign sea and that the ancient sage primal chaos is about to face destruction. Celestial Lord Myriad Thunder said. Thus, we need to think of a way to deal with this crisis as quickly as possible. The ancient god experts of the present era had all returned, and they were all extremely terrified. What can we do? The celestial sovereign sea has fallen, and our ancient sage primal chaos has no way of blocking the attacks of the Black Marsh primal chaos, Celestial Lord War said. The Void Dimension race patriarchs, Thunder Punishment race patriarchs, Sacred War race patriarchs, and Qingho all exchange glances. My Azura Sword sect has a sect-protecting array. After a few moments of silence, Qingho said, the only thing we can do right now is place the Azura Sword sect's sect-protecting array at the exit of the Celestial Sovereign Sea. The array left behind by Feng Chun. Hearing this, Celestial Lord Su Wei and the others' eyes lit up as they hurriedly asked. Qingho nodded. His every word and action represented the Azura Sword sect. What do you think? Can this array resist the Tao Ze beast? Celestial Lord Myriad Thunder asked. It's worth a try. Soon, the 7 elders finished their discussion and headed to the Azura Sword sect under Qingho's lead. Mahakala was once one of the top 10 heavens. Now, it had become the most transcendent heavens in the ancient sage primal chaos. Even heavens, such as the Qingshu heaven, could not compare to it. This was because the Azura Sword sect was in Mahakala. We're here. Qingho and the others appeared out of thin air and looked into the distance. Mahakala was right in front of them. Just as they were about to step into Mahakala, they suddenly felt that something was wrong. Boom! A vast aura emerged from the 7 of them at the same time as they entered a state of alert. Everyone, how have you been? A familiar voice sounded, and then Feng Chun appeared out of thin air. Qingho was stunned when he saw the situation. The others were also stunned. Feng Chun, Brother Feng, is it really you? Feng Chun greeted the 7 of them one by one, and finally his gaze fell on Qingho. Brother Qingho, it's been many years. How have you been? Mahakala, Azura Sword sect. The Azura Sword sect, which had been silent for a long time, burst into laughter today. The founding ancestor had returned, bringing with him hope. The 7 elders of the Elders Guild and the ancient god ancestors of the great clans had all arrived at the Azura Sword sect. After a long time, Feng Chun got up and shook his head. I'm not sure, but I'll find them. Where did they go? Sister-in-law will be fine. Maybe some powerful expert passed by the ancient sage primal chaos and took a fancy to Tianxin and the others. Feng Chun frowned. He really could not understand. Late at night, however, he comforted himself that the 3 girls would definitely be fine. Yes, no matter what, we'll find them. The ancient god ancestors of the great clans and the Elders Guild were originally worried about the attack of the Black Marsh primal chaos. They were now considered powerful experts of the ancient sage primal chaos and had managed the Azura Sword sect well. Naturally, they were very excited to see their boss return. It's a little strange. Tianxin and the others will be fine. Ha ha, my brother, I missed you so much. However, when Feng Chun told them about the situation in the Heavenly Venerate Sea, they were very happy. The crisis was over, and from now on, the ancient sage primal chaos would completely rise. Who is it? What made him even more anxious was that the 3 girls, Star and Moon, had entered the Heavenly Venerate Sea to train. However, when he returned from the Heavenly Venerate Sea, he did not notice the 3 girls' movements at all. The little mouse suddenly appeared, and then the other 4 guys appeared one after another. A moment later, the barbarian also came. The 5 guys were comforting Feng Chun. After listening to Qingho's story, Feng Chun learned that not only had he been taken away by the Thunder Punishment Hand, but his 2 disciples and daughter had also mysteriously disappeared. On a mountain peak, Feng Chun sat on a rock. The starlight shone on his face, making him look very lonely. Big brother, Brother Feng, do you know who the Thunder Punishment Hand is? Qingho asked. The others also looked at Feng Chun. Chapter 28:05. At the edge of ancient Saint Chaos in a vast void, 2 universes were dependent on each other. One of the miniature universes was huge. This was the Shura universe, which was famous in ancient Saint Chaos. Beside it was the galaxy universe. Whoosh! Fong Chun appeared in the interior of the Shura universe, looking down at the Earth. Everything was normal in the Shura universe. Countless geniuses stood out, and the bone progenitor appeared beside Fong Chun. Master! Fong Chun clasped his fists. Ching Ho has told me what happened in ancient Saint Chaos. I'm glad that you can come back. The bone progenitor sighed. Who would have thought that a disciple he took in back then would grow to such a level? It was shocking. In the following time, Fong Chun asked the bone progenitor in detail about what happened back then. Back then, your avatar was cultivating. Suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky, and then a thunder punishment hand appeared out of thin air. The bone progenitor said with lingering fear. After the thunder punishment hand appeared, the entire Shura universe seemed to be imprisoned. However, the thunder punishment hand didn't hurt anyone. It only captured Fong Chen's avatar. According to the bone progenitor's information, he couldn't analyze anything important. Fong Chun carefully checked the Shura universe and left a lot of cultivation resources for the bone progenitor and the miniature universe. Finally, he left quietly. After returning to ancient Saint Chaos, Fong Chun immediately entered the Celestial Sea and contacted Tao Ze Beast. After listening to Fong Chen's inquiry, Tao Ze Beast frowned. There was a time when I was cultivating. Suddenly, I felt an oppressive aura from ancient Saint Chaos. At that time, I was surprised. What aura was it? Now that I think about it, it's very likely to be the person you're looking for, Tao Ze Beast said. Hearing this, Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. He immediately said, "Tell me in detail." The reason why I sensed that aura was because I was extremely familiar with the power contained within that aura, Tao Ze Beast said. Master, perhaps you don't know about my origins? Fong Chen looked at Tao Ze Beast. He really knew nothing about Tao Ze Beast. Strictly speaking, I don't belong to this primal chaos void. I come from somewhere else. The Tao Ze Beast revealed a secret. Countless years ago, I was the beast pet of the young master of the immemorial chaos Luo Bing Continent's Wang family. Once, the young master was ordered to go to the frost chaos to find a genius. When we passed by the Empyrean Sea, a shocking battle occurred. In the end, young master escaped, but I was heavily injured and fell into the Empyrean Sea. Tao Ze Sho sank into deep memories. Fong Chun didn't expect Tao Ze Beast to come from the primordial chaos and to be a member of the Luo Bing Continent's Wang family. After countless years, I recuperated. One day, I received a message from the Frost Chaos. The person who sent the message was the young master's servant. He used the Wang family's unique method to send me a message, telling me that the young master was lost in an exploration and hasn't been found yet. Fong Chun was a little confused. What did this have to do with the lightning punishment hand? After that, the servant used a special method to send me the strand of aura. This strand of aura came from the place where the young master was lost. Tao Ze Beast looked at Fong Chun and said seriously, "And previously, I sensed the power contained in the aura that emerged from the primordial chaos void. It was exactly the same as the aura of the place where the young master was lost." Hearing this, Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat, and his expression changed. He was a little anxious. "Are you sure?" "Most likely. After all, he hadn't seen the place where the young master was lost with his own eyes, so Tao Ze Beast didn't dare to say he was 100% sure. Fong Chun clenched his fists, his blood boiling. He couldn't let go of even the slightest hope. Soon, he made a decision to head to the Frost Chaos. "Do you have a map of the Frost Chaos?" Fong Chun asked. Tao Ze Beast took out a file and handed it to Fong Chun. "Master, this is the version that the young master's servant sent me. I drew it based on my memory. It's probably a little different from the real location." Fong Chun slowly opened the file and saw a map of the stars. There were countless stars on the map, and each star represented a chaotic void. The primordial chaos void should be here. Fong Chun found the primordial chaos void on the map, and then the black swamp chaos void. The primordial chaos void is already remote enough. I didn't expect the Frost Chaos Void to be even more remote. From a map, the Frost Chaos Void was almost at the edge of the Chaos Realm. That was the true barbarian land. After a cursory glance, Fong Chun put away the map. Now that he had the Tiger Head warship, he was confident that he could reach the Frost Chaos Void. Let's make arrangements for the primordial Chaos Void first, Fong Chun said. Master. Before Fong Chun left, Tao Ze Beast called out to him. If you reach the Frost Chaos Void, explore the place where the young master was lost, and see the young master. I hope you can lend a helping hand. The primordial Chaos Void's overall strength had greatly increased, but it was still restricted by the world. It was almost impossible for it to break through to the ancient god realm. The 7 elders of the Council of Elders were already at the Empyrean level, but they were still unable to break through. The 7 of them were responsible for the safety of the human race, so they had been guarding the primordial Chaos Void and had not entered the Empyrean Sea to train. On this day, Fong Chun gathered the 7 elders and the ancient gods of the current era's great clans. Sect Master Fong. Everyone greeted Fong Chun. Even the ancient gods of the major clans were full of respect for Fong Chun. Brother Fong. Only Qing Ho was more relaxed and chatted with Fong Chun. The primordial Chaos Void is restricted by the world, and it is very difficult for it to break through to the ancient god realm. I called all of you here today to talk about this matter. Fong Chun said, Tao Ze Beast is guarding the Empyrean Sea, and ancient god Yin Yun is guarding the Black Marsh Chaos. The danger in the Empyrean Sea is greatly reduced. Therefore, the 7 of you don't need to continue guarding the primordial Chaos Void. You can enter the Empyrean Sea to train and break through to the ancient god realm as soon as possible. Hearing this, the 7 were overjoyed. Then Fong Chun looked at the ancient god ancestors of the major clans. Your strength is acceptable in the primordial Chaos Void, but it's too weak in the Empyrean Sea. Continue to cultivate hard. Fellow Taoist Fong is right. Several ancient gods nodded in agreement. For the entire morning, Fong Chun patiently explained the future direction of the primordial Chaos Void to everyone. At noon, Fong Chun left the White Cloud Palace, accompanied by Qing Ho. Thinking back, the 2 of us were deceived by the Demon Cloud State Lord and almost died. We mistakenly entered the old site of the Heaven Puppet Race. Qing Ho sighed. Now the 2 of them stood at the peak of the primordial Chaos Void. Yes, you're now a puppet celestial exalt whose name shakes the primordial Chaos Void, Fong Chun said with a smile. Qing Ho's attainments in puppetry were unparalleled. If my guess is correct, Brother Fong, you're still going to leave? Qing Ho asked. Fong Chun nodded. Qing Ho sighed. For the peak of the martial Tao, we brothers spend less time together than apart. But I believe that one day we'll be able to gather together and laugh together. When you go to the Empyrean Sea, take Barbarian with you. Fong Chun, Qing Ho, and Barbarian drank and chatted for the entire night. The next day, Barbarian and Qing Ho entered the Empyrean Sea first. Hearing this, the 5 lowered their heads and fell silent. Yes, this time you have to take us away no matter what. This primordial Chaos Void is too boring. Xiao Huang and the other 3 appeared one after another. Little Mouse appeared in front of the stone table unknowingly. It picked up a wine cup and gulped down a mouthful of strong wine. Boss, you really know how to be a hands-off boss, Little Mouse complained. Hearing Fong Chun's words, the 5 fellows' confidence increased greatly. Phew! Looking at the backs of his 5 brothers leaving, Fong Chun felt conflicted and upset. Fong Chun gently patted their shoulders and comforted them. Now that the Empyrean Sea has the Tao Ze Beast, you can go in a train and break through as soon as possible. When you're strong enough, we'll meet again in the primordial Chaos Void. Don't worry, this guy has been clamoring to go to the Empyrean Sea for a long time. Yes, we'll go to the Empyrean Sea to cultivate. Boss, don't worry, we won't embarrass you no matter what. After a long time, Little Mouse looked up and said, Boss, we can't bear to part with you. Now, Little Mouse and the other 4 were in charge of the Suresword sect. The primordial chaos void is very dangerous. Even I can't protect myself, let alone you guys. Chapter 2806. The ice primal chaos was the most remote place in the chaos realm. This was the true land of barbarians. After a long period of boredom, darkness, and loneliness, Fangchun finally arrived at this place according to the map. In a certain place in the ice primal chaos, it was snowing all year round. Snowflakes danced in the air, and the temperature was extremely high. Suddenly, the roar of a beast broke the silence. Then, the sound of fighting could be heard. "Brother, hurry up and leave." A woman's hurried voice could be heard. Then, a man and a woman appeared in the wilderness. The man was covered in blood, while the woman supported him and moved forward quickly. Behind them, a snow beast was roaring. "Stupid humans, you can't escape." The snow beast roared. It was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was behind the two of them. It stretched out its large claws and clawed at them. Poochie. Seeing that, the man couldn't escape. He gritted his teeth and pushed his sister out, while he faced the snow beast's attack head-on. Rip! The snow beast's large claws tore a piece of flesh from the man's body. Blood spurted out, and the man instantly lost his ability to fight. The snow beast's hooves stepped on the man's body. With a crack, the man's body was about to shatter. "Brother." In the distance, the woman's eyes were filled with tears. She screamed in pain. "Hurry, go." The man said the last sentence with difficulty and fell unconscious. "You can't escape." The snow beast exerted force, and the man's body shattered. Only his primordial spirit was left floating in the snowy sky. Rip! The snow beast exerted force with its large claws, trying to crush the man's primordial spirit. "No!" The woman let out a hysterical roar. She charged at the snow beast without caring about her own safety. A layer of golden light appeared on her body. Buzz! The woman burned her bloodline and activated the strongest power hidden in her body. She blocked the snow beast's attack and saved the man's primordial spirit at the same time. "Even if I die, I will die with you." The woman was determined to die and faced the snow beast. "Puny human." The snow beast looked down at the woman and said disdainfully. With a casual swipe of its huge claws, all the snowflakes in the air were instantly imprisoned. The woman's body was unable to move. Her face was filled with despair. "Am I going to die?" the woman murmured. She stretched out her fair little hand and held the man's primordial spirit in her palm. Hoo-hoo-hoo! The snow beast's huge claws carried a sharp and overbearing attack. The woman was unable to move and had no strength to resist. As long as the snow beast's huge claws landed, the woman would definitely die. However, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, a crazy vortex appeared in the sky. Within that vortex, sharp and overbearing sword lights wreaked havoc across the entire world. Immediately after, an extremely powerful energy surged out from the vortex. Voila! With a loud bang, a beam of sword light shot out from the vortex. Crack! The sword light that shot out from the whirlpool pierced through the heavens and the earth. It was immensely powerful. As it descended, it passed by the snow beast, and the snow beast's huge claws were instantly cut off. Roar! A furious roar came from the snow beast's mouth. It controlled its huge body and stared at the sword light. The entire heavens and earth were startled. The sword chi and sword essence were shocking. Dong! The sword light swooped down, and the moment it hit the ground, it suddenly exploded. A figure walked out from the explosion. At the same time, the terrifying vortex in the sky gradually disappeared. Snowflakes danced in the sky, and the world was once again covered in white. Fangchun looked around and murmured, "This should be the ice chaos." Boom! Just as he steadied himself, he suddenly felt a powerful force attacking him. He raised his head and saw a huge snow beast attacking him fiercely. "Damned human, I'm going to tear you to shreds." The snow beast's claws were cut off and blood spurted out. It was furious and swore to kill Fangchun. "Freeze!" Fangchun stretched out his finger and gently tapped the void. Suddenly, a powerful ripple spread out and affected the snow beast's body. Buzz. In the next moment, the ferocious snow beast was imprisoned in the void. When the woman saw this, she was completely dumbfounded. There was actually such a powerful person in the world. Was it really heaven's will? Thinking of this, the woman was very excited and happy. She and her brother could be saved. Senior, thank you for saving us. The woman held her brother's primordial spirit with one hand and thanked him. Fong Chan did not say anything and just looked at the woman quietly. He had no intention of interfering, but when he arrived in the ice chaos, he accidentally hit the snow beast's claws and cut them. This gave people the false impression that he was here to save the woman. However, Fong Chun did not want to explain. He did not care what others thought. Roar. The snow beast roared angrily and stared at Fong Chun with its big eyes. The latter shook his head gently. If I wanted to kill you, you would have died long ago. As Fong Chun spoke, vibrating energy surged around him. Sword light circled around him, and he was extremely powerful. The powerful force swept out and suppressed the snow beast. Its eyes were filled with fear, and it crawled on the ground. Let's go. Fong Chun waved his hand, and the seal around the snow beast opened. The snow beast fled in panic. Senior, you can't. Seeing this, the woman hurriedly shouted, the snow beast is the most powerful king in this world. Now that it has been severely injured, it will definitely take revenge on us. The woman's face was pale, and her heart was filled with fear. This area was called the Flying Snow World, and the snow beast was the only ruler here. It could control the snow in the world and form powerful attacks. Since ancient times, countless geniuses had died here. It's okay, Fong Chun said slowly. Where is this place? Although the woman was terrified, she did not say anything when she saw Fong Chen's calmness. Senior, this is the Flying Snow World. Oh, Fong Chun continued to ask, how far is this place from the Big Dipper Mountain? Hearing the words Big Dipper Mountain, the woman was shocked and looked at Fong Chun in shock. Senior, you want to go to the Big Dipper Mountain? Fong Chun nodded. The woman took a deep breath and said, Senior, the Big Dipper Mountain is not too far from the Flying Snow World. However, it is very dangerous and is known as the most dangerous place in the chaotic void. Even the supreme experts do not dare to enter it easily. It's okay. Do you have a map? Fong Chen asked. I don't have a map with me, but my tribe does. Senior, are you willing to follow me back to my tribe to get a map? The woman said, my tribe is the only way to get to the Big Dipper Mountain. Since that was the case, Fong Chen nodded and followed the woman out of the Flying Snow World. In the depths of the vast Flying Snow World, the huge snow beast controlled the snowflakes and looked at Fong Chun, who was getting further and further away. Boss, he's just a human. Why don't you take him down? Beside him, a snow beast said, this is the Flying Snow World. Humans can only be slaves. Shut up. The leader of the snow beast scolded. That human is very powerful. If it wasn't for the fact that he doesn't want to kill me, I would have been dead. It's better not to provoke such a person. But the snow beasts were confused. Why do they have to take a human so seriously? The world seems to be changing. The leader of the snow beasts mumbled. When the woman brought Fong Chun back to her tribe safely, she cried tears of joy. The snow beast did not attack. She could not believe it. Was the snow beast really afraid of this expert in front of her? No matter what, she had finally returned to her tribe. Yenner, he is back. Many people in the tribe knew that the woman had returned and came up to greet her. The woman, who was called Yenner, greeted everyone absent-mindedly and quickly came to the residence of the tribe leader. Tribe leader, Yenner requests to see you. Come in. With a creak, the door opened. Yenner brought Fong Chun into the courtyard. Fong Chun's consciousness spread out and covered the tribe. Soon, he found that the strongest expert in the tribe was an ordinary, profound god realm honorable. Yenner, where's your brother? The tribe leader asked. Chapter 28:07. The clan leader's expression changed. Finally, he nodded and said, it's good that you're back. Back then, he tried his best to dissuade them from going to the snow world to train, but they refused. Now, one of them returned with a broken body and the other injured. Remember this lesson. The clan leader continued. Clan leader, the snow world is much more dangerous than the rumors say. If it weren't for Senior Fong, my brother and I wouldn't have made it back. Yinner explained. Only then did the clan leader notice Fong Chun. His dark eyes stared at Fong Chun, trying to see through Fong Chun. However, he found that all he could see was boundless power. The clan leader's heart skipped a beat. He knew very well how powerful the snow beasts in the snow world were. The ordinary man in front of him was able to save Yin from the snow beasts. He must be powerful. Brother, thank you for saving Yin the clan leader said with a smile. Fong Chen nodded at the clan leader. Yin said bluntly, Clan leader, can you give the map of the Big Dipper Mountain to Senior Fong? The clan leader's expression changed. You want to go to the Big Dipper Mountain? Yes, I want to go there. Do you know how dangerous it is? The clan leader asked. Fong Chun spread his hands and looked indifferent. The clan leader shook his head. His impression of Fong Chun was greatly reduced. The Big Dipper Mountain was known as the most dangerous place in the ice chaos. Even heavenly venerables would die if they entered. The map is not too precious. I can give it to you. However, I'll say it again. With your strength, entering the Big Dipper Mountain is tantamount to suicide. The clan leader took out a map and handed it to Fong Chun. Thank you. Fong Chun cupped his fists and thanked the clan leader. Then, he turned and left. He could not wait to find clues. Now that he had the map of the Big Dipper Mountain, he naturally wanted to enter as soon as possible. Senior, Yinner wanted to chase after him, but the clan leader scolded her. Yin, although this person is very strong, he is short-sighted and too arrogant. If he enters the Big Dipper Mountain, he will die without a doubt, the clan leader said. This kind of person is not worth making friends with. Yes, Chief. Yin lowered her head. The snow race was the most powerful race within 100,000 miles, and Shui was a genius of the snow race who was famous throughout the ice chaos. Countless young talents were pursuing Shui Yinner. However, the latter directly refused. She wanted to cultivate wholeheartedly. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Fong Chun leaped into the air and flew in the sky. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. An extremely cold aura whizzed over. When Fong Chun looked closely, he was surprised to find an ultimate venerable one among them. Below, in the Snow Clan. Old Devil Shui. Have you made up your mind? His voice reverberated throughout the Snow Clan. The expressions of the clan leader and Shui Yin changed drastically. Wait here. I'll go out and take a look. The clan leader leaped and came to the front of the Snow Clan's territory to confront the group of people. Honorable Skyfrost, Yinner, is focused on cultivating. She doesn't want to think about anything else, the clan leader said slowly. She doesn't know what's good for her. The ultimate venerable sneered. It's her honor that I'm interested in her. Today is the deadline. If she doesn't agree, then the Snow Clan will be destroyed. The clan leader's expression changed at once. Boom! Honorable Skyfrost released a powerful force to suppress the clan leader of the Snow Clan and force her to submit. Chief, just as the clan leader of the Snow Clan was in a dilemma, a voice came from behind. Let me go. Shui Yinner looked gloomy as if she had lost all hope in the world. However, she was willing to pay any price for the sake of her race. Yinner, the clan leader of the Snow Clan, closed her eyes in pain. Ha! At least you're sensible. If you become my wife, the vast primordial ice realm will order you around, but it won't do anything. The Snow Clan will rise because of you, Honorable Skyfrost said with a sinister smile. In the sky, Fong Chun looked at the scene quietly and sighed. Scenes of him being with his wife appeared in his mind. In the end, he tore open the sky and stepped out. In the icy void, Fong Chen's hand appeared out of nowhere and grabbed Yinner's body. If you don't agree, I'll take you away, Fong Chun said. Shui Yinner shook her head. If she left, her race would be destroyed. Senior, I appreciate your kindness, but I can't leave, Shui Yinner cried. Who are you? Let go of Yin. The sudden change made Honorable Skyfrost roar in anger. The clan leader of the Snow Clan looked gloomy, as if she was blaming Fong Chun for angering Honorable Skyfrost. Yin it doesn't agree, but you're forcing her? Fang Chen rolled his eyes and said coldly, who do you think you are? Who are you to talk nonsense here? With that, Honorable Skyfrost attacked. It's over. The clan leader of the Snow Clan sat on the ground and felt helpless. The moment Honorable Skyfrost attacked, the Snow Clan was done for. You're courting death. Fang Chun waved his robe, and a wild power surged out. The entire area was filled with powerful sword chi. Swoosh! The dense sword chi quickly condensed into a ray of sword light and shot out. No! Honorable Skyfrost, who was attacking, felt the great pressure. His heart trembled, and he cried out in pain. Crack! A sword slashed his body into pieces. Another sword slashed his primordial spirit. In a flash, Honorable Skyfrost, who was powerful enough to destroy the Snow Clan, was killed. How is this possible? The people below cried out involuntarily. Only the clan leader of the Snow Clan shook his head in pain. Brat, how dare you kill Honorable Skyfrost? You're dead meat. No one can save you. The ordinary honorable who came with Honorable Skyfrost shouted. Pucci. Fang Chun pointed his finger and killed him. It's not just you. The entire Snow Clan will be destroyed because of your actions, another honorable said ferociously. Wait for the ancient god's revenge. Noisy. With a wave of his robe, a vast power rushed down and killed all the people brought by Honorable Skyfrost. However, the Snow Clan was not grateful as expected. Instead, they looked at Fang Chun with resentment. Yin'er, draw a line between you and this person. The clan leader of the Snow Clan said in a low voice. Later, I will personally apologize. Perhaps the Snow Clan will be able to escape this disaster. Clan leader, Yin'er's robe fluttered in the wind as she called out. She did not leave Fang Chen's side. Yin-er, he killed Honorable Skyfrost. Don't you understand? The clan leader said. If you stay with him, the Snow Clan will be in trouble. Honorable Skyfrost was not terrifying. What was terrifying was the force behind him. Not only were there heavenly masters, but there were also legendary ancient gods. He was the only descendant of the ancient gods. If he died, the ancient gods would definitely go crazy. Therefore, the clan leader of the Snow Clan asked Shui to stay away from Fang Chen. Fang Chen chuckled. It was ironic. He had saved the Snow Clan, but now they were complaining about him. Go back. Fang Chen shook his head and turned around. Senior Fang. Shui Yin'er walked to Fang Chen and looked at him. I will apologize to you on behalf of the Snow Clan. No need. Senior, this happened because of me. I will take responsibility, Shui Yin'er said. Shui Yin'er, stay away from this person. This is an order. If you don't agree, you will be expelled from the Snow Clan. The clan leader of the Snow Clan said sternly. The Snow Clan could not afford to offend an ancient god. Honorable Skyfrost had died at the hands of Fang Chun. The ancient gods were superior, so they might not care about the Snow Clan. On the other hand, although this person was powerful and might even be a heavenly master, he had offended an ancient god. There was no place for him in the ice chaos. Shui Yin shook her head and looked at the people of the Snow Clan. How could they do this? How could they disregard their principles in order to survive? The Snow Clan is indebted to Senior Fang. We can't. As the clan leader of the Snow Clan, I hereby announce that Shui Yin is expelled from the Snow Clan. From now on, she has nothing to do with the Snow Clan. Shui Yin-er's face turned pale and her body trembled. She had suffered a great blow. She could not imagine that the Snow Clan would banish her. Fang Chen looked at all of this quietly and took Shui Yin'er away. The people of the Snow Clan immediately spread the news that Fang Chen had killed Honorable Skyfrost and taken Shui Yin'er away. Chapter 28:08. Reverend Tianhan was only an ultimate venerable. However, his death caused an uproar. Many heavenly masters who stood at the top of the ice chaos spoke up to seek justice for him. No matter who it is, no matter where it is, the murderer must die. That's right. We'll do our best to kill this person and avenge Reverend Tianhan. The heavenly masters, who were usually superior, all came out of seclusion and gathered at the Beta Mountain. The humble school. It was one of the top forces in the ice chaos and also the force behind Reverend Tian'an. The humble school had 3 heavenly masters and countless ultimate venerables. At the same time, it also had an ancient god who intimidated the ice chaos. Reverend Tian'an was the descendant of this ancient god. His death caused an uproar in the humble school. Many people vaguely heard angry roars coming from the humble school. When the ancient god was angry, millions of corpses would fall. On this day, a cold light flashed across the sky above the humble school. According to witnesses, the cold light swept across the entire sky as if it was going to shatter the ice chaos. It was very shocking. Soon, the news spread that the ancient god of the humble school had come out of seclusion and was heading to the Beta Mountain. Once the news spread, the ice chaos was even more shocked. Countless martial artists went to see the ancient god's majesty. Fang Chun and Shui Yin'er flew quickly in the sky. He looked at Shui Yin'er from time to time. She was very sad. She had done everything for the Snow Clan, but in the end, she was abandoned by them. After this incident, Fang Chun had a good impression of Shui Yin'er. At least this girl didn't retreat in the face of danger. It's just the Snow Clan. Let them leave. Fang Chun comforted her. Shui Yin'er didn't say anything and continued to move forward. I'll bring you to the Beta Mountain to cultivate. One day, you'll return with billions of lives. By then, no one in the ice chaos will be your match. The Snow Clan will regret the decision they made in the past. Fang Chun said. Shui Yin'er nodded slightly. Senior Fang, you've done enough. Yes, they didn't know each other, but he had saved her from the snow beast. After seeing that she was about to be taken away by Reverend Tian'an, he didn't give in and killed Reverend Tian'an. Shui was, after all, a young girl. Her heart rippled as if she had a special feeling. As they spoke, they arrived at the Big Dipper Mountain. There was a vast mountain peak in front of them that reached into the clouds. We've arrived at the Big Dipper Mountain, Fang Chun said. However, his face instantly darkened. They're really fast. Voila! He grabbed Shui Yin'er's arm and arrived halfway up the Big Dipper Mountain in a flash. Wait here. With that, Fang Chun took a step forward and arrived at the foot of the Big Dipper Mountain. Since you're already here, why are you being so sneaky? As soon as Fang Chun's voice fell, numerous figures appeared in the void, surrounding the entire Big Dipper Mountain. Brat, you killed Supremacy Heavenfrost. Do you think you'll be fine after escaping to the Big Dipper Mountain? You're too naive. Today, we will avenge Supremacy Tian'an and take your life. Die! Someone could not help but make a move. Fang Chun flicked his finger and killed him. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Fang Chun stood quietly on the ground, his body filled with killing intent. If the people who were familiar with Fang Chun were here, they would definitely know that he wanted to kill them. Soon, he would start a massacre. I'm right here. If you want to avenge Supremacy Tian'an, just do it. Fang Chun's aura was like a rainbow, and his voice was filled with invincible confidence. He opened his hand, and a terrifying sword Dao aura filled his palm. With him, as the center, a powerful sword chi storm instantly formed, and the sky changed color. Dong! Suddenly, the ground cracked, and an incomparably oppressive aura appeared. The ancient god ancestor of the humble school appeared. No matter how strong you are, you're still an ant in front of an ancient god. The ancient god ancestor of the humble school was surrounded by a gray aura, and no one could see his face. Supremacy Tian'an is my descendant. You killed him, which is a provocation to the humble school. I'll destroy your physical body and imprison your primordial spirit. I'll make you suffer for billions of years until you die in regret. What arrogance! I, Fang Chun, have never been afraid of anyone in my life. Fang Chun sneered. His aura surged, and he was not afraid of the ancient god ancestor. In front of the Big Dipper Mountain, everyone was shocked. Was this guy crazy? He even dared to ignore the ancient god ancestor. My lord, you don't have to do it yourself to kill this boy. Let us serve you. Everyone knew how powerful Fang Chun was. Even a limit venerable didn't dare to make a move. The person who spoke was a celestial venerable. Buzz! Celestial venerable devil hand's figure flashed, and countless palms appeared in the sky. This was her trump card. Even in the same realm, no one could defeat it. Die. Heavenly Lord Devil Hand immediately used her most powerful technique, intending to kill Fong Chun with brute force. You see me as an ant, but aren't you an ant in my eyes as well? Fong Chun slapped out with his palm, causing the space around him to tremble violently. Heavenly Sovereign Devil Hand's attack was instantly shattered into pieces. Not good. By the time Celestial Venerable Devil Hand realized that something was wrong, Fong Chen's palm had already slammed down. Without any resistance, her body shattered, and her primordial spirit was destroyed. In front of the Big Dipper Mountain, there was dead silence. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched this scene in disbelief. How strong was this guy in front of them? Was he also an ancient god? How much power did it take to kill a celestial venerable with a flip of his hand? This kid is a little strange. Let's attack together. Several more celestial venerables joined forces to attack Fong Chun. However, their fates were exactly the same as celestial venerable devil hands. Dong! The world shook as Fong Chun suppressed several celestial venerables with a flip of his hand. Then he mercilessly destroyed their bodies and primordial spirits. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Fong Chun stood at the foot of the Big Dipper Mountain like a demon god. His eyes were scarlet as he stared ahead. Isn't that Shui Yin'er? Someone found Shui Yin'er halfway up the mountain, which confirmed the news that the Snow Clan had expelled her. Yin'er, don't be stubborn. The Snow Clan leader shouted hysterically. He was burning with anger, afraid that the ancient god ancestor would blame the Snow Clan because of Shui Yin'er. Shui Yin'er's delicate body trembled as tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing this scene, she was even more desperate. She shook her head frantically as tears fell like rain. You shouldn't be like this. The ancient god ancestor of the humble school spoke. He gently pointed his finger, and a vast pressure swept out. A terrifying finger light slammed into Fong Chen's body. Dong! The finger light exploded with boundless power. An ancient god is attacking. He's dead for sure. Is this the power of an ancient god? It's too powerful. Ha! Weren't you very arrogant just now? Now you're dead at the hands of an ancient god. Buzz! When the terrifying power dissipated, Fong Chun was still standing. There was no wound on his body. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. He was unharmed by an ancient god's attack. It was unbelievable. No, his aura is unstable. He must have been severely injured. He's pretending. How can a Shin god be comparable to an ancient god? Yes, he's holding on. He's going to die without the ancient god. As they spoke, a celestial master flashed and shot out, wanting to take the opportunity to kill Fong Chun. Die! Fong Chun clenched his hand into a fist and punched out. Dong! The celestial master's head suddenly exploded. Blood mist filled the air, and everyone trembled. How is this possible? Everyone looked at Fong Chun in disbelief. Did he really have the strength to challenge an ancient god? Fong Chun was bathed in the smell of blood. His body exuded cold, murderous intent. At this moment, he would kill anyone who stood in his way. I didn't want to make a move, but you're forcing my hand, Fong Chun said coldly. In that case, let's fight. I'd like to see who can hurt me in this vast primal chaos. Fong Chen's voice was full of confidence. His gaze swept across the crowd. Killing a celestial master with a flick of his finger had completely shocked everyone. Their only thought now was for an ancient god to kill Fong Chun. Die! The ancient god ancestor of the humble school pointed out again. The power of this finger was unparalleled. Dong! However, the result was the same. The finger light exploded, but it didn't hurt Fong Chun. You're also an ancient god? Suddenly, the ancient god ancestor of the humble school exclaimed. Fong Chen's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 28:09. A storm appeared and dark clouds covered the sky. The atmosphere was oppressive. Some of the weaker cultivators paled, unable to withstand the oppressive aura, and retreated. As for the sovereigns, their eyes were wide with shock. Normally, ancient gods were nowhere to be seen in the primal chaos, but now there were 4 of them. Even now, no one knew how many ancient gods there were in the primal chaos. The three ancient god realm masters quickly arrived in front of the ancient god realm patriarch. How is it? The three of them asked. Ancient gods could look down on the entire primal chaos. In their eyes, anyone who dared to provoke them would die without a burial place. He's an ancient god, the ancient god ancestor said in a low voice, his eyes flashing. His 2 fingers seemed ordinary, but they actually contained great power. However, they were unable to cause any harm to the latter. From this, he came to the conclusion that this fellow was not only an ancient god, but also extraordinarily strong. This was why he had secretly sent a message to the other ancient gods to come. An ancient god? When did a new ancient god appear in the primal chaos? It had been a long time since an ancient god had appeared in the primal chaos. Since ancient times, whenever a new ancient god appeared, it would cause a great commotion. Fang Chen's origins were very suspicious. He's not an ancient god of our primal chaos, the ancient god ancestor said. Hearing this, the 3 of them looked at Fang Chen in unison. Kid, who are you? Why are you here? Fang Chen's aura surged. You don't have a right to know who I am. Indeed, an invincible existence in the life ancient realm was not something a few ancient gods of the void ancient realm had the right to know. If Fang Chen attacked with all his strength, the primal chaos would instantly sink. But he didn't do so. First, he didn't want to kill the innocent. Second, he didn't want to attract the attention of a peerless expert of the primal chaos. Time passed, but the primal chaos remained unchanged. Every single chaotic void had a reason for its existence. If one were to rashly destroy it, then one would definitely suffer the wrath of the heavens. After cultivating to this point, Fang Chen understood the vastness of the supreme laws even more. The entire primal chaos realm was under the control of the supreme law, and it was difficult for human warriors to escape. Perhaps only those peerless masters who stood at the peak of the primal chaos realm could ignore the shackles of the supreme law. Brat, you are too arrogant. Even though we are all ancient gods, there are differences in strength. An ancient god sneered, eager to give a try. They had been ancient gods for countless years, but they had never had an opponent, so they were very lonely. Now that he had finally met an opponent, he naturally couldn't wait to make a move. That's right. You are right about one thing. Even among ancient gods, there are differences in strength. Fang Chen said indifferently, as if he didn't care at all. In everyone's eyes, Fang Chen was too arrogant. 4 great ancient gods were gathered here, yet he was still so arrogant. He was simply courting death. I want to see what you're capable of. Boom! A thick bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky and exploded in front of Fang Chen. The vast power of lightning frantically eroded Fang Chen's sword chi defense. Fang Chen shook his head. You are no match for me. Fang Chen waved his hand, and the vast power of lightning was instantly refined. Dong! He punched out again, forcing the ancient god to retreat. Thump! Thump! After stabilizing himself, the ancient god's pitch-black eyes were filled with shock. He exchanged glances with the other 3 ancient gods, and then said in a low voice, This brat is a little strange. Let's attack together and capture him. Then we can explore his secrets. After becoming an ancient god, it was too difficult to take another step forward. Fang Chen's appearance was an opportunity. The many venerables surrounding the Big Dipper Mountain were shocked. They had originally thought that Fang Chen was at most a celestial venerable. Who would have thought that he was actually an ancient god? How could this be? The Snow Clan Patriarch's heart was in turmoil. There was some regret and guilt in his heart, but in the end, it all turned into hatred. Today, no matter what, I will kill you. The 4 ancient gods attacked together. Boom! Fang Chen clenched his fist, and the void trembled. His body exuded a frightening aura. The aura of the star ancient realm instantly spread out, causing the sky to change color. Not good. The 4 ancient gods didn't even attack, but they felt an incomparable tremor. They all retreated. It was too powerful. The shock came from the depths of their primordial spirits. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Gather all the helpers you can find. Fang Chen's voice was like a god's, resounding in the sky. After the four ancient gods stabilized themselves, their hearts were filled with fear. How is this possible? Fang Chen's aura was far stronger than theirs. The four were filled with fear, and they didn't even have the courage to attack. It wasn't until this moment that the ancient god patriarch of the humble school realized how laughable his previous actions were. Damn it! Why do you have to pretend to be an ancient god? The ancient god patriarch of the humble school felt bitter and looked at the other three. This person wantonly killed our martial artists. Immediately report this to the Lord. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, an old man with a Bodhi aura suddenly appeared. Benefactor, can we stop here? The Buddhist elder's face was full of kindness. He put his palms together and nodded gently at Fang Chen. Fang Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there would be such a Buddhist expert in the primordial ice domain. This person's cultivation had reached the limit of the void ancient realm, and he was one step away from the star ancient realm. It wasn't easy to cultivate to the limit of the void ancient realm in such a barbaric place. Kill him, and I will stop. Fang Chen stretched out his finger and pointed at the ancient god ancestor of the ancient god realm. Kid, you've gone too far. The ancient god patriarch of the humble school roared and prepared to attack. What? You're going to stop me? Fang Chen asked. The Buddhist elder shook his head and put his palms together. He muttered the Buddhist language and sighed. Boom! Fang Chen executed the space-time escape technique. His figure flashed as he escaped into the void. You want to kill me? The ancient god patriarch of the humble school sneered and used all his strength. Crack! Suddenly, he felt a powerful force behind him. He quickly turned around and found that Fang Chen's hand had penetrated his chest. Blood spurted out and his aura weakened. No! He wanted to resist, but he found that his strength was instantly drained. Under everyone's gaze, the ancient god patriarch of the humble school slowly fell to the ground. Splash! Fang Chen returned to the foot of the Big Dipper Mountain as if nothing had happened. Benefactor, are you satisfied? The Buddhist elder put his palms together and asked. Fang Chen gently nodded at the Buddhist elder before leaping to the waist of the mountain and disappearing from the Big Dipper Mountain with Shui Yan'er. If you want revenge, come find me. Fang Chen's voice echoed on the Big Dipper Mountain. The icy chaos was shocked. The ancient god patriarch of the humble school had died at the hands of a stranger. It was unbelievable. My lord, why didn't you kill him? Yeah, he's too arrogant. Does he think he can do whatever he wants just because he's strong? Damn him. The remaining three ancient gods were extremely unhappy with Fang Chen. The Buddhist elder shook his head. I'm not his match. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire world was shocked. Others might not know, but the three ancient gods knew very well that the Buddhist elder was the strongest ancient god of the icy chaos. His attainments in the Buddhist Tao were very high. Even he wasn't a match for that guy. Just how powerful was he? His target is only the humble school. If he really wants to, he can destroy our side of the chaotic void with a flip of his hand. The Buddhist elder had a complicated look in his eyes. Then, he ordered that no one was allowed to approach the Big Dipper Mountain. This earth-shattering news quickly spread throughout the frost primal chaos. Everybody was astonished. Only the members of the Snow Clan didn't feel good. Chapter 28:10. The Big Dipper Mountain was shrouded in mist. Senior Fang. At this moment, Shui Yan'er had already let go of everything in her heart. She smiled brightly and stared at Fang Chen. She was a little shaken, especially when she saw Fang Chen kill an ancient god expert. It was too shocking. I didn't expect Senior Fang to be so powerful. Shui Yan'er smiled awkwardly. She was worried that Fang Chen would be killed by the ancient god ancestor of the humble school. Now, it seemed that her thoughts were ridiculous. Shui Yan'er's heart was in chaos. She almost couldn't believe that the frigid school, a superpower in the primal chaos of ice, had lost their patriarch because of her. It was too shocking. Ancient god experts were legends, and no one could defeat them. However, This rule was broken by Fong Chun. The humble school bullied the weak. Supremacy Tianhan wanted to take you by force because of your beauty. I just taught him a lesson. I didn't expect the humble class to be so protective. I warned them long ago, but they didn't listen. They only have themselves to blame for ending up like this. Fong Chun spread out his hands. Without the protection of the ancient gods, it could be imagined that the humble class would quickly decline in the near future. Senior Fong, Shui Yinner was very grateful to Fong Chun. There's no need for that. If you hadn't stood on my side that day, I wouldn't have done anything, Fong Chun said. He had killed Supremacy Tianhan, but the Snow Clan leader thought that he had offended the humble school and wanted to cut ties with him. From that moment on, Fong Chun's good impression of the Snow Clan disappeared. However, he was surprised that Shui Yinner would rather be expelled from the Snow Clan than stay away from him. From this, one could see the kindness in Shui Yinner's heart. Dong dong dong. While Fong Chun was immersed in his thoughts, Shui Yinner's body suddenly underwent a slight change. At the same time, Fong Chun's bloodline vibrated. Whoosh! Fong Chun grabbed Shui Yinner and moved quickly. Soon, they arrived at a strange place. This place was empty, and there was only a skeleton sitting cross-legged there. The vibration came from the skeleton. Fong Chun spread out his divine sense to examine the skeleton and soon discovered the truth. I see. Fong Chun grinned and said to Shui Yinner, Yinner, your opportunity has come. That skeleton is the ancestor of the Snow Clan. He's extremely strong. Even though he's dead, his body contains the blood of the Snow Clan. Really? Shui Yinner said excitedly. You sit here, I'll help you. Shui Yinner followed Fong Chun's instructions and sat in front of the skeleton. Fong Chun circulated all of his power and forced the skeleton's energy into Shui Yinner's body. Then, a drop of blood flowed out of the skeleton and entered Shui Yinner's bloodline, quickly changing her bloodline power. Whoosh! After a while, Fong Chun retracted his hand. Shui Yinner had already entered a state of cultivation. Silver light flowed around Shui Yinner's body and cold light flashed in the air. The skeleton had acknowledged Shui Yinner and was helping her transform. Fong Chun seemed to be able to see a matchless empress standing at the peak of frigid ice and primal chaos, stepping on the legion of gods. I hope we can meet again in the future. Fong Chun flicked his finger and a mark entered Shui Yinner's forehead before he left. Walking in the Big Dipper Mountain, Fong Chun could feel the raging aura in the air. Such powerful energy. The heavenly Tao energy here is extremely strong, and it seems to have the shadow of the supreme laws. Fong Chun curled his lips and said, No wonder the ancient gods of the ice primal chaos don't dare to enter this place. The power of the heavenly Tao here was strong enough to imprison a void ancient god. Even the Buddhist elders didn't dare to enter. The structure here is similar to the heavenly sovereign sea, but it's stronger. Fong Chun murmured. He continued to go deeper. A few days later, he found the wreckage of a void battleship in the depths of the Big Dipper Mountain. Void battleship. Fong Chun walked around the wreckage and observed it carefully. There was an incomplete Wong character on the wreckage. It should be the Wong family's void battleship. He recalled what Tao Zisho had said. They came from the Wong family of the immemorial, chaotic Luo Bing continent. The young master of the Wong family has indeed been here. But what caused the void battleship to be destroyed like this? Fong Chun was even more confused. Logically speaking, the remote chaos void should not have such strong fighting power. His intuition told him that there must be something hidden here. Let's go deeper. Fong Chun followed the wreckage and soon arrived at the true core of the Big Dipper Mountain. It was a mess as if there had been an intense battle. Blood. Fong Chun squatted on the ground and carefully examined the dried-up drop of blood. He touched it gently with his finger. Fong Chun was sure that this drop of blood came from the young master of the Wong family. It seems that the young master of the Wong family is in danger. Fong Chun pursed his lips and looked around vigilantly. The Big Dipper Mountain was becoming more and more unpredictable. Where are the clues? Fong Chun frowned and fell into deep thought. After a while, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He immediately looked at the withered branches scattered on the ground in front of him. These branches have long been broken, and their vitality has disappeared. After the baptism of time, they should have withered. But now, I can feel that there is moisture in them. After discovering this, Feng Chen hurriedly began to investigate. Soon, he was shocked to discover that these withered branches were actually a peerless array. What an exquisite array! If I hadn't deduced in reverse, I wouldn't have discovered it. Feng Chen's attainment in array formation was obvious to all. If even he couldn't discover it, one could imagine how exquisite this array was. Who was it that set up such an exquisite formation here? Feng Chen was curious. At the same time, he analyzed the array's operating trajectory. Crack! The withered branches turned to ashes, and the array suddenly appeared. A pitch-black door appeared out of thin air. Feng Chen weighed the pros and cons, and finally decided to enter to investigate. Crash! Feng Chen plunged into the pitch-black door and quickly disappeared into the darkness. The Big Dipper Mountain was known as the most dangerous place in the ice primal chaos. For countless years, the Big Dipper Mountain had been very peaceful. But today, the Big Dipper Mountain shook as if it would collapse at any time. Like a virus, this news spread like wildfire. The ancient god experts, led by the Buddhist elder, looked at the Big Dipper Mountain from afar. "Sir, what's going on? Has the creature in the Big Dipper Mountain been born?" The Buddhist elder shook his head, disbelief in his eyes. "The sky has changed." After saying this, the Buddhist elder disappeared, leaving behind the three ancient gods looking at each other in confusion. The entire primal chaos was discussing the Big Dipper Mountain. Some people even said that Feng Chen had single-handedly suppressed the creature in the Big Dipper Mountain, breaking the peace of the Big Dipper Mountain. In short, rumors were flying everywhere. In the territory of the snow race. Patriarch, although that guy is strong, he has entered the Big Dipper Mountain. He might die. Yeah, he's too arrogant. He thinks that he can suppress the primal chaos just because he's strong. He's too naive. Many people mocked and ridiculed. Of course, some people thought that they were using Shui Yin as an opportunity to repair their relationship with Feng Chen. Patriarch, Senior Feng's achievements are unparalleled. If we can get his support, we will definitely become the strongest race in the world. Yeah, although we didn't get along well with Senior Feng, he killed the ancient god ancestor of the humble school for Yin. Maybe he likes Yin. Why don't we use Yin to repair our relationship with him? That's right. When Yin comes out of the Big Dipper Mountain, we will immediately make her the saintess of the Snow Clan and the successor of the Patriarch. Even if Senior Feng hates the Snow Clan, as long as Yin becomes the Patriarch of the Snow Clan, he won't sit idly by. The Patriarch of the Snow Clan rubbed his temples and closed his eyes in pain. He waved his hand and stopped the discussion. "Our Snow Clan has missed a chance to rise," said Lin Feng. The Patriarch of the Snow Clan sighed. Who would have thought that an ordinary guy would suddenly become a dominator of the primal chaos void? Fortunately, Shui Yin was the bridge between them. I hope the result isn't too bad. Chapter 28:11. Big Dipper Mountain. Feng Chen was deep in a paradise. The air here was gentle, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. Lush greenery stretched as far as the eye could see. It was completely different from the Big Dipper Mountain he had seen before. What is this place? Feng Chen clearly remembered that he had broken the array and entered the pitch-black door. But now, he had appeared in such a place. It was really inconceivable. "Save me." Suddenly, a hoarse voice could be heard coming from the distance. Feng Chen frowned and released his spiritual sense. It rolled and spread out, instantly covering the entire place. He found a rusty iron cage in a corner not far away. There were several people locked inside. Whoosh! Feng Chen stepped forward and arrived in front of the rusty iron cage. "This is stellar divine flame iron?" Feng Chen was surprised. The cage was made of a heaven-defying material like stellar divine flame iron. Wasn't this too extravagant? Of course, what really surprised Feng Chen was that there were 4 people in the cage. 3 of them had already lost their vitality, and the last one was only skin and bones, dying. His lips were cracked, and his hair was disheveled. He was in a sorry state. He leaned against the cage and struggled to open his eyes. He tried several times to reach out his hand, but he had no strength. "Young Master Wang?" Fang Chen asked. The latter's eyes flickered, and he nodded with difficulty. "What happened to you back then? Why are you trapped here?" Fang Chen hurriedly asked. Perhaps he could get some useful information from the Wang family's young master. The Wang family's young master said one word and then fainted. The energy in his body has completely dried up. The reason he can live until now is probably because of his bloodline power. Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, his gaze fell on the rusty iron cage. Dong! He punched the iron cage. The latter only shook a little, but did not shatter. The rumors are true. The astral god fire iron is extremely hard. Even ancient realm martial artists can't break it. Fang Chen said. However, it is said that the astral divine fire iron is afraid of fire. I could try using the fire origin bloodline to activate the divine fire left by the fire demon true lord. Thinking of this, Fang Chen activated the fire origin bloodline in his body. Majestic flames surrounded his body. After that, he released the divine fire. His fire origin bloodline merged into the divine fire and activated the divine fire's strongest power. Rumble. The divine fire burned the starry divine fire iron, making hissing noises. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, after 6 hours, the stellar divine flame iron showed no signs of being refined. This made Fang Chen feel very helpless. Even the divine fire left behind by the fire demon true monarch is unable to refine the stellar divine fire iron. Speaking of the divine flame, Fang Chen stopped refining it and prepared to think of other methods. Brother. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ear. Fang Chen looked into the cave abyss mountain and saw Xiaohua talking to him. I have a way to refine the stellar divine fire iron. Xiaohua said. Oh, you have a way? Fang Chen was a little surprised and let Xiaohua out. Xiaohua nodded and said, Brother, during this period of cultivation, I have awakened the fire seed in my body and received the fire inheritance left behind by the fire demon true monarch. Hearing this, Fang Chen was pleasantly surprised. Xiaohua walked to the stellar divine fire iron and stretched out his hand. Suddenly, a wisp of ordinary flame appeared in his palm. Suddenly, Fang Chen's face changed. He also had the fire origin bloodline. He could clearly feel the enormous power contained in this wisp of ordinary flame. So powerful. This must be the essence of the fire origin bloodline left behind by the fire demon, true monarch, right? Fang Chen murmured. The fire seed in Xiaohua's hand was constantly jumping. At the same time, it released a powerful force that wrapped around the stellar divine fire iron. Piss. Under Fang Chen's dumbfounded gaze, the indestructible stellar divine fire iron showed signs of being refined. There's hope. Fang Chen chuckled. In a mysterious place in the vast primordial chaos, the fire demon true monarch, the disheveled old man, and the others were playing chess in the clouds. Suddenly, the fire demon true monarch sensed something and looked into the distance with a deep gaze. To think that this lad has such great potential. A rare smile appeared on the fire demon true monarch's face. Ha! Fire demon, this descendant of yours is pretty good. It hasn't been long, and he has already awakened his fire seed completely, the disheveled old man said at the side. That's right. Seems like he has already accepted the inheritance you left behind. Who knows? He might be able to reach your level in the future. It's rare to see you smile, fire demon. The other old men teased. Lad, cultivate well. There are very few in the fire race who can awaken their fire seed through their own efforts. I want to see how far you can go in the future, the fire demon true monarch murmured. Ice chaos, Big Dipper Mountain. Even though the stellar god flame metal was tough, it was beginning to melt under the refinement of the fire seed. However, it was a rare divine metal after all. Even a fire seed of the fire tribe could not refine it in a short period of time. Furthermore, Xiaohua was too young and did not have enough strength to support it. He would have to stop and rest after a while. This continued on and off for about 18 years before the stellar divine flame iron was finally completely refined. Pust, pust. Xiaohua controlled the fire seed and absorbed the liquid stellar god, flame, metal, furiously. Brother, help me. Fangchen nodded and placed his hands on Xiaohua's back. The power of his fire origin bloodline surged into Xiaohua's body. With the support of his power, Xiaohua could control the fire seed more easily. A moment later, the refined stellar god flame metal was completely absorbed by the fire seed. The stellar god flame metal is good stuff. We can't waste it. Xiaohua smiled innocently. I'll give it to you after I refine it from the fire seed, brother. Xiaohua, you got the stellar god flame metal. You don't have to give it to me. Xiaohua shook his head stubbornly. Brother, this is Xiaohua's goodwill. I hope you can accept it. Merging the stellar god flame metal into a weapon could greatly increase the strength of the weapon and stimulate the weapon's potential. Okay. I'll listen to Xiaohua. Fang Chun rubbed Xiaohua's head affectionately. Xiaohua, it's dangerous here. Go back to Immortal Cave Mountain and cultivate. Fang Chun sent Xiaohua back to Immortal Cave Mountain. Without the obstruction of the stellar god flame metal, Fang Chun walked to the young master of the Wang family. Pust. A vast power entered the young master of the Wang family. Soon after, the unconscious young master of the Wang family slowly opened his eyes. After Fang Chen's power replenished, the young master of the Wang family's complexion eased a little. Why are you trapped here? Fang Chen asked. Back then, the young master of the Wang family's voice was hoarse and weak. Forget it. You should rest first. Fang Chen interrupted the young master of the Wang family's words and continued to transfer power to him. 3 months later, the young master of the Wang family was basically out of danger. However, he had been trapped here for too long, and his bloodline power was almost exhausted. It would take a long time for him to recover. Fortunately, he could speak normally. Thank you for saving my life. The young master of the Wang family sat on the ground and said slowly, Where's this place? Why are you trapped here? Fang Chun continued to ask. A sinister look appeared on the young master of the Wang family's face as he sank into painful memories. Back then, when I first came to the ice primal chaos, the young master of the Wang family slowly explained what had happened back then. Fang Chun listened attentively. Fang Chun had already learned about what had happened back then from Tao Zei Beast. The young master of the Wang family talked about how he had entered the Big Dipper Mountain. Fang Chun was instantly energized. Back then, I sensed that there was a treasure in the Big Dipper Mountain, so I came in to look for it. Relying on my strength and the void warship, I barged in recklessly. Who would have thought? The young master of the Wang family paused. His face was full of sorrow as he looked at the 3 corpses at his feet. It's all my fault. The young master of the Wang family blamed himself. After the 4 of them were trapped in the Star Divine Fire Iron Cage, his 3 subordinates did not hesitate to transfer all the power in their bodies into his body in order to save him. This led to him surviving in the end, while his 3 subordinates were completely dead. If he had to choose again, he would definitely not enter the Big Dipper Mountain. This was because the moment he entered the Big Dipper Mountain was the beginning of a nightmare that he would never forget. Chapter 28:12. After saying a few words, the young master of the Wang clan coughed violently. His body was very weak. In order to maintain his vitality, the bloodline power in his body had long been exhausted. If he hadn't met Fang Chun, he wouldn't have been able to hold on for long. After resting for a while, the young master of the Wang clan's expression eased a lot. Actually, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. The young master of the Wang clan said self-deprecatingly. Even now, I don't know who attacked me back then. Why did they attack me? Fang Chun was a little surprised. After I entered the Big Dipper Mountain, I felt that the atmosphere was very oppressive, so I hid in the void warship. I thought that I could avoid danger this way. Who would have thought that a vast power would suddenly shatter the void warship, and the 4 of us were instantly seriously injured and unconscious? The young master of the Wang clan continued. When we woke up, we were locked in the Starry Divine Fire Iron Cage. So you're saying that you've never seen the person who attacked you? Fang Chen asked. The young master of the Wong clan shook his head and smiled bitterly. The other party was too strong. It was simply unimaginable. Fang Chun fell into deep thought. What did the person who attacked the young master of the Wong clan mean? Since they attacked and imprisoned them in the cage, why didn't they kill them? This was a question worth pondering. When we were first imprisoned, we could occasionally feel a powerful aura enveloping this place. However, as time passed, that aura never appeared again. I even suspected that the expert had already left the Big Dipper Mountain, said the young master of the Wong clan. Perhaps the other party didn't care about the young master of the Wong clan and just casually imprisoned them. Fang Chen's hand rested on his chin as his eyes darted around. Perhaps the expert used to cultivate in the Big Dipper Mountain, and you barged in to disrupt his cultivation, so he attacked and imprisoned you. This was the only explanation that made sense. However, this way, the clues were cut off again. Fang Chun felt a little anxious in his heart. Without clues, how could he find his clone, his disciple, and his daughter? This was a problem that couldn't be delayed. During your time in the Big Dipper Mountain, did you sense the aura of the thunder punishment? Asked Fang Chun. Thunder punishment aura? The young master of the Wong family tried his best to recall, and then nodded. I did sense some thunder punishment aura, but it was mostly sword Dao aura. The young master of the Wong family felt his scalp go numb and his face turn pale when he thought of the sword Dao aura that permeated the air. Fang Chun searched the entire Big Dipper Mountain, but found nothing. Since he couldn't get any useful information from the young master of the Wong family, he could only give up in the end. This trip to the primal chaos was a wasted trip. Fang Chun placed the young master of the Wong clan in Dark Cave Mountain. Soon after, he explored the Big Dipper Mountain one last time before leaving. Alas, looking back at the fog-shrouded Big Dipper Mountain, Fang Chun sighed. Before he left the Big Dipper Mountain, he spread out his spiritual consciousness and looked in the direction where Shui Yin'er was cultivating. The latter was still in seclusion. His body was enveloped in thick bloodline power. He had already accepted the inheritance of the Snow race's ancestor. He could imagine that in the near future, an Empress expert would step out of the Big Dipper Mountain and rule the world. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's voice was deafening. It was infused with powerful energy and spread to every corner of the primal chaos. The Big Dipper Mountain is my place of cultivation. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Otherwise, I will kill without mercy. His words caused a stir in the primal chaos. Countless martial artists trembled in fear. Heavens, did that guy really succeed? He suppressed the Big Dipper Mountain alone. Isn't he too powerful? If he wants to be king, no one in the primal chaos can defeat him. Countless discussions quickly spread. Everyone was amazed by Fang Chen's strength. Even a few remaining ancient gods fell silent. Their silence also meant that they had submitted. My lord, is he really strong enough to suppress the Big Dipper Mountain? Yes, I don't really believe it. Back then, we entered the Big Dipper Mountain together. No one knows better than us how terrifying it is inside. The three ancient gods spoke one after another. After a long time, the Buddhist elder who had been silent for a long time sighed and said, "From now on, the Big Dipper Mountain is a forbidden area of the primal chaos void. No one is allowed to approach it." Hearing this, the three ancient gods looked at each other, their hearts trembling. After Fang Chun left the Big Dipper Mountain, he tore open the sky and prepared to leave the primal chaos. Since the clues had been cut off here, staying here would be a waste of time. It was better to return to the primal chaos as soon as possible. The tiger-headed warship moved slowly, tearing open the sky and rushing out of the primal chaos. Somewhere in the primal chaos, there was a time acceleration array here. In the array, Fang Chen's clone, Kong Jiao, Tian Xin, and Fang Shi were cultivating wholeheartedly. On a blue stone nearby, the elder suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately, his gaze pierced through the endless void and saw the scene in the Big Dipper Mountain. Interesting guy, the elder grinned. Unfortunately, your original body has greater potential. Unfortunately, I can't bring him here. As the elder spoke, he looked up at the endless sky. Then, he closed his eyes again. Dark Cave Mountain. With Fang Chen's help, The young master of the Wang family's injuries were slowly recovering. His complexion eased a lot, and he was not in any danger for the time being. However, Xiao Hua surprised Fang Chun. He also had the fire origin bloodline, so he could clearly feel that Xiao Hua's body was transforming. Fire seed, Fang Chun murmured. The transformation in Xiao Hua's body came from the power of the fire seed. Once the transformation is complete, Xiao Hua will reach great heights in the Tao of Fire. Fang Chun whispered. He was the descendant of the fire demon perfected lord and was skilled in the Tao of Fire. Coupled with the fire origin bloodline, he was extremely proficient in controlling fire. At this moment, Xiao Hua's body suddenly swayed, and his breathing became unstable. Seeing this, Fang Chun flicked his finger. An array of flames shot into Xiao Hua's body. Vast power spread out, and soon, Xiao Hua's body stopped trembling and stabilized. As for the fire seed in his body, it was even more vigorous. Time passed. During the long journey, Fang Chun had been cultivating an immortal cave mountain. However, no matter what, he could not cross the last threshold and reach the life ancient realm. There was an insurmountable gap between the star ancient realm and the life ancient realm. Over the countless years, countless cultivators have been trapped here. The star ancient realm devoured the sun, moon, and stars, while the life ancient realm involved defying the heavens and changing one's fate. Time passed slowly, and Fang Chao finally returned to the immemorial chaos. From afar, he could see the despair continent. Who? Fang Chun breathed a sigh of relief, and his face was full of smiles. The distance from the ice primal chaos to the immemorial chaos was very long, and it took a lot of time. During this time, Fang Chun had been comprehending the invincible sword Tao, and he had comprehended it to a certain level. Not long ago, he had created the fifth move. The first four moves of the invincible sword Tao were the Destruction Sword, Heaven and Earth Sword, Chaotic Origin Sword, and Blood Soul Sword. The fifth move was called the Illusory Sword by Fang Chun. When the sword came out, the world became illusory, as if it was a dream. Those who were weaker would die directly in the dream. This was an extremely terrifying move. It was created by combining the invincible sword Tao and the illusion. The sword contained a terrifying illusory aura, and even the 108 blood spirits could not resist it. With this sword, Fang Chun had the strength to challenge experts who surpassed the ancient god realm. Rip! The tiger-headed warship appeared on the Despair Continent, tearing the sky and splitting the earth. The Despair Continent had now become the territory of Tian Shu Yuan. After the Hand of Despair was severely injured and fled, the Lin family collapsed, and no one could stop Tian Shu Yuan. Geniuses came out in large numbers, and Fu Huan and the others became the backbone of Tian Shu Yuan. As soon as Fang Chun returned, the director of Tian Shu Yuan knew and came to welcome him personally. Fang Chun. The director of Tian Shu Yuan appeared out of thin air and said with a smile, "Director, did you gain anything this time?" The director of Tian Shu Yuan asked. Fang Chun shook his head. He did not gain anything. How was the Despair Continent recently? Chapter 28:13. Despair Continent, Tian Shu Yuan. Fang Chun was now very important to the chief of Tian Shu Yuan. He was the only candidate to become the next chief of Tian Shu Yuan. While you were gone, the remnants of the Lin family have been completely wiped out, the chief of Tian Shu Yuan said with a smile. Fang Chun nodded and didn't say anything. By the way, how is your cultivation? The chief of Tian Shu Yuan knew that Fang Chun was stuck at the limit of the star ancient realm and couldn't break through. Fang Chun shrugged. I'm stuck at a bottleneck and can't break through for the time being. Although the star ancient realm is only one step away from the life ancient realm, only those who have experienced it know how difficult it is. You are still young, and your cultivation time is too short. You have plenty of time. In fact, the chief of Tian Shu Yuan wanted Fang Chun to stay in Tian Shu Yuan and cultivate in seclusion until he broke through to the life ancient realm, or even higher, before coming out to explore the primordial chaos. The primordial chaos is vast and boundless. Ancient gods don't even have the power to protect themselves. Although your potential is 1 in 10,000, you are still at a disadvantage because of your realm, the chief of Tianshu Yuan said. So, I don't mind if you leave the Despair Continent. The vast primordial chaos was made up of countless continents, and each continent had an absolute ruler. In fact, there were many barren lands in the primordial chaos. These places were lacking in cultivation resources and were rarely visited. Occasionally, there would be experts who would use powerful magic to develop these barren lands and make them their own territories. For example, the Despair Continent didn't exist before. It was forcibly created by the Hand of Despair. As time passed, it prospered over time. Chief, do you know if the Luo Bing Continent is far from the Despair Continent? After pondering for a moment, Feng Chen asked. The Luo Bing Continent. The chief of Tianshu Yuan was stunned. He didn't expect Feng Chen to ask such a question. The Luo Bing Continent is very far from the Despair Continent. The chief of Tianshu Yuan said, the Luo Bing Continent is close to the ancient frigid ice plains. The temperature there is extremely low, and there are very few continents. However, although the Luo Bing Continent is a barbarian land, none of the surrounding continents dare to provoke it. Why? Feng Chen asked. Because the Luo Bing Continent is one of the territories of the ancient frigid sect. Chief Tianshu Yuan explained. The ancient frigid sect is a superpower in the primordial chaos. It has 99 continents, and the Luo Bing Continent is one of them. What? Feng Chen widened his eyes in surprise. A sect actually had 99 continents under its command. Wasn't that a little too powerful? One had to know that the continents in the primeval chaos weren't something that the continents in the ancient Saint Chaos could compare to. The continent here was much larger than the 10 great heavenly domains of the ancient Saint Primal Chaos. If one continent was already so vast, how big would 99 continents be when added together? Thinking of this, Feng Chen's heart trembled. No wonder Wu Yu once said that the primeval chaos was the absolute core of the chaos realm. It was even above the other chaotic voids. 1,000,000 years ago, the ancient frigid sect sent an envoy to our Despair Continent. Unfortunately, at that time, the Hand of Despair was young and had just opened up the continent. They didn't negotiate with the ancient frigid sect and refused to join them. The chief of Tianshu Yuan said, later on, the ancient frigid sect probably felt that there was no future for the Despair Continent and gave up on annexing it. Oh, he didn't expect the ancient frigid sect to have come to the Despair Continent. Actually, you will be able to come into contact with these things in the future. In the primeval chaos, many superpowers have many continents under their command. Every continent has their industries. Some powerful forces have industries all over the primeval chaos. The chief of Tianshu Yuan said, our Despair Continent is located in the north of the primeval chaos, and the ancient frigid sect is one of the superpowers in the north. In this area, there are almost no forces that can compare to them. Of course, our place is very remote, so those unparalleled powerhouses rarely come here. This also leads to the ancient frigid sect's dominance, and no one can shake their position. After listening to the chief of Tianshu Yuan's explanation, Feng Chen finally understood. Chief, Feng Chen muttered, does Tianshu Yuan have a map of the Luo Bing Continent? You want to go to the Luo Bing Continent? The chief of Tianshu Yuan asked in surprise. Feng Chen nodded. The latter asked in confusion, why do you want to go to the Luo Bing Continent? A complicated look appeared in the chief of Tianshu Yuan's eyes. The Luo Bing Continent has been gathering powerhouses recently. With your strength, it will be difficult for you to protect yourself. Oh, the chief of Tianshu Yuan knew that if he didn't explain it clearly, the latter would not listen to him. Some time ago, there was news that the inheritance of the ice progenitor was found on the Luo Bing Continent. Countless ice-type martial artists went to the Luo Bing Continent to obtain the inheritance. The 99 continents under the ancient frigid sect are in an uproar, and everyone knows about it. The chief of Tianshu Yuan said slowly. The inheritance of the ice progenitor? Feng Chen's eyes lit up, and he grinned. In the end, Fang Chun decided to go to the Luo Bing continent. First, he wanted to send the young master of the Wang family back, and second, he wanted to go out and gain experience. The Despair continent was already under the control of Tian Shu Yuan. His experience here was no longer effective. Moreover, he was also very interested in the inheritance of the ice progenitor. After coming to the primeval chaos, Fang Chun deeply understood the importance of cultivation resources. He had no backing and no powerful forces to fully nurture him. He could only rely on himself to fight for cultivation resources. Moreover, he wanted to use the inheritance of the ice progenitor as a springboard to fight against the geniuses of a higher level. The path of martial arts was to go against the heavens. He had to constantly challenge himself and fight against the strong. It was not Fang Chen's character to hide in the Despair continent forever. No one could change the decision that he had made. The chief of Tian Shu Yuan was also very helpless, but he still agreed to let Fang Chun leave. This is a Dubhe pearl. It was nurtured by my heart and blood. It contains an extremely strong power. If it explodes, even a martial artist at my level will be caught off guard and injured. Fang Chun took the Dubhe pearl and was very grateful to the chief of Tian Shu Yuan. He was very clear about the use of the Dubhe pearl. It could save his life at a critical moment. Then, he boarded the tiger-headed warship and set off for the Luo Bing continent. In Dark Cave Mountain, Wang Heng, tell me about the Luo Bing continent. Wang Heng was the name of the young master of the Wang family. He was very excited when he learned from Fang Chun that he had returned to the primordial chaos. The Luo Bing continent is a magical continent. Its first master was the ice progenitor, whose name shook the primordial chaos. Unfortunately, the ice progenitor mysteriously disappeared, causing the Luo Bing continent to be leaderless and fall into chaos. Wang Heng said slowly, when the war broke out, the people were plunged into misery and suffering, and blood flowed like rivers. Fortunately, this situation did not last too long. After 10,000 years, someone finally came out and settled the war with his own strength. From then on, the Luo Bing continent was once again unified. This person was called the Ice King. He was the descendant of the ice progenitor. At this point, he paused for a moment. The Ice King was a legendary man. He had great potential, and his attainments in the Tao of Ice had reached the peak. Unfortunately, he died tragically at the hands of the enemy. The fall of the Ice King represented the end of an era in the Luo Bing continent. In the years that followed, the Wang family had been fighting among themselves. After countless years, Wang Heng's branch finally took the initiative and settled the internal strife. Speaking of which, I can also be considered a descendant of the Ice King. Unfortunately, it's a branch, and the bloodline power in my body is extremely weak. Wang Heng smiled bitterly. But it's normal. Ever since the Ice King, there hasn't been anyone with a bloodline power density of 50% in my Wang family. The ice progenitor's ice progenitor bloodline was an extremely powerful bloodline. However, his descendants' bloodline density was getting lower and lower. In Wang Heng's generation, it could not even reach 10%. Other than my Wang family, there are two other major families in the Luo Bing continent. One is the He family, and the other is the Ba family. These two families have always wanted to overthrow my Wang family's rule, but to no avail. It seems that your Wang family's ruling position in the Luo Bing continent is still very high. Fang Chen grinned. Oh right, there's been a rumor recently that the ice progenitor's inheritance has appeared. Do you know anything about it? The ice progenitor's inheritance has appeared. Wang Heng was very surprised. Clearly, he did not know anything about it. Chapter 28:14. Luo Bing Continent. Since ancient times, ice had been a main theme here. It was no different from the ice chaos that Fang Chun had been to before. When he first arrived at Luo Bing Continent, he thought that this was the ice chaos. Phew! The two of them walked out of a mortal cave mountain one after another. Snowflakes floated in the sky, and the temperature in the air was extremely low. It's really cold. Fang Chun couldn't help but say. Those who were weak wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even if their bodies could withstand it, their primordial spirit would be frozen. Yes, the conditions of our Luo Bing continent are quite harsh. However, it's precisely because of this harsh environment that peerless powerhouses like the Ice Ancestor and the Ice King were born. Wang Heng was extremely proud when he spoke of the two. Since ancient times, the most powerful martial artists that had appeared in Luo Bing continent were the Ice Ancestor and the Ice King. Unfortunately, one had mysteriously disappeared, while the other had been plotted against by the enemy and eventually died. Now, their Wang family had withered, and it was impossible for them to be as prosperous as before. Brother Fong, my life was saved by you. Since you've come to Luo Bing continent, I naturally have to be a good host. Wang Heng said heroically. Wang Heng spread out his divine sense and checked the surroundings. Luo Bing continent hasn't changed much. Wang Heng sighed. For countless years, Luo Bing continent was still the Luo Bing continent he knew. This is Longhan City. My Wang family is in the city of the Ice Ancestor. Let's go. They followed Wang Heng and quickly headed to the city of the Ice Ancestor. Fong Chun was surprised to find that after coming to Luo Bing continent, Wang Heng's speed had become extremely fast. It had increased by at least 30%. What's going on? His heart trembled. At their level, it was not easy to increase by 30%. Brother Fong, you found out? Wang Heng turned around and said with a smile, our Wang family's ice bloodline is very compatible with the air of Luo Bing continent. Our strength will be increased here. I see. After Wang Heng explained, Fong Chen understood. At the same time, he admired the Ice Ancestor even more. He couldn't imagine how a peerless powerhouse like the Ice Ancestor had created such a continent. Voila! In the sky, snowflakes danced about. The two of them were extremely fast. They turned into streaks of light and disappeared into the horizon. Dong! North of Longhan City, 100,000 miles away, a shocking explosion suddenly occurred. Then, an evil aura spread out. City Lord Longhan, go to hell. An enraged voice resounded through the void. The dark, evil giant hand slammed down on the ice and snow below. City Lord Longhan? Wang Heng and Fong Chun were flying through the void when they suddenly heard this voice. Then, Wang Heng's expression changed drastically. Stop! Wang Heng roared furiously. Soon after, his body flashed and appeared under the large, dark, evil hand. He was prepared to resist with all his might. However, his injuries had not fully healed. Fong Chen saw this and took a step forward, throwing out a punch with ease. Dong! When the fist and the dark, evil hand collided, there was a loud bang. In an instant, the dark, evil hand dissipated and the evil figure appeared. He stared at Fong Chun and said, Lad, how dare you spoil my plan? The evil blood tribe is really bold. How dare you attack the city lord of the Wang family in broad daylight? Wang Heng said coldly. So what? The evil figure said disdainfully. His body exuded a monstrous aura. City Lord Long Han must die today. Having said that, the evil figure struck again. The vast, evil aura condensed into a giant hand and swooped down. Invincible Sword Principle, Destruction Sword. Swoosh! The star-hidden sword pierced through the evil big hand in a powerful manner and cut the evil figure into two halves. Oh no! The evil figure seemed to have sensed Fong Chen's power and was ready to escape. Unfortunately, Fong Chun did not give him chance. He swung the hidden star sword again and killed him. A miserable cry spread through the sky. Thank you, Brother Fong. Wang Heng cupped his fists and thanked him. Then, he hurriedly helped the snowman up. The snowman instantly turned into a human figure. His clothes were tattered, and his body was covered in blood. Thank you for saving me. City Lord Long Han, don't you recognize me? Wang Heng asked. You are, which rookie of the Wang family? City Lord Long Han asked doubtfully. I am Wang Heng, Wang Heng said. Nonsense. City Lord Long Han's face instantly darkened. Brother Wang Heng has been missing for countless years, and the upper echelons of the Wang family have asserted that he has already fallen in the distant primal chaos void. Who exactly are you to dare impersonate Brother Wang Heng? What are your intentions? It was obvious that City Lord Long Han had a deep relationship with Wang Hung. He kept calling him Brother Wang Hung. Wang Hung chuckled. City Lord Long Han, do you remember that one day, 3 million years ago, you risked your life to bring back the fruits from a dangerous place? In the blink of an eye, I ate them all. There was another time when you were refining pills. Because of my mistake, your pills were destroyed and your medicine cauldron was shattered. There was another time. Wang Hung sank into his memories and recounted everything that had happened in the past. Are you really Brother Wang Hung? After countless years, everyone thought that Wang Hung was dead, but he appeared in front of him alive. City Lord Long Han felt as if he was dreaming. Ha ha ha! I knew that Brother Wang Hung wouldn't die so easily. City Lord Long Han laughed crazily, extremely excited. Fang Chun watched quietly from his side. The two of them chatted for a long time before City Lord Long Han noticed Fang Chun. Brother Wang Hung, this brother must be the one who saved you from the sea of bitterness, right? City Lord Long Han asked. That's right. It was Brother Fang who helped me out that I was able to see you, Brother Long Han. Wang Hung sighed. City Lord Long Han stood up with difficulty and cupped his fists towards Fang Chun. Thank you for saving my brother Wang Hung. It's just a small matter. There's no need for that. Fang Chun waved his hand. He had saved Wang Hung purely because he wanted to search for clues about the disappearance of his clone and save him along the way. Long Han City. Come. Let me toast to Brother Fang. City Lord Long Han was also a sentimental person. He raised his cup and clinked it with Fang Chun's before drinking it in one gulp. The three of them raised their cups and drank in the City Lord's mansion. During this period of time, Fang Chun also obtained some information about the inheritance of the Ice Ancestor. Regarding the inheritance of the Ice Ancestor, there are many opinions. However, according to the internal information of the Wang family, it is most likely true. City Lord Long Han said in a low voice. The upper echelons of the Wang family also attach great importance to the inheritance of the Ice Ancestor this time. They are even making preparations. As for the 99 continents under the ancient Cold Sect, nearly half of the continent's geniuses have gathered here to obtain the inheritance of the Ice Ancestor. The remaining continents were too far away, so the news did not spread and did not come. The location of the Ice Ancestor's inheritance is in the Ice King mountain range near Ice King City. However, it is said that the Ice King mountain range is enveloped by a powerful spatial storm. No one can enter it. Once they approach the spatial storm, their physical body will be minced to pieces. City Lord Long Han continued. However, according to reliable information, the space storm operates in a regular manner. In another half a year, the space storm will be at its weakest. Everyone has gathered in Ice King City and has been waiting for an opportunity to enter the Ice King mountain range. After listening to City Lord Long Han's words, Fang Chun pondered in his heart. It seemed that the appearance of the Ice Ancestor's inheritance this time had caused quite a stir. The geniuses of 40 to 50 continents had all gathered here. Moreover, there were experts at the same level as Tianshu Yuan. If it's a ancient realm martial artist, I'm not afraid. However, if it's an expert at the level of Tianshu Yuan, I'm almost powerless to resist, Fang Chun said to himself. The three of them drank until the sun came out the next day. I won't go to the Wang family with you. I'll go to Ice King City to take a look first, Fang Chun said to Wang Hung. Wang Hung nodded. All right, then I'll go back to the family first. I'll meet you in Ice King City soon. The Ice King City was filled with experts. Countless warriors had gathered here. In a certain restaurant, a man in black sat by the window, looking at the distant horizon. One day, I will take back everything that belongs to me with my own hands, the man in black said coldly. His shriveled face was filled with malevolence. Chapter 28:15. The hand of despair felt a lingering fear when he recalled the dangerous battle back then. Therefore, he decided to use a rare treasure to forcefully escape and survive. Otherwise, the Empyrean Realm Lord would have killed him in minutes. It's a pity that I lost the rare treasure I obtained after risking my life. The hand of despair's face was filled with regret. That rare treasure was very important to him. More important, than the entire Despair continent. Forget it. As long as the green hills are there, there's hope. I'll take back twice what I lost one day. The Hand of Despair shook his head and said slowly. After escaping from the Despair continent, he had been wandering around. The injuries from back then had yet to heal. Cough, cough. Suddenly, he coughed a few times and hurriedly pressed his hand to his chest. He could feel that the cracks in his organs were bleeding. Damn it, the Empyrean Realm Lord was too strong. He was on a completely different level compared to the Hand of Despair. Although it was just a clone, its powerful attack had almost taken the Hand of Despair's life. Although he had used a rare treasure to survive, it was very difficult for his organs to heal. Unless I obtained the Ice Progenitor's inheritance, my injuries, the Hand of Despair said coldly. The cracks in his organs were constantly consuming his energy. His strength had been greatly reduced, and his cultivation had fallen to the life ancient realm. However, even if his cultivation had fallen, his comprehension and methods were not something a life ancient realm cultivator could compare to. When he heard that the Ice Progenitor's inheritance had appeared, he couldn't wait to obtain it. It's rumored that the Ice Progenitor once had a rare treasure that could freeze everything in the world. The Hand of Despair muttered to himself, I must obtain it. Just as the Hand of Despair was speaking, he suddenly looked at the city gate. The Hand of Despair was stunned, but he quickly recognized Fong Chun. Sky Pivot? The current Fong Chun was in his original appearance, which was very different from Sky Pivot. However, the Hand of Despair recognized him based on his aura. Damn it! The Hand of Despair's face was cold, and his heart was burning with anger. He wanted to attack, but he restrained himself. Now that Ice King City is filled with experts, I can't act rashly. The Hand of Despair said, Humph, I'll let you live for another half a year. When we enter the Ice Matriarch's land of inheritance, I'll tear you to pieces. A few days later, Fong Chun arrived at Ice King City from Longhan City. As expected of the second largest city in the Luo Bing continent, it's really flourishing. Fong Chun sighed as he stood on the street and watched the endless stream of people coming and going. Although the Luo Bing continent was a remote area, it was very prosperous. The air temperature here was extremely low, but couldn't stop the wild desire of the people for the Ice Ancestor's inheritance. As soon as he entered the Ice King City, he felt countless spiritual senses sweeping over him. There's so many experts. There were no less than 20 powerhouses at the level of Tianshu Yuan, not to mention life ancient realm martial artists. Let's find a place to stay first. The Ice King City was named after the Ice King. It was enough to see the importance of this city in the Luo Bing continent. This place was second only to the Ice Ancestor City in terms of prosperity. Recently, many powerful experts had gathered here. Damn it! Suddenly, a fight broke out on the street. Two martial artists were fighting fiercely. Pucci, one of the black-robed martial artists, sent the blue-robed martial artist flying with a punch. Crack! The sound of bones cracking came from the blue-robed martial artist's body. He spat out blood, and his face turned pale. Let's see if you can survive this time. From the conversation between the two, it could be heard that the black-robed martial artist had chased the blue-robed martial artist from another continent to the Luo Bing continent. Just as the black-robed martial artist was about to attack, a bright light suddenly came from the direction of the city lord's mansion. Whoosh! The bright light flashed and disappeared, entering the black-robed martial artist's body. Crack! The black-robed martial artist's body exploded, and he died instantly. The onlookers exclaimed in shock. A life ancient realm martial artist was killed in the blink of an eye? No one is allowed to fight in Ice King City. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. A very dignified voice came from the city lord's mansion. Everyone sighed and quickly retreated. The city lord of Ice King City was the second in command of the Wang family. He was very strong, and his words represented the Wang family's attitude. The Wang family is too strong. Unfortunately, no matter how strong they are, they're no longer as strong as before. The Ice Ancestor mysteriously disappeared, and the Ice King was plotted against and died. If the Ice Ancestor and the Ice King were still alive, the Wang family would be qualified to be part of the ancient frigid sect. On the street, the martial artist's whispers could be heard. Fang Chen also shook his head and sighed. Bang! One day, Fang Chen was cultivating in an elegant courtyard. Suddenly, the door was kicked open by a strange man. Fang Chen was a little confused. He did not know this person. Who are you? Fang Chen asked. Who I am is not important. You just need to know that I am here to take your dog life. This person seemed to know Fang Chen very well. The moment he attacked, he used a thunderous attack. A long spear appeared in his hand. Whoosh! With a flick of his wrist, the long spear pierced out. The void was torn, and a faint light appeared on the tip of the spear. Die! The man growled. The long spear carried a powerful force and pierced towards Fang Chen. You're courting death. Fang Chen suddenly punched out. The vast fist light collided with the long spear, causing a huge shock. At the same time, Fang Chen's figure suddenly disappeared. Fang Chen's sudden disappearance surprised the man. He hurriedly turned around. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The demon extinction sword had already pierced into his back when he used the black demon sky splitting technique. Splash! Blood spurted out. The man was injured. Of course, Fang Chen knew that the demon extinction sword alone could not kill an ancient life realm martial artist. He activated his emperor-level primordial spirit and suppressed the man's primordial spirit with unparalleled power. At the same time, he released an illusory aura and enveloped the man in an illusion. When Fang Chen executed the Annihilation Sword, the latter was unable to resist at all and was killed by him. Whoosh! Withdrawing the illusory aura, Fang Chen carefully checked and confirmed that he did not know this man. Who is he? Why would he kill me for no reason? Fang Chen frowned and fell into deep thought. Only Wang Heng and City Lord Long Han knew that he had come to the Luo Bing continent. Wang Heng, Fang Chen murmured. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head. With his understanding of Wang Heng, he should not have sent someone to assassinate him. Then, there was only one explanation. City Lord Long Han wanted to kill him. Could it be that he came for the Ice Progenitor's inheritance? Fang Chen was puzzled. No matter what, this assassination was a wake-up call for him to be vigilant of his surroundings. This time, the Ice Progenitor's inheritance had appeared. The slightest carelessness could cost him his life. He could not be careless, nor could he act rashly. Oomph! Fang Chen snorted and put away the star-concealing sword. Wang Heng, I'll wait for your explanation. In the restaurant, the Hand of Despair witnessed this scene with his own eyes. He narrowed his eyes and looked ferocious. Damn guy, his strength has increased again. The person who had just assassinated Fang Chen was nicknamed Chain Spear. He was quite famous in the Luo Bing continent's life ancient realm. He used his absolute strength to force Chain Spear to kill Fang Chen. Unfortunately, he failed in the end. Chain Spear's strength can at least rank in the top 50 of the Blood Fiend list in the Despair continent. The Hand of Despair said gloomily, "It seems that during the time I was away from the Despair continent, this guy obtained some heaven-defying opportunities. Otherwise, his strength would not have increased so quickly." Thinking of this, the Hand of Despair's expression changed. He muttered, "It seems that I need to change my strategy." The next day, a piece of news spread in the Ice King city. Chain Spear was killed in a courtyard in the western suburbs. The murderer came from the Despair continent. After this news spread, it caused quite a stir in the Ice King city. Many people were inquiring about the murderer's information. As for the life ancient realm cultivators who had a good relationship with the Chain Spear, they were furious and rushed to the courtyard in the western suburbs, wanting to take revenge. Western suburbs courtyard. How vicious. Fang Chen sat on a stone bench. A powerful array had been arranged around the courtyard. It would be difficult for those life ancient realm warriors to break in. Someone is targeting me. Fang Chen knew that someone was secretly targeting him. It was either the city lord of Long Han or Wang Heng. These two were the most suspicious. Aha! Fang Chen laughed sinisterly. Chapter 28:16. When he first arrived, he didn't know anyone other than City Lord Long Han and Wang Heng. But now, Ever since he arrived at Ice King City, someone had been secretly targeting him. They had sent an ancient life realm cultivator to assassinate him, but after failing, they spread the news, causing a huge sensation. He was trying to kill him. Thinking of this, Fang Chun felt a chill in his heart. He was waiting for a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, so what if you're the young master of the Wang family? I can save you, but I can also take your life. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this time, outside Fang Chen's courtyard, ancient life realm cultivators would come to challenge him from time to time. Among these people, some of them had a good relationship with Serial Gun and wanted to take revenge for him. There were also some who wanted to fish in troubled waters, wanting to stir up this mess and turn it upside down. In short, although Fang Chun hadn't moved around Ice King City, his reputation had spread far and wide. Of course, for those cultivators from other continents, they only had eyes for the Ice Ancestors' inheritance. They didn't care about the chain spear at all. Another half a month passed, and an unexpected cultivator appeared. The young master of the Wang family, Wang Heng, had returned to the Wang family after countless years, causing a huge sensation. The entire Wang family was overjoyed. After all, Wang Heng was a direct descendant of the Wang family, and his potential was unparalleled. The density of his bloodline had already surpassed that of the current patriarch. Wang Heng's return received a lot of attention. During this month, the Wang family did their best to find all kinds of heavenly treasures to help Wang Heng recover from his injuries. Finally, Wang Heng's injuries were completely healed a few days ago, and his strength returned to its peak state. He was only one step away from crossing the ancient life realm. He was in high spirits, as if he had returned to the past. After recovering his strength, the first thing he thought of was Fang Chun in Ice King City. He spurred his horse at full speed and arrived at Ice King City. However, he didn't act too high profile. Instead, he quietly found Fang Chun. "Brother Fang, it's me." Wang Heng's voice came from outside the hazy array. "Is it finally here?" Fang Chun abruptly opened his eyes, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, an opening appeared in the array, allowing Wang Heng to enter. Voila! After Wang Heng entered the elegant courtyard, he was a little confused. "Brother Fang, what happened?" Fang Chun narrowed his eyes and stared at Wang Heng. "What happened? You should know better than me, right?" Fang Chun's tone was unkind, and a cold, killing intent emerged, which made Wang Heng very surprised. He shrugged and said in confusion, "Brother Fang, I really don't understand what you're talking about." Fang Chun shook his head. "Maybe you didn't do it, but you definitely have something to do with it." Fang Chun's words made Wang Heng even more confused. "What's going on?" Wang Heng couldn't accept Fang Chun's sudden change in attitude. However, when Fang Chun informed him of what had happened in full detail, he was also stunned. "What? The Serial Gun assassinated Brother Fang?" Wang Heng exclaimed. He had naturally heard of the Serial Gun. Back then, when he shocked the Luo Bing continent, the Serial Gun had just emerged. "Why would he assassinate you?" Wang Heng was puzzled. "Brother Fang, this is your first time in the Luo Bing continent. You shouldn't have any enmity with anyone, right? Unless your Wang family wants to kill me, or City Lord Long Han wants to kill me on behalf of your Wang family." Fang Chun voiced his opinion. He was extremely dissatisfied with Wang Heng. Wang Heng hurriedly explained, "Brother Fang, whether you believe it or not, I swear in the name of the Wang family that my Wang family will definitely not deal with Brother Fang. I successfully returned to the Wang family, and everyone in the family is extremely excited. They can't thank you enough, so why would they attack you?" Fang Chun was silent. Seeing that Fang Chun didn't believe him, Wang Heng gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Fang probably won't believe me. I will definitely find the mastermind." With that, Wang Heng turned and left the courtyard. Outside the array, several life ancient realm martial artists cursed loudly, as if provoking Fang Chun. "Humph, a coward. You dare to kill the Serial Gun, so why don't you dare to appear? Coward, if I were you, I would have knelt down and begged for mercy. I don't believe you can hide here for long." Crash! Just as they were cursing, Wang Heng came out of the courtyard. "You guys come here." Wang Heng's face was filled with anger as he pointed at the three of them. Who do you think you are? If we go over just because you want us to, how shameful would that be? Is there something wrong with your brain? The three of them looked at Wang Heng and mocked him. Boom! Wang Heng released a powerful aura that swept through the ground and suppressed the three of them. Not good. It's the Wang family's bloodline. The three of them were filled with fear and their bodies trembled. They wanted to escape, but it was useless. Wang Heng's strength was too strong. He wasn't someone they could resist. Gotcha! Wang Heng suppressed the three of them with absolute strength. Speak, who sent you here? Wang Heng's voice deeply struck the three of them, causing their yuan spirits to tremble. The three of them staggered. After stabilizing themselves with great difficulty, they said in horror, "No one sent us. We just want to take revenge for the serial gun." That's right. The person inside killed the serial gun. We must take revenge. Wang Heng's strength surged, and the suppression on the three of them increased. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from the three of them. They were in great pain. What we said is true. The three of them cried out miserably. You dare to lie in front of me? Then die. Wang Heng was enraged and suddenly punched out. Rumble. A vast fist light with invincible strength suddenly blasted towards the three of them. The three of them were pale and terrified. However, at this moment of imminent peril, a layer of ripples suddenly appeared in front of the three of them. Following that, the three of them suddenly disappeared. Bang! Three sound could be heard as the three of them fell to the ground not far away. Why do you have to do this? A voice like a silver bell entered Wang Heng's ears. Then, a lady in white walked towards Wang Heng with light steps. There was a faint smile on her face. The vast Luo Bing continent is your Wang family's territory. They are also your Wang family's people. Why do you have to do this? The lady in white smiled faintly and said, Void Shift, you are from the Luo family of the heavenly void continent? Wang Heng said slowly. It seems like your position in the Wang family is not low. You actually know about the Luo family of the heavenly void continent. The lady in white said softly. Wang Heng withdrew his aura and said with a smile, Your white clothes are fluttering in the wind. You are as beautiful as a fairy. If I'm not wrong, you must be the #1 beauty of the heavenly void continent, Fairy Luo Yao. I'm not a fairy. Just call me Luo Yao. Hearing this, Wang Heng was even more certain that the lady in front of him was Luo Yao. Rumor has it that the pearl of the Luo family of the heavenly void continent, Luo Yao, is a rare genius of the younger generation. Moreover, she is kind and does not fit in with the martial path that goes against the heavens and kills continuously. She really lives up to her reputation. Wang Heng said with a smile, She is even better than the rumors. May I know who you are in the Wang family? Luo Yao asked politely. Wang Heng. Hearing this, Luo Yao's expression changed instantly. She said in surprise, How is this possible? The peerless genius of the Wang family, Wang Heng, disappeared for countless years. Everyone said that he was dead. Why? In this world, seeing is believing. Wang Heng interrupted Luo Yao's words. Luo Yao was stunned for a moment. Then, she smiled faintly and said, So, it is young Master Wang Heng. No wonder I felt that you had an extraordinary aura. I was just passing by and happened to see you. That is why I helped you. Please do not blame me. You are too kind. Wang Heng said generously. The news of the return of the peerless genius of the Wang family, Wang Heng, spread like wildfire. Soon, the news spread throughout the Ice King city. Countless peerless geniuses came to visit him. Back then, Wang Heng was indeed a legendary figure. Some big shots even thought that if he had not disappeared for countless years, he might have already taken the last step and become famous. This time, the inheritance of the Ice Ancestor was about to appear, but he had appeared in the Ice King city. Countless martial artists were terrified. Unknowingly, another competitor had appeared. Chapter 28:17. What? Wang Heng is back. In a secluded courtyard, a man was brandishing a huge sword. His body was emitting a terrifying sword aura. He suddenly put away his giant sword and opened his eyes wide, looking at the pavilion not far away. In the pavilion, the man in black held a folding fan in his hand and gently waved it. How interesting. After disappearing for so many years, even the Wang family announced that Wang Heng was dead. I didn't expect him to return when the ice progenitor's inheritance is about to appear. The man in black was full of doubts. Maybe this is the Wang family's conspiracy. But why are they doing this? The man with the giant sword asked in confusion. The man in black stood up and walked out of the pavilion. He looked at the blue sky and said, "You will never know how sad it is to be in the same era as Wang Heng." Back then, Wang Heng was known as the prodigy who had the most hope to take the last step in the ancient cold sect's 99 continents. There were even rumors that the upper echelons of the ancient cold sect had already noticed Wang Heng and intended to bring him to the sect to cultivate. Unfortunately, news spread from the Luo Bing continent that Wang Heng had disappeared. At that time, this matter caused a huge sensation. Even the ancient cold sect sent an envoy personally. At first, people didn't believe it, but as time passed, people gradually forgot about Wang Heng. In the mind of the man in black, many memories of the past were vivid. Some things, after experiencing it once, did not want to experience it a second time. Wang Heng's talent back then was so powerful that it made people tremble. Wood that is too hard is easy to break, and wood that is too delicate can be destroyed by the wind. Perhaps the Wang family also thought of this, so they deliberately hid Wang Heng. Their purpose was to protect Wang Heng and let him grow safely. It's just Wang Heng. If I meet him in the ice progenitor's inheritance ground, I'll kill him with one sword. The giant sword cultivator said disdainfully. The man in black shook his head. I advise you not to be impulsive. Otherwise, don't regret it when your head is separated from your body. Brother, aren't you boosting his morale and lowering your own? The giant sword cultivator waved his giant sword, and sword aura swept out. Talent doesn't mean strength. Even if he has been cultivating in seclusion for countless years, so what? Cultivating in seclusion would never be as fast as sharpening oneself in a life and death battle. What's more, each new generation was stronger than the previous one. The greatsword-wielding martial artist was confident he could contend against Wang Heng. Within the life-ancient realm, I fear no one. Even the top powerhouses of the 99 chosen have nothing to fear. Alas, seeing this, the black-clothed martial artist with a folding fan sighed and stopped talking. The news of Wang Heng's return caused a huge uproar. Not only the Ice King city, but the entire Luo Bing continent and some of the nearby continents were also affected. The news spread like wildfire like a kite. Some people even suggested that Wang Heng should replace Wang Yun on the list of 99 Sky Prides. The so-called 99 Proud Sons of Heaven was a list that many martial artists had spontaneously compiled. There were only 99 names on the list. The requirements to be on the list were very simple. You had to be a top genius of any continent under the ancient frigid sect to enter the list. Therefore, from a certain perspective, the 99 Sky Prides on the list represented the strongest Sky Prides on the 99 continents. After Wang Heng disappeared and was replaced by Wang Yun, he was in the limelight for a period of time. It was only natural for him to be ranked among the 99 geniuses. Furthermore, he was ranked 15th. Now that Wang Heng had returned, most warriors believed that Wang Heng had the ability to replace Wang Yun. Of course, there were also a small number of martial artists who opposed this suggestion. In short, the news of Wang Heng's return spread like wildfire. As for the main character, Wang Heng, he was in the city lord's mansion, ordering his subordinates to investigate the serial gun. Who is targeting Brother Fong? Wang Heng frowned. At this moment, the city lord of the Ice King city came in. City lord, is there any news? Wang Heng asked. Young master, the serial gun had come into contact with many people when he was alive. For the time being, we are unable to find out who ordered him to do this behind the scenes. The city lord said, however, I've thought of a way that might be able to find the target. What way? Activate the Ice King's telekinesis ball and check all the martial artists who have entered the Ice King city recently. The city lord said, Ice King's telekinesis ball? Hearing this, Wang Hung was a little surprised. He did not expect the city lord to use the Ice King's telekinesis ball. Don't worry. The energy reserve in the Ice King's telekinesis ball is enough to be used twice in a row. This time, it will be used once to find someone. The remaining time will be used in an emergency. The city lord smiled and said, "After all, this is the Ice King's city. No one will dare to cause trouble here." The Ice King's telekinesis ball was the core of the entire Ice King city. All the martial artists who entered the Ice King city would have their aura recorded by the Ice King's telekinesis ball and then be affected by it. This was the method that made the Ice King famous in the past. It was shocking. Okay, then I'll have to trouble the city lord. Wang Hung was very grateful. He knew that if it were not for him, the city lord would never use the Ice King's telekinesis ball. Buzz. The city lord shook his hand, and a huge crystal ball appeared. The next moment, a huge amount of telekinesis emerged from the crystal ball. At the same time, a chaotic aura emerged continuously. "Brother Fong, it's me." Wang Heng's voice came from the array. Creak. The array fluctuated, and Wang Hung walked in from the outside. With a happy face, he walked quickly to Fong Chen's side. "Brother Fong, I think the mastermind behind this has been found." Fong Chen looked at Wang Hung in surprise. Whoosh! Wang Hung flicked his finger, and an illusion appeared in the void. "Brother Fong, according to our investigation, among the countless martial artists who came to the Ice King city recently, only one of them came from the Despair continent like you. We strongly suspect that this person is behind this." Fong Chen stared intently at the illusory figure. He clenched his fists tightly and made cracking sounds. "So it's you." Fong Chen recognized this person. It was the Hand of Despair who escaped after being severely injured by the Empyrean Star Domain Lord. Thinking of this, Fong Chen felt ashamed and apologized. "I'm sorry for suspecting the Wang family." Wang Hung waved his hand and said, "Brother Fong, I should be the one apologizing. You are my savior, and the Wang family owes you a favor. You came to the Ice King city and suffered such an assassination. I feel very guilty." Fong Chen patted Wang Heng's shoulder heavily. Everything was understood without words. In the dead of night, only the sound of wine glasses clinking could be heard. Wang Hung and Fong Chen raised their glasses and drank. Fong Chen felt apologetic towards Wang Hung, but the former didn't take it seriously at all. "Brother Fong, you don't have to care. You just came here and have only seen me and City Lord Long Han. It's normal for you to suspect our Wang family." Wang Hung gulped down a glass of wine and said with a smile. Fong Chen shook his head and didn't say anything. Dong dong dong. After 3 rounds of wine, the two of them were almost done drinking and chatting with each other. At this moment, there was a hurried knock on the door. Fong Chen and Wang Heng's expressions changed slightly as they looked outside the formation vigilantly. "I'll go take a look." Wang Heng got up and was about to go take a look, but he was stopped by Fong Chen. "It's an old friend." With that, Fong Chen opened the formation and let him in. "Ha ha! I knew Brother Tianshu would be here." When the person saw Fong Chen, he laughed and sat on the stone bench. He picked up the wine jug and gulped down the wine. "Butian?" Fong Chen recognized the person. It was the mysterious man who had participated in the Tao discussion of the sects, Butian. "How did you find me?" Fong Chen was very surprised. Back then, he had met Butian as Dubby. Butian smiled mysteriously. "These things are not difficult for me. I was thinking, should I call you Tianshu or Fong Chen now? Either is fine. It seems that I came at the right time. Let's drink." Although Fong Chen was very confused about Butian's origin, he still drank with him. He couldn't feel any malice from Butian. Wang Hung had never seen Butian before and was quite surprised by his origin. Butian brought a very important news. After hearing it, Fong Chen and Wang Hung were both shocked. "There are many people who are spying on the Ice Ancestors inheritor this time. I received news that the legendary Ice Demon is also here," Butian said mysteriously. "What? Ice Demon?" Wang Hung exclaimed on the spot. Chapter 28:18. The news of the Ice Demon's arrival shocked Wang Hung. Others only heard about it from hearsay, but his Wang family had a deep understanding of Ice Demon. Didn't he say that he would never step into Luo Bing continent again? Why did he come this time? Wang Heng asked in confusion. At the same time, a helpless look appeared on his face. Bu Tian smiled mysteriously. Ice Demon swore that he would never step into Luo Bing continent again, but the Ice Progenitor's inheritance is extremely important to him, so it's not a big deal to give up his pride. But Wang Heng wanted to say something, but was stopped by Bu Tian. As far as I know, the Ice Demon has a huge grudge against your Wang family. You shouldn't be thinking about why the Ice Demon is here. Instead, you should be thinking about how to deal with the Ice Demon if you meet him in the land of inheritance, Bu Tian said. Wang Heng nodded with a heavy expression. He hurriedly got up and cupped his fist towards Fang Chun and Bu Tian before leaving in a hurry. This news was too shocking. He had to report it to the Wang family as soon as possible. After Wang Heng left, Fang Chun and Bu Tian looked at each other and smiled. Brother Fang, it's better if you don't get involved in the Ice Progenitor's inheritance, Bu Tian said. Because of Ice Demon? Fang Chun shrugged. Bu Tian shook his head. As a friend, I have to remind you that there are many experts who want the Ice Progenitor's inheritance. Ice Demon is only one of them. Fang Chun shook his head, not agreeing with Bu Tian's words. There are two sides to everything. Experts at their level must have their own battles. Fang Chun said, as for us, as long as we are careful, it's not impossible to get the Ice Progenitor's inheritance. Fang Chun had more than 50 special bloodlines in his body, and one of them was an Ice-type bloodline. If he could get the Ice Progenitor's inheritance, it would have a huge impact on his strength. So, no matter what, he had to fight for it. Bu Tian shook his head. Fang Chun thought too simply. Countless people will die in the opening of the Ice Progenitor's inheritance. I hope Brother Fang won't be impulsive. I'm here to bring good news to Brother Fang. Bu Tian said mysteriously. What news? The more Fang Chun interacted with Bu Tian, the more he felt that the latter was very mysterious. It was as if he knew everything. Why would such a person participate in the Tao debate on the continent of despair? It was truly incomprehensible. Apart from the inheritance left behind by the Ice Ancestor, there is also a very important treasure in the Ice Ancestor's inheritance ground. Bu Tian said, that is the Ice Devil puppet that was famous in the past. Ice Devil puppet? Fang Chun frowned in confusion. The Ice Devil puppet is a super strong ice puppet. It was personally created by the Ice Ancestor. At its peak, its attack power could reach half of the Ice Ancestor's level. Bu Tian slowly said. Hearing this, Fang Chun's head exploded. Who was the Ice Matriarch? He was a peerless expert like Bloodline King. If he was still alive, he would definitely be one of the top experts in the immemorial chaos. How strong was his combat strength? He could destroy the primordial chaos with a flip of his hand. This so-called Ice Devil puppet had half of his combat strength at its peak. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Fang Chun had some achievements in puppetry, but he could not imagine that the Ice Devil puppet could have such powerful combat strength. The Ice Devil puppet is no longer a secret. It was famous in the immemorial chaos. However, after the Ice Ancestor disappeared, the Ice Devil puppet also disappeared. Bu Tian said, I received news that the Ice Devil puppet is very likely to appear in the Ice Ancestor's inheritance ground. Seeing the shock on Fang Chun's face, Bu Tian explained, over the countless years, the Ice Demon puppet has consumed too much of its energy and is unable to replenish it. Therefore, the current Ice Demon puppet is definitely unable to reach its peak strength. Now that the Ice Ancestor's inheritance ground has opened, everyone's attention is focused on the inheritance. This is our chance, Bu Tian said. You mean you want to join forces with me to find the Ice Devil puppet? Fang Chun asked in confusion. Bu Tian nodded and smiled. When I was in the continent of despair, I said that Fang Chun is a dragon among men. In the future, your name will definitely shake the immemorial chaos. My judgment will not be wrong. It will be difficult for me to obtain the Ice Devil puppet alone. However, if we join forces, the chances of obtaining it will be very high. Bu Tian said, there are too many people who have their eyes on the inheritance. In addition, the Ice Devil puppet hates the Wang family of the Luo Bing continent. When the time comes, an earth-shattering battle will be inevitable. We may all be involved. Rather than that, why don't we secretly search for the ice devil puppet? Butian said. Fang Chun was a little tempted. According to Butian, if he could obtain the ice devil puppet, the hand of despair would be nothing. He could suppress it with a flip of his hand. I need to think about this matter. Fang Chun was not in a hurry to agree to Butian's request. He still needed to consider whether Butian's information was true. Moreover, what was Butian's intention for telling him such important information? Various thoughts appeared in Fang Chun's mind. This made him even more cautious. It's already morning. I won't disturb you anymore. I'll visit you another day. After saying that, Butian turned and left. Looking at Butian's departing figure, Fang Chun faintly felt a trace of strangeness in his heart. What's the origin of this Butian? Why does he know so many secrets? 3 days later, Wang Heng returned and told Fang Chun that after the exploration of the Wang family's higher-ups, the Ice Devil had indeed appeared on the Luo Bing continent. Moreover, not long ago, he had already fought with the Wang family's higher-ups. This time, the Ice Devil came aggressively. His goal was very simple, which was to obtain the Ice Progenitor's inheritance. So, Butian's information is true? Fang Chun asked. That's right. His information has been confirmed. Therefore, the Wang family's plan has changed this time. There will definitely be a fierce battle in the land of inheritance. At that time, Brother Fang, you have to be careful. Don't get involved, Wang Heng warned. The Wang family's plan was a little rushed. Wang Heng had to temporarily bid farewell to Fang Chun. Fang Chun fell into silence and did not speak for a long time. He did not know Butian's origin, nor did he know whether there was any force behind Butian. In short, his mind was in a mess. In a hidden courtyard in the southern suburbs of Ice King City, Butian sat on a stone bench and looked ahead with a smile. Will that guy agree? Suddenly, a bald old man appeared. The air around him instantly froze as if time had been imprisoned. His eyes were very scary, but after seeing Butian, they became gentle. He will agree, Butian murmured. With my understanding of him, he should be investigating my identity right now. After saying that, Butian raised his head and looked at the bald old man. He asked puzzledly, Master, I don't understand. With your noble status, why are you helping a guy you have never met? Besides, even if you want to help, you don't have to do it secretly, right? With your strength, you can just capture him and go into seclusion for billions of years. It's enough for him to benefit. Butian shrugged and asked. The bald old man shook his head as if he was unwilling to say. Consider it as returning the favor. Butian was speechless and did not ask the bald old man anymore. He knew that he was unwilling to say. In the entire territory of the ancient cold sect, the number of people who can be valued by Master can be counted with one hand. Butian thought to himself, could it be the ancient cold sect Master? Butian racked his brain. If Fang Chun was related to the ancient cold sect Master, his master would indeed spend a lot of effort on him. Forget it. When Master wants to say it, he will definitely say it. Tiner, although you are following orders to get close to Fang Chun, I still have to advise you. This boy has endless potential and will definitely become a great person in the future. When you befriend him, try to be as sincere as possible. I know, Master, Butian said impatiently. A few days later, Butian came again. What do you think? Seeing Fang Chun, Butian directly asked. Fang Chun said, I agree, but I want to know all the detailed information about the ice demon puppet. Butian grinned and took out a file from his chest. He handed it to Fang Chun. I knew you'd want to know. This file contains all the information I have about the Ice Ancestors' inheritance land. Most of it is about the inheritance, and only a small part is about the Ice Demon Puppet. The information about the Ice Demon Puppet was extremely important. Even Butian did not have much. Chapter 28:19. As the time approached, Fang Chun felt that the atmosphere in Ice King City was extremely oppressive. Wang Heng had not appeared since the last time he came. It seemed that the Wang family attached great importance to the appearance of the Ice Demon. As the Ice Progenitor's land of inheritance was about to open, more and more martial artists poured into Ice King City. Their gazes were all focused on the Ice King mountain range, not far from the city. It had been almost half a year since Fang Chun came to Ice King City. Dong! One day, a deafening sound came out of the Ice King mountain range. Immediately after, the entire Ice King City was in an uproar. Countless experts floated above Ice King City, staring at the Ice King mountain range in front of them. Rumble. From far away, they could vaguely see that there were signs of a volcano eruption in the Ice King mountain range. The volcano is erupting. The ice progenitor's land of inheritance is about to open. Someone shouted in surprise. Suddenly, a large crowd rushed out of Ice King City and entered the Ice King mountain range. On the streets of Ice King City, Fang Chun and Butian walked side by side. Brother Fang, take care of yourself in the land of inheritance. I'll go first. Wang Hung followed the Wang clan people. Before he left, he sent a voice transmission to Fang Chun. It seems that the appearance of the ice demon is a great enemy for the Wang family, Fang Chun said with a smile. Ever since the Ice King died, the ice demon has always claimed to be the orthodox Ice Dao. He's too strong, so the Wang family doesn't dare to be careless, Butian said with a smile. Let's go. The experts have already entered the Ice King mountain range. While the two were talking, most of the martial artists in Ice King City had already left. The two of them were not in a hurry and slowly flew towards the Ice King mountain range. It said that this mountain range was not called the Ice King mountain range back then, Butian explained as he walked in front of the Ice King mountain range. Oh, Fang Chun was curious about the legendary story of the ice progenitor and the Ice King. The Ice King shattered the sacred land of the ice race with a palm strike. With his absolute strength, he suppressed all the power of faith and changed it into a mountain range, Butian said. Butian said, over time, in order to commemorate the Ice King, people named this mountain range the Ice King mountain range, the holy land of the ice race. Fang Chun was even more confused. The Ice King was also from the ice race, so why would he be able to destroy the sacred ground of the ice race? Before the ice matriarch, the ice race's holy land had always existed. At that time, the ice race's holy land was very powerful, but as the ice ancestor and the Ice King rose, the ice race's holy land gradually declined. In the Ice King's generation, he even declared that he was the true ice race's holy land. He destroyed the ice race's holy land with one palm strike. Butian said, back then, this matter shocked the entire immemorial chaos and even angered several peerless experts. But for some reason, those peerless experts didn't make a move against Ice King. Fang Chun sighed. It seemed that there were still many secrets in the Luo Bing continent, and he knew too little. Although all the clansmen who believe in the ice race's holy land have died, the vast power of faith has not been completely cut off. There is still a small part of it left. Be careful when you go in. The remnant power of faith is very repulsive to martial artists with ice bloodlines, Butian said in a low voice. After speaking, Butian took a step forward and entered the Ice King mountain range first. Looking at his back, Fang Chun was even more confused. Who is this Butian? Why did he know so much? In the Ice King mountain range, towering trees stood horizontally and weeds grew everywhere. An icy aura covered the land. As soon as he entered, Fang Chun felt that the ice bloodline in his body suddenly changed. Fang Chun found that the icy aura in the air was crazily pressing towards him. Not good. Fang Chun shouted. The remnant power of faith in the Ice King mountain range sensed the icy aura in his body and was rejecting him. Crack. The power of faith was very mysterious. It directly targeted Fang Chun's primordial spirit. Whoosh! Fang Chun used the space-time escape technique. His body kept flashing, but he still couldn't get rid of the entanglement. Seeing this, Butian was also surprised. He immediately said, hide the power of the bloodline in your body. Hiding the power of the bloodline was easy to say, but difficult to do. It could only be done by using a rare treasure. Black hole bloodline. In a flash, Fang Chun activated the black hole bloodline, forming a huge bloodline black hole in his body and swallowing more than 50 special bloodlines. Whoosh! Then he felt the power of faith in the air dissipate. He breathed a sigh of relief and landed on the ground. Impressive. Butian gave Fong Chun a thumbs up. The latter didn't have time to think about this. He was thinking about the scene just now. Too powerful. Just a little bit of power of faith left could force him into such a mess. What if the ice race's sacred land was at its peak? It was unimaginable. Fong Chun was a little ashamed of the power of faith here. The Shura universe was at the top level among the billions of miniature universes in the ancient Saint Chaos. However, the power of faith still couldn't be compared to here. See? The Ice Ancestors' land of inheritance is ahead. Butian pointed to the depths of the Ice King mountain range. The wild spatial storm seemed to break the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the oppressive aura filled everyone's heart. The spatial storm was very chaotic. No one dared to barge in. The Wong family members stared at the spatial storm. On the other side, an old man in gray clothes was covered in ice and snow. He stood alone in a corner. No one dared to get close to him because his aura was too strong. The spatial storm is weakening, someone in the crowd said. The others were waiting with rapt attention. The spatial storm had a pattern and was weakening. According to this trend, the threat would be at its lowest in 3 days. Ice Demon. Fong Chun and Butian came to the crowd and saw Ice Demon standing alone in the corner. He looked very old, and his eyes were cloudy. He seemed to be in his twilight years. However, no one dared to underestimate this person because he was Ice Demon. The Wong family seems to be afraid of Ice Demon. Fong Chun's eyes fell on the Wong family members. They were nervously on guard. At the same time, they saw Wong Hung. If Ice Demon starts a massacre, at least half of the Wong family will fall, Butian said. He had a high opinion of Ice Demon. Fong Chun's eyes moved away from Wong Hung. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure in another corner. The Hand of Despair. When enemies met, their eyes turned red. When Fong Chun saw the Hand of Despair, rage surged in his heart. The Hand of Despair also saw Fong Chun. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He raised his hand and gestured at his neck. He seemed to be telling Fong Chun that he would die when he entered the Ice Ancestors' land of inheritance. It's not certain who will win. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The spatial storm surrounding the Ice Ancestors' land of inheritance finally weakened to its weakest point. Charge! A wild roar came from the crowd. Whoosh! Ice Demon's turbid eyes suddenly became clear. Then his body turned into a cold light and disappeared into the spatial storm. Let's go. The Wong family members had already noticed Ice Demon's actions. They followed closely behind and rushed in. After that, countless martial artists swarmed toward the spatial storm like a swarm of bees. Let's go. Butian grinned. The show has just begun. A shocking sound came from the Ice King mountain range. It spread to the entire Luo Bing continent. In the distant sky, the bald old man stood with his hands behind his back. He witnessed everything with his own eyes. Kid, I hope you can seize this opportunity, the bald old man said with a chuckle. Boom! In the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The weakened spatial storm slowly strengthened. After a while, it returned to its original state. At a glance, dark clouds covered the sky. It was a terrifying storm. This time, if the Ice Demon obtains the inheritance, it will definitely lead to a war that will cause great suffering, the bald old man said. If Ice Demon obtained the inheritance, his strength would rise to another level. He would not be afraid of the Wong family. At that time, the situation of the Luo Bing continent could be imagined. However, compared to Ice Demon, the bald old man was more concerned about his disciple, Butian, and Fong Chun. I'm old. I don't like to join in the fun. Chapter 2820. To put it bluntly, the Ice Ancestors' land of inheritance was an independent space. Of course, it wasn't an ordinary independent space. It was created by the Ice Ancestor himself. The air was filled with a cold aura. At a glance, it was a vast expanse of whiteness. Ice Palace. Fong Chun redefined the Ice Ancestors' land of inheritance. It didn't look like an independent space. It was more like an ice palace. The ice ancestors' traces were too obvious in the vast ice palace. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt a strange aura in the air. Then, Fang Chen was a little shocked. The power of faith? He widened his eyes and sensed carefully. The ice ancestor is indeed powerful. The Ice King mountain range was formed after him. However, the independent space he created can absorb the power of faith left in the Ice King mountain range. Butian said. No wonder. It seemed that Butian knew the Ice King mountain range very well. The Ice Ancestors' land of inheritance should be at the core of the Ice Palace. Let's not get involved, Butian said. He looked at Fang Chun and nodded gently. Then, they quickly rushed toward the ice demon skeleton according to the map. Not long after Fang Chun and Butian left, the void flickered and a figure appeared. Their aura still lingers in the air. They should have just left. The Hand of Despair said in a hoarse voice. He had been paying close attention to Fang Chun. You can't escape. The Hand of Despair's figure flashed and chased after him. Fang Chun and Butian were extremely fast. Along the way, they encountered all kinds of monsters. However, they just released their aura and scared the monsters away. After flying for about an hour, a few figures suddenly appeared in front of them. West Continent Sky Pride. Butian stared ahead. The leader had a special symbol embroidered on his collar. If Fang Chun remembered correctly, among the 99 Sky Prides, the West Continent Sky Pride, Muze, should be ranked the last. The West Continent was also the weakest continent among the 99 continents under the ancient Frigid sect. It was even weaker than the Despair Continent. You killed the chain spear, right? Muze asked with a sinister smile. Fang Chun shrugged. He didn't expect them to be here for the chain gun. Get out of the way, Butian said in a low voice. Courting death. Muze growled and waved his hand. The West Choice Continent martial artist behind him quickly acted. Die! Butian's figure flickered, and even Muze could not catch a trace of him. Crack! A trembling sound echoed. A martial artist from the West Choice Continent was beheaded by Butian. Following that, another person fell to the ground. Who are you? At this time, Muze finally realized that something was wrong. Is it important? Butian's figure was like a ghost. He appeared behind Muze like a ghost and punched him in the head. Fang Chun saw that when Butian attacked, his fist was covered by armor. What is the quality of the armor? Fang Chun was surprised. A vast amount of power gushed out from the armor, constantly illuminating Muze's primordial spirit. A miserable scream came out from his mouth. He held his head with both hands and fell to the ground in pain. Just when Butian was about to kill him, he suddenly felt that someone was approaching. Let's go. Butian grabbed Muze and threw him into the distance, disappearing into the void with Fang Chun. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Hand of Despair rushed over. Suddenly, an unknown object appeared in the void. The Hand of Despair's first thought was to throw a punch. Dong! When his fist hit Muze, it instantly detonated the huge power in Muze's body. The entire void trembled. The wild power formed a huge vortex, blocking the Hand of Despair's advance. Damn it! The Hand of Despair cursed. Rushing all the way, they finally got rid of the Hand of Despair's pursuit. Fang Chun breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to meet the Hand of Despair for the time being. How far are we? Fang Chun asked. Just ahead. As they spoke, a mountain peak appeared in front of them. Fang Chun and Butian stepped out and climbed to the top of the mountain. Look carefully. Just when the two of them were looking for the ice demon puppet, the inheritance of the ice progenitor appeared, causing a huge battle. The ice demon attacked and fought against the Wang family with his own strength. Wang Hung was also fighting against the geniuses of various continents. The core of the ice palace was in chaos. Everyone was determined to get the inheritance of the ice progenitor and killed their enemies without caring about anything. In the blink of an eye, blood flowed like a river. Miserable cries could be heard everywhere. The battle between the ice demon and the higher-ups of the Wang family had also reached its climax. Ice demon, The inheritance of the ice progenitor belongs to my Wang family. You have no right to touch it. The Wang family's current patriarch shouted. I, the ice demon and the orthodox ice Tao. Your Wang family is just a hypocrite. You don't have the right to have the inheritance of the ice progenitor. In midair, the ice demon punched out. Countless ice chunks whistled through the air, nearing the people of the Wang clan and exploding with a loud bang. Back then, the ice progenitor was a hero. I didn't expect his descendant to be like this. Today, I, the ice demon, will clean up the ice progenitor's family. The ice demon said with disdain. In the ice demon's eyes, the current Wang family had already broken away from the rules set by the ice progenitor. They didn't have the right to be called the orthodox ice Tao. As long as my Wang family is here, don't even think about getting the inheritance. The members of the Wang family set up a joint battle formation and surrounded the ice demon. Have a taste of my Wang family's 1,000 calamity ice formation. The Wang family patriarch said coldly. He immediately controlled the joint battle formation and attacked the ice demon. Below, Pucci, an expert ranked 99 geniuses, was split in half by the giant sword warrior. You dare to provoke me? The giant sword warrior said coldly. He scanned the battlefield and looked for Wang Heng. The black-clothed martial artist with a folding fan was surrounded by a black glow. No one could get close to him. Be careful. He saw that the giant sword warrior was a little impulsive and reminded him in a low voice. Don't worry, I know what to do. Then he charged at Wang Heng with the giant sword in his hand. Wang Heng, let me see what you're capable of. After that, the giant sword warrior and Wang Heng engaged in a fierce battle. The flames of war spread throughout the ice palace. The air was filled with heat. Everyone participated in this shocking battle. Only Fang Chun and Bu Tian were searching on a mountain far away from the core of the ice palace. Why can't I find him? Fang Chun was a little anxious. I can feel it. Bu Tian closed his eyes, and a flickering mark appeared on his forehead. He formed a seal with his hands, and his palms kept changing. The mark above his head also kept changing. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Spots of light were released from the mark and scattered on the ground. Suddenly, the mark shook as if it was about to shatter. Bu Tian opened his eyes and looked in the northwest direction. There, the mark flickered and came to the northwest direction in an instant. Then, it sank into the ground. Boom! A hole was blasted in the ground. Bu Tian used all his strength and punched out continuously. Every punch landed on the hole. Crack! A crack appeared on the hole, and then a black light flashed. Go in. Bu Tian jumped down and jumped into the darkness. Fang Chun pondered for a moment before following closely behind. Buzz! The two of them passed through a layer of powerful restriction and entered the underground. This was a secret chamber. Is this where the ice matriarch used to cultivate? Fang Chun exclaimed. It seemed that the ice demon puppet was most likely here. However, he was more shocked. What method did Bu Tian use to find the ice matriarch's cultivation place? What was the mark that appeared on his forehead? Was it given to him by the force behind him? Otherwise, with his strength, how could he find the ice matriarch's cultivation place so easily? He shook his head hard and put these thoughts aside for now. He focused on finding the ice demon puppet. That's right. The ice matriarch used to cultivate here. Bu Tian said, according to the information I received, the place where the ice demon puppet is placed must have a low temperature. Don't act rashly. Be careful. If you accidentally enter the place where the ice demon puppet is placed, your primordial spirit might be frozen, Bu Tian said. It was definitely not an exaggeration. The ice matriarch's methods were too shocking. Fang Chun nodded and looked around carefully. He carefully sensed that the temperature in the southeast direction of the secret room was getting lower and lower. Fang Chun and Bu Tian quickly walked over. The two of them looked at each other and stopped. Chapter 28-21. In the underground chamber, the atmosphere was heavy and the temperature was extremely low. If an ordinary martial artist were to come here, their primordial spirit would be instantly frozen. Fang Chun's body was surrounded by a halo of sword qi, resisting the corrosion of the cold air. The two of them looked at each other and then at the southwest corner of the chamber. This corner was ordinary, but there was a luminous pearl placed in the corner. Luminous pearl? Seeing this, Fang Chen's expression changed. The temperature here is at least a few thousand degrees below zero. Our primordial spirits can feel the tremors, as if they are being frozen. How can the luminous pearl be undamaged? Fang Chun voiced his doubts. A normal luminous pearl would definitely not be able to withstand the temperature of a few thousand degrees below zero. Even an ordinary life ancient realm martial artist would have their primordial spirit instantly frozen here. As they spoke, Fang Chun and Bu Tian's bodies were already covered in ice and snow. The blood in their bodies flowed, especially Fang Chun, who pushed his fire origin bloodline to the extreme to resist the cold air. This is indeed not a luminous pearl. Bu Tian spoke. He seemed to be somewhat familiar with this transparent bead. If my guess is correct, this pearl should be known as the frost pearl in the outside world. Bu Tian slowly said. Frost pearl. Fang Chun was puzzled. He had never heard of a treasure like the frost pearl. In the vast ancient primordial chaos, there are countless treasures. Some of them are extremely mysterious. The frost pearl is one of them. It is said that the frost pearl can withstand temperatures of tens of thousands of degrees below zero. In low temperatures, the frost pearl can emit a unique aura that can envelop the surrounding space, forming a vacuum. Simply put, the frost pearl can provide an endless supply of cold air to protect the ice demon puppet from being eroded by time. After seeing the frost pearl, Bu Tian was certain that the ice demon puppet was here. Brother Fang, there's only one ice demon puppet. Let's get out first and then decide who owns it. Is that okay? Bu Tian asked seriously. Fang Chen nodded. The ice demon puppet contained an extremely low temperature. Ordinary people would not be able to control it. Therefore, it was too early to say this. All right, then I'll begin. Bu Tian had come prepared. He took out an umbrella from his bosom. Suddenly, a bright light surged out. Brother Fang, when I collect the icy pearl later, use your flame energy to bombard the corner of the wall and force the ice devil puppet to appear, Bu Tian instructed. Fang Chen nodded and entered a state of alert. Voila! The umbrella in Bu Tian's hand was very special. He quickly opened the umbrella, and in an instant, a wild power exploded from the umbrella. Then, an extremely cold aura filled the entire sky. Fang Chen's body involuntarily took a few steps back. What kind of treasure is this? Fang Chen exclaimed in his heart. It seemed that this umbrella was also a frost-type treasure. Thinking up to this point, Fang Chen was even more curious about Bu Tian's identity. Why did he know so much about the Ice Matriarch's inheritance ground? Moreover, he could casually take out such a supreme treasure. But for the time being, he threw these thoughts to the back of his mind. 1. The frosty aura released from the umbrella became denser and denser. In the end, it turned into a monstrous wave that rushed to the corner of the wall and swept up the icy pearl. The icy pearl was wrapped up by the umbrella without any resistance. Do it, Bu Tian roared. Fang Chen opened his palms, and a crazy flame spread out, enveloping the corner of the wall. Because he had the divine fire, the flame energy released from his body was even more powerful. Even Bu Tian was a little surprised. But soon, an excited smile appeared on Bu Tian's face. Crack! Under the impact of the huge sea of flames, the corner of the wall showed signs of cracking. Debris fell to the ground, and a white arm appeared in front of Fang Chen's eyes. Ice Devil Puppet! Fang Chen was overjoyed. He increased the power of the flames. The sea of flames surged and roared, rushing into the crack at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. The Ice Devil Puppet was in an ownerless state. It could only be attacked by the flames and would automatically rush out. Crack! Finally, after a series of attacks, an Ice Devil Puppet that was about the same size as Fang Chen appeared. Simply put, the Ice Devil Puppet was the same as an ordinary puppet. However, the one who refined it was the Ice Progenitor. He used a special method to inject the frosty aura into it, making it the Ice Devil Puppet that everyone feared. 1. When the sea of flames rushed towards the Ice Devil Puppet, it instantly stopped. No matter how violent the flames were, they couldn't get close to the ice devil puppet. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fang Chun put away the ice devil puppet. At this time, Butian also took out the icy pearl from the umbrella. So cold. He held the icy pearl in his hand, his body shivering. This is the ice devil puppet. Fang Chun opened his eyes wide and carefully sized up the snow-white puppet in front of him. Butian nodded and was very excited. Yes, this is the ice devil puppet. I didn't expect the ice devil puppet to be so well preserved after the baptism of time. Luckily, the ice devil puppet's internal energy has been exhausted. Otherwise, with our strength, it would be wishful thinking to obtain the ice devil puppet. Butian waved the icy pearl in his hand and smiled. Brother Fang, do you know the use of this icy pearl? What use? Fang Chun seemed to have realized something and stared straight at Butian. If we want the ice devil puppet to fight for us, we have to charge it with energy. This icy pearl can provide energy for the ice devil puppet, Butian said. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart jumped. He squinted his eyes and looked at Butian. An extremely dangerous thought appeared in his mind. Could it be that Butian had been using him from the beginning? Otherwise, why would he personally take the icy pearl and let him use all his strength to force the ice devil puppet out? Thinking of this, Fang Chen's heart jumped. As long as the ice devil puppet devours the icy pearl, it will be able to explode with powerful combat strength, Butian continued. Now, we can discuss how to split the ice devil puppet. Hearing Butian's words, Fang Chun was stunned. Then, he awkwardly looked at Butian. He thought that Butian would take the ice devil puppet for himself. How do we split it? Fang Chun asked. How about this? Butian slowly said. However, when he was halfway through his words, he suddenly froze for a moment. Then, he immediately jumped and landed on the crack in the corner of the wall. That's, Butian involuntarily cried out. His eyes widened, and he was extremely excited. A second ice devil puppet? In the corner, there was a second ice devil puppet. Fang Chun and Butian worked together to get this ice devil puppet out. Now it's good. There are 2 ice devil puppets. We each get one. Butian grinned. Previously, he was also a bit worried. After all, these were ice devil puppets. No one was willing to give them up so easily. Okay. Fang Chun and Butian dripped their blood on the 2 ice devil puppets to become their masters. Wong. After the blood merged with the ice devil puppets, it formed a ripple in the air and entered their minds. The 2 of them were stunned. They seemed to be connected to the ice devil puppets. Good stuff, Fang Chun said. After the blood binding, the 2 of them discovered an extremely shocking thing from the ice devil puppet's memory. Icy pearl. The 2 of them controlled the ice devil puppets and completely broke through the wall. Instantly, a small warehouse appeared in front of the 2 of them. Inside, there were countless transparent pearls. So many, the 2 of them were completely stunned. A single icy pearl could cause a huge commotion in the outside world. They didn't expect that the entire warehouse of the ice progenitor's cultivation ground was filled with icy pearls. That's right. The ice progenitor must have thought of this back then to be able to refine icy pearls at will. That's why he refined a large amount of icy pearls for the later generations to control the ice devil puppets. After the excitement, Butian analyzed. No matter what, they had really earned a lot this time. Let them fight for the inheritance. We only need the ice devil puppets. Butian was already impatient. He entered the warehouse and began to count the icy pearls. An hour later, Butian walked out of the warehouse. He smiled at Fang Chun and said, Brother Fang, we really earn a lot. I didn't expect the ice progenitor to leave a total of 10,000 icy pearls for us. Ha, that's great. We'll split 5,000 icy pearls each. Soon, the 2 of them had each collected 5,000 icy pearls. At this time, Butian placed the icy pearl he had obtained earlier into the ice devil puppet's mouth. Crack. Chapter 28-22. Bang. Boom. The chamber, which was already extremely cold, was suddenly covered in ice. Fang Chun felt his yuan spirit shake, as if it was about to be frozen. It hurts. Fang Chun couldn't help but scream. His yuan spirit felt like it was being pricked by needles. It was too painful. At this moment, the originally motionless ice demonic puppet's snow-white body suddenly moved, releasing a monstrous aura from its body. Crack! The entire chamber was frozen, and the temperature was so low that Fong Chun couldn't bear it. If Butian hadn't held back, Fong Chun wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Crash! In the blink of an eye, the ice came into contact, and the cold aura in his Yuan spirit quickly dissipated. Amazing, Butian said excitedly. A frost pearl can only activate 20% of the ice demonic puppet's power. If you want to activate all of its power, you'll need to consume at least 5 frost pearls at once. 20% of its power? Fong Chun was dumbfounded. 20% of its power was already enough to make him wish he was dead. What if it was 100% of its power? Even an expert at the level of Tianshu Yuan wouldn't dare to face it head-on, right? The ice demonic puppet was definitely Fong Chen's trump card, and it was a super trump card. With this ice demonic puppet, the two of us can protect ourselves in this ice palace. Butian grinned and put away the ice demonic puppet, then said to Fong Chun. Fong Chun nodded. His heart was filled with shock, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. The power of the ice demonic puppet was too strong. Life ancient realm martial artists couldn't withstand it, and their Yuan spirit would be torn apart in an instant. This is really good stuff. Fong Chun couldn't help but sigh. Whoosh, whoosh. In the calm void, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard, and then the figure of the Hand of Despair appeared. Damn you! Let's see how you escape this time. After several days of investigation, the Hand of Despair had already locked onto Fong Chen's position. I'm the ruler of the Despair continent, but now I've fallen to this point. It's all because of you, Despair Hand said angrily. In his heart, his hatred for Fong Chun had reached its peak. He wanted nothing more than to tear Fong Chun to shreds. He raised his head and looked at the mountain peak in front of him. Then, with a leap, he arrived at the mountain peak. Boom! The Hand of Despair clenched its hand into a fist and punched the ground. Get out here! The voice of the Hand of Despair was like a thunderous roar spreading across the place. Rumble! The secret chamber swayed and dust flew, as if it would collapse at any moment. What happened? Butian was a little surprised, but he soon discovered the Hand of Despair on top of the mountain. Get out! Butian and Fong Chun put away their ice devil puppets and walked out of the secret room one after another. Hand of Despair. When he saw the Hand of Despair, Fong Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. Ever since he came to the city of Ice King, the latter had been targeting him. After entering the Ice Palace, he had pursued him relentlessly, wanting to kill him. Now that he had the ice devil puppets, it was time to settle their personal grudges. Kid, I will take back what I lost 100 times over today. The Hand of Despair said coldly. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Fong Chun shrugged his shoulders with a look of disdain. Butian, who was at the side, looked at the scene with interest. He had no intention of interfering. He could feel that the other party's aura was strong, but he was fearless. With the ice devil puppets, so what if the other party was an ultimate expert? You're courting death. The Hand of Despair was furious. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at Fong Chun. If this claw were to hit Fong Chun, the latter would die instantly. You're dead. The Hand of Despair's body flashed, and his hand whizzed forward. It was about to grab Fong Chun's head. Until then, Fong Chun still did not move. It was as if all this had nothing to do with him. The Hand of Despair's eyes were filled with sarcasm. It was as if he could already see Fong Chun dying in his hands. Kill. The Hand of Despair's palm emitted a torrential aura of despair. The aura of despair gathered together and corroded the sky. I've said it before. You've missed the best opportunity. Wong. As he spoke, a snow-white puppet appeared before Fong Chun. Then, Fong Chun sent a frost pearl into the ice devil puppet's mouth at lightning speed. Boom! An extremely cold aura was released from the ice devil puppet. The entire world seemed to be frozen at this moment. The ice demon puppet's every move was so shocking. What's this? Seeing this, the Hand of Despair cried out. At the same time, he felt that the surrounding air was too cold. His body trembled, and his primordial spirit seemed to be frozen. Heart of Despair. Instantly, the Hand of Despair made a decision. He gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, a bright red palm print appeared in the sky. On the palm print, there was a Heart of Despair. This was the trump card of the Hand of Despair. In order to cultivate this secret skill, he had absorbed the energy of countless sky prides. But now that his cultivation level had dropped, he could only barely activate it. Gotcha! The Heart of Despair quickly merged into the palm print. Then, he slammed the palm into the air, shattering the ice seal. The cold aura released by the Ice Devil puppet was instantly broken. What else can you do now? After breaking Fong Chen's attack, the Hand of Despair laughed wildly. He forcefully controlled the Heart of Despair and attacked Fong Chen. I see. Fong Chen sneered. He could roughly guess the reason why the Hand of Despair's cultivation level had dropped. That was just an appetizer. The real attack is coming next. Fong Chen said softly. Then, he sent 5 frost pearls into the Ice Devil puppet's mouth. Whoa! The Ice Devil puppet released a boundless cold aura. Instantly, the space was frozen. The Heart of Despair that the Hand of Despair was proud of was also frozen. No! The Hand of Despair could only shout this word. In the next moment, his primordial spirit was frozen. With a crack, it shattered. Then his body shattered in the cold aura. Boom! The Hand of Despair's body suddenly exploded. An expert of a generation had fallen. Whoosh! 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 The frozen sky had regained its calmness. Only the cold aura in the air indicated that a great battle had just taken place. As for the Ice Devil puppet, it had been kept by Fong Chen in a mortal cave mountain. The Ice Devil puppet's full power is too strong. Fong Chen thought to himself. Butian, who was beside him, opened his mouth wide in disbelief. The Hand of Despair did not know what kind of attack Fong Chen had used. He had originally wanted to take revenge, but he had died in the hands of Fong Chen. At the core of the Ice Palace, blood flowed like a river and corpses piled up like a mountain. The Ice Devil and the upper echelons of the Wong family fought for several days, but there was still no clear winner. However, during this period, the Wong family had suffered heavy losses. Many experts had died at the hands of the Ice Devil. Ha ha! I can still take the Ice Ancestors' inheritance after killing everyone in the Wong family. The Ice Devil said crazily as he smashed the head of a Wong family disciple. Seeing this, the expressions of the Wong family members changed. What should we do? The current Wong family head tried his best, but he could not stop the Ice Devil. After countless years, the Ice Devil's methods were different. If he had not used the treasure left behind by the Wong family's ancestor, it would have been very difficult for him to fight against the Ice Devil. Damn it! The current head of the Wong family cursed with a gloomy voice. Boom! The battle started again. The experts of the Wong family joined forces to attack the Ice Devil. Below, the battle between the younger generation was nearing its end. Many years later, Wong Hung returned. At this moment, he exploded with unprecedented power and killed more than 30 of the 99 prodigies. Among them, there were even the top 10 prodigies. This caused many of the geniuses to feel intimidated. Let's join forces and kill Wong Hung, one of the prodigies suggested. Immediately, the other prodigies nodded. This was a battle between the younger generation. Even if they could not obtain the Ice Ancestors' inheritance, they could not watch so many prodigies die at the hands of Wong Hung. Kaboom! In an instant, Wong Hung was attacked fiercely. His figure flashed and dodged the most powerful attack. You're courting death. Wong Hung's face was cold. Just as he was about to attack, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. It was as if his body had been struck by lightning. Crack! Behind him, a figure appeared in the void. He held a black dagger in his hand. A few drops of blood dripped from the dagger. Yin Xian. Chapter 28-23. F***CK. Yin Xian was the strongest among the 99 sky prides. He was so strong that no one could compare to him. It was said that he was already one step away from becoming the mayor of Tianshu Yuan. He was known as the strongest life ancient realm sky pride in the 99 continents of the ancient Frigid sect. There were even rumors that Yin Xian was valued by the ancient Frigid sect. The Ice Ancestor's inheritance was a trial for him. If he performed well, he could join the ancient frigid sect and soar to the sky. Therefore, Yin had been active since he entered the Ice Palace. When he encountered an enemy, he would crush them with lightning speed. This time, more than half of the 99 Sky Prides had died in the face of the arrogant Wang Heng. However, he had been hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity. Just a moment ago, he finally got the chance to strike. He executed the strongest assassination technique that he was so proud of and wounded Wang Heng. The black dagger contained a strong poison. Even a life ancient realm martial artist would lose their ability to fight for a short time if they were poisoned. Wang Heng. Yin stood in the sky with his hands behind his back. He looked down at Wang Heng with a faint smile on his face, as if he was mocking Wang Heng. Kill him. Wang Heng was seriously injured. The Sky Prides that he had offended earlier roared with righteous indignation. Some of them even rushed toward Wang Heng. Wang Heng's eyes flickered as he kept retreating. At this moment, the Wang family's experts were busy dealing with the ice demon. They had no time to save him. He was in a situation where he would die. Damn it! Wang Heng cursed in his heart. If Yin hadn't come at the critical moment, he would have been able to crush the 99 Sky Prides. But now, the poison in his body was spreading. In just a short while, he had no strength left. He couldn't even stand steadily. What should I do? Wang Heng kept retreating in the face of the numerous Sky Pride's attacks. Yin sneered. This was a situation where he would die. Even if Wang Heng had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to survive. Am I really going to die? Wang Heng looked at Yin with a ferocious expression. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he noticed 2 figures flying at high speed in the distance. One of them was his savior, Fang Chun. Brother Fang. Upon seeing this, Wang Heng's face was filled with excitement. He knew Fang Chun's strength better than anyone else. If Fang Chun was willing to help him fend off these Sky Prides, he would be able to focus on expelling the poison. Once the poison was expelled, it would be time for him to take his revenge. Whoosh! A shocking sword light descended from the sky, forcefully splitting the void apart and slashing the bodies of the geniuses who were charging towards Wang Heng. Crack! An unimaginable power burst forth from the sword radiance, cleaving one of the Sky Prides at the forefront into 2. Some of the Sky Prides at the back also felt a huge impact. Boom! One sword strike had forced all the geniuses to retreat. When the sword light dissipated, Fang Chun came to Wang Heng's side. Are you all right? Fang Chun glanced at Wang Heng and asked in a low voice. Brother Fang saved me again. Wang Heng smiled bitterly. If it weren't for Brother Fang's timely arrival, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to see Brother Fang again. It's good that you're all right. Fang Chun patted Wang Heng's shoulder gently and said with a smile. He's the one who killed Serial Spear. What? Serial Spear was killed by him? Son of a bitch. How dare you poke your nose into other people's business? You're dead meat. The remaining Sky Prides cursed angrily. As for Yin, he narrowed his eyes and stared at Fang Chun. Even he felt his heart palpitate when he saw Fang Chun swing his sword. Who are you? I don't think there's anyone like you in the 99 continents under the ancient frigid sect, Yin asked in a deep voice. Fang Chun from the Despair Continent. You're from the Despair Continent? A complicated expression appeared on Yin face. The Despair Continent was a barbarian land. How could such a dazzling Sky Prides appear in such a place? No matter who you are, you'll die if you enter, Yin said coldly. The remaining Sky Prides prepared to charge towards Fang Chun. Are you sending them to their deaths? Fang Chun pointed at those Sky Prides and said disdainfully, If I were you, I wouldn't send them to their deaths even though I know they're strong. Let me guess, what's your motive? You saw the sword I just used and felt that I'm unfathomable. Even if you use your full strength, you don't have 100% confidence in defeating me. So, you want them to exhaust my strength and see through my strength. Am I right? You're talking nonsense. Yin roared angrily. After being exposed by Fang Chun, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. I wanted to let you live a little longer, but there's no need for that now. Yin opened his palm and a black dagger could be vaguely seen. Wang Heng looked at Yin Xian solemnly. Bu Tian, who was beside him, crossed his arms and said with disdain, "I'm not trying to discourage you, but even if there were 10 of you, you wouldn't be a match for Brother Fong. If I were you, I'd scram. Maybe Brother Fong would be in a good mood and let you live." Shameless boasting. Obviously, Yin Xian didn't believe Bu Tian's words and was even more annoyed. "I don't even need to use my full strength to deal with you." Fong Chen shook his head and waved the hidden star sword. The sky-breaking sword was instantly displayed. A huge sword shadow swooped down between the heavens and the earth. Crash! At this moment, Yin Xian's figure disappeared like a ghost. "Be careful. Yin Xian's strongest skill is assassination," Wang Heng hurriedly reminded. "Assassination?" Fong Chun muttered to himself. "The thing I'm least afraid of is assassination." What a joke. Although the Bone Progenitor was the founder of Spacetime Dao, he was the one who brought Spacetime Dao to greater heights. So what if Yin Xian's concealment skills were strong? Fong Chun could see through him at a glance. Swoosh! Yin Xian's figure was faintly discernible, and even many sky prides couldn't catch him. Fong Chun held the hidden star sword and stood on the ground with a calm face. At this moment, spatial ripples flickered behind him, and Wang Heng exclaimed, "I've been waiting for you." Almost without any hesitation, Fong Chun slashed out with his sword. The sword of heaven and earth whizzed out, carrying a fierce and overbearing power, fiercely slashing the void. Crack! Blood spurted out and a pair of arms fell from the void. Crash! Yin Xian's figure emerged, his body covered in blood. "How'd you find me?" The black dagger fell to the ground, and he looked at Fong Chun in shock. "I've said that I'm least afraid of assassination." Swoosh! After saying that, Fong Chen's figure hid in the void. How is this possible? Yin Xian couldn't believe that he couldn't find Fong Chen's trace, even though he was so accomplished in the Void Dao. Where is he? Yin Xian continued to search, but he didn't find any clues. "I'm here." Fong Chen's voice could be heard all of a sudden. Crack! The hidden star sword pierced into Yin Xian's body, and the latter widened his eyes in disbelief. Boom! Yin Xian's body exploded, and the wild power spread rapidly, affecting many sky prides. How is this possible? The remaining sky prides cried out in shock, unable to believe what they were seeing. Yin Xian, who was ranked first among the 99 sky prides, actually ended up like this. Run! They subconsciously scattered in all directions, their hearts filled with fear. "All of you stay here." Bu Tian attacked and killed all the sky prides who were fleeing in all directions. The battle between the younger generation had come to an end. Many experts who were in the midst of a fierce battle above were also shocked when they saw this scene from the corner of their eyes. Who is this guy? Why is his swordsmanship so profound? The Wang family experts were the happiest. Wang Heng was the hope of the Wang family. How could they not be happy that he was out of danger? Roar! The ice demon looked up to the sky and let out a furious roar. After such a long battle, Ice Demon finally couldn't help but use his trump card. Crash! With Ice Demon as the center, everything within 1,000 miles was covered in ice and snow. Oh no! The Wang family experts screamed and tried their best to block the attack. From now on, the Wang family will disappear from the Luo Bing continent. The wild laughter of the Ice Demon spread rapidly. Wang Heng's face changed drastically when he saw this. If Ice Demon obtains the inheritance, the Luo Bing continent will be flooded with blood. Fong Chun and Bu Tian looked at each other and understood what each other meant. Chapter 28-24. Bu Tian was different. Even if he exposed the Ice Demon puppet, he wasn't afraid. After the battle for the Ice Progenitor's inheritance ended, he would leave the Luo Bing continent with his master. Even if many people wanted the Ice Demon puppet, they wouldn't dare to do it openly. Fong Chun was different. The latter had no backing. After he and his master left, he would be in greater danger. Wang family head. Fong Chun looked up and sent a voice transmission to the Wang family head. "My brother has a method that can temporarily trap the Ice Demon. Can you use this opportunity to severely injure the Ice Demon?" The Wang family head, who was thinking about how to deal with the enemy, suddenly heard Fong Chen's voice in his mind. He looked down and found that the person who spoke to him was the young man who had saved Wang Heng. The ice demon has used his trump card. Even we can't block it directly. Your brother is just at the life ancient realm. How could he do it? The Wang family head shook his head. He obviously didn't believe Fong Chen's words. Since the situation is already very chaotic, why not try? Fong Chen asked. Family head, let's try. At the critical moment, Wang Heng also spoke. His intuition told him that Fong Chen was most likely telling the truth. The Wang family head considered the big picture and quickly understood. He nodded and said, How long can you trap the ice demon? 1 minute. A stunned expression appeared on the Wang family head's face. He was obviously surprised, but he quickly nodded. If you can really trap the ice demon for 1 minute, we can work together to severely injure him. Butian nodded and didn't say anything else. Wang family, be destroyed. The ice demon laughed wildly and pushed his trump card to the extreme. He froze 1,000 miles and imprisoned the void. Crack. However, just as he was laughing maniacally, cracks suddenly appeared in the frozen void. What's going on? The ice demon's expression changed drastically. Not good. All of a sudden, he felt a bone-piercing cold coming from below. He dodged subconsciously. Crack. Butian pushed the ice demon puppet to its full strength and slammed his palm. The ice that the ice demon had frozen shattered. That's the ice demon puppet? After seeing the ice demon puppet, the Wang family's expression changed drastically. Do it. Butian closed his eyes and urged the ice devil puppet with all his strength. The 5 icy pearls were quickly used up. He quickly threw in another 5 pearls and continuously released an extremely cold aura that surrounded the ice devil. Damn it, it's the ice demon mantis. The ice demon roared furiously. He clenched his fist and punched out. Dong! Around him, the icy aura formed an invisible barrier, binding him. Attack together. When he saw the ice demon puppet, the Wang family had completely believed Fong Chen's words. With the ice demon puppet, it was possible to bind the ice demon for 10 minutes, let alone 1 minute. Kill. Many experts of the Wang family joined forces and unleashed a powerful attack. The attacks from the sky crashed onto the ice demon's body. Dong! Ice demon's body flew out like a cannonball. Ah! The ice demon let out a miserable shriek. His heart was filled with unwillingness. However, he did not have the courage to continue fighting against the ice devil puppet. I will definitely come back. The ice demon used the ice escape technique and burned his blood essence to escape from the ice palace. Phew! Butian heaved a sigh of relief and kept the ice demon puppet. His forehead was covered in sweat. In just a short while, he had used up 30 icy pearls. It was enough to show how powerful the ice demon was. The gazes of everyone from the Wang clan were all focused on Butian. Their eyes were filled with complex emotions. The ice demon puppet was personally refined by the ice ancestor. It originally belonged to the Wang family, but now it was in the hands of an outsider. Little brother, the Wang family head stepped forward and cupped his fist as the Wang family head landed on the ground. However, before he could finish his sentence, he felt his head shake. Following that, his expression changed. He looked at Butian with a serious expression. Thank you, little brother, for your help. The Wang family head said with a smile. There was a 180-degree change in his attitude. If you had not used the ice demon puppet to bind the ice demon, it would have been too difficult to defeat the ice demon. The people behind the Wang family head were surprised, but they did not say a word. All right, let's open the inheritance first. After we get out, we will treat these 2 little brothers well. In the following time, the Wang family head led many experts to open the ice ancestor's inheritance. Buzz! A crack appeared in the void, and an icy aura spread out. Following that, a snow-white ball of light floated out from the crack. Wang Heng, the Wang family head called out. The clan leader of the Wang clan called out. Wang Heng nodded and leaped up, arriving before the snow-white ball of light. Accept the inheritance. The experts of the Wang family surrounded Wang Heng and protected him. Wang Hung sat cross-legged in the void and began to accept the inheritance wholeheartedly. As expected, only the bloodline of the Wang family is most compatible with the Ice ancestors' inheritance, Butian said. He then turned to Fong Chun and said, Brother Fong, the battle for the Ice matriarch's inheritance has come to an end. It's time for me to leave. If fate allows it, we will definitely meet again. Brother Butian. Fong Chun nodded and watched Butian leave. Master. Outside the Ice King mountain range, in the clouds, Butian walked in front of the bald, old man. Not bad. You have obtained the Ice demonic puppet. You have completed the initial test that I set for you. The bald elder smiled. Next, I will strengthen your training. Master, what about Brother Fong? Butian asked. He also obtained an Ice demonic puppet and has the power to protect himself. As long as he doesn't provoke strong enemies, he can do whatever he wants on the 99 continents under the ancient frigid sect. The bald elder said, Fate has come to an end. It is time to leave. After that, the bald elder and Butian disappeared from the Luo Bing continent. In the Ice Palace, Wang Heng's bloodline was the strongest after the Ice ancestor. Therefore, his acceptance of the Ice ancestor's inheritance was very smooth. In just 3 days, he had completely absorbed the inheritance. Whoosh! Wang Heng opened his eyes. The experts of the Wang family were overjoyed. How is it? Fortunately, I did not disappoint. I have completely accepted the inheritance. I have a feeling that if I fully comprehend the ancestors' inheritance, I will be able to take the final step, Wang Heng said. Good, very good. My Wang family's chance to rise again is here, the Wang family head said excitedly. Wang Heng's gaze fell on Fong Chun. This time, I have to thank Brother Fong for helping me. Wang Heng cupped his fists and thanked him. Fong Chun had saved him at 2 critical moments. He was equivalent to his second parent. The Wang family head was also very polite to Fong Chun. He said with a smile, Young friend, since you have come to the Luo Bing continent, how can my Wang family not be a good host? The Ice Palace closed, and the Ice ancestors' inheritance came to an end. After the news spread, everyone was amazed. They did not expect that even the Ice Demon would fail. It seemed that the Wang family's foundation was very deep. Fong Chun also became famous because of this battle. He had killed many geniuses with his sword and crushed Yin Xian. This battle record was enough to surpass the younger generation of the 99 continents. Moreover, his true cultivation was only in the Star Ancient Realm. Most importantly, he did not use his full strength to kill Yin Xian. If he had used his full strength, with the help of the Ice Demon puppet, no one in the Wang family could stop him. However, all of this was Fong Chen's secret. Beside Butian, no one knew. In the Wang family residence, a banquet was held to celebrate Wang Heng receiving the Ice ancestors' inheritance. Wang Heng was the main character of the banquet. No matter where he went, there would be thunderous applause to welcome him. Many elders of the Wang family personally raised their cups to toast him. The Wang family head had a smile on his face all night, as if he had already seen Wang Heng take the last step. He was very happy. On this day, an elder of the ancient frigid sect suddenly arrived. So it's an elder of the ancient cold sect. Sorry for not coming out to meet you. The head of the Wang family welcomed the elder of the ancient cold sect with a smile. Elder, your arrival really brings light to the Wang family's humble dwelling. The elder of the ancient frigid sect had a noble aura. His arrival caused the noisy Wang family mansion to fall silent. His gaze fell on Wang Heng, and he nodded in satisfaction. The Ice ancestors' inheritance is extraordinary. Seize the opportunity, the elder said. Thank you, elder, Wang Heng said. Then, the ancient cold sect elder's gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Fong Chun. Chapter 28-25. It was supposed to be a celebration banquet, and Wang Heng was the most dazzling star. However, the arrival of the ancient cold sect elder attracted everyone's attention. The primordial chaos was boundless, and there were countless top forces. The fact that the ancient cold sect could be ranked as one of the top forces showed how deep their foundation was. There were 99 continents under the ancient cold sect. Although each continent was affiliated with the ancient cold sect, The ancient cold sect never took the initiative to interfere with the internal affairs of the continents. Everyone had some guesses about the arrival of the ancient cold sect elder. For example, Wang Heng's excellence had attracted the upper echelons of the ancient cold sect. This elder was here to take Wang Heng away. The ancient cold sect elder's gaze paused on Fang Qian for a moment. Then he looked at the Wang family head and said, "Wang family head, I will not beat around the bush. I am here to bring Wang Heng to the ancient cold sect to cultivate. I wonder if the family head is willing?" Hearing this, the countless Wang family disciples at the banquet were excited. Even the elders were unable to contain their excitement. After so many years, the Wang family finally had a disciple who was qualified to join the ancient cold sect. Of course I am willing. It is Wang Heng's fortune to be able to join a sect like the ancient cold sect. The Wang family head was stunned for a moment. Then he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, the ancient cold sect elder was satisfied with the Wang family head's performance. He nodded lightly and looked at Wang Heng. Whoosh! Wang Heng instantly became the focus of attention. If he joined the ancient cold sect, he would be able to soar to the sky. If he continued to stay in the Luo Bing continent, he could still cultivate, but compared to the ancient cold sect, it was like heaven and earth. Disciple Wang Heng greets the elder. Wang Heng said cleverly, "Ha, good." The elder of the ancient frigid sect stroked his beard and laughed. Instantly, everyone greeted Wang Heng and congratulated him for joining the ancient cold sect. Wang Heng's potential is unparalleled, and his bloodline is the closest to the Ice King. Now that he has obtained the Ice Ancestor's inheritance, his future achievements will definitely not be too low. He might even surpass the Ice Ancestor. The ancient cold sect elder was very optimistic about Wang Heng. "Thank you, elder." The Wang family cupped their fists to thank him. The elder of the ancient frigid sect waved his hand, indicating for everyone to be quiet. Then, he slowly walked forward to a corner of the banquet. Everyone was surprised. What did the elder of the ancient cold sect mean? Did he take a fancy to Fang Qian? When Wang Heng saw this, a smile appeared on his face. With Fang Qian's strength, he could definitely join the ancient cold sect. When the elder of the ancient frigid sect walked over to Fang Qian, everyone's eyes fell on him. Fang Qian still kept his head down, as if everything had nothing to do with him. "Your name is Fang Qian?" The elder of the ancient frigid sect stared at Fang Qian and asked, "Are you from the continent of despair?" Hearing the voice, Fang Qian slowly raised his head, stood up from the corner, and nodded at the ancient cold sect elder. "Do you know who Yin is?" Originally, everyone thought that the elder of the ancient cold sect had taken a fancy to Fang Qian's strength and wanted to bring him to join the ancient cold sect. But when they heard the name Yin, their hearts tightened, especially Wang Heng. His expression changed, and he opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but stopped. Ranked first among the 99 geniuses, Fang Qian said indifferently, "Then do you know that before the inheritance of the Ice Ancestor appeared, Yin was already considered half a disciple of our ancient cold sect? The inheritance of the Ice Ancestor was a test for him." The elder of the ancient cold sect said in a deep voice, his tone full of displeasure, "But you killed him." Fang Qian frowned as he stared at the ancient frigid sect elder. Although Yin's strength was not good enough, he deserved to die in your hands. But even if he was a good-for-nothing, you are not qualified to kill a disciple of the ancient cold sect, the elder said coldly. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Elder, the situation was forced. Brother Fang also wanted to save me." Wang Heng wanted to explain, but the elder waved his hand to stop him. No explanation can change the fact that Yin was killed by him. If you provoke the ancient cold sect, you must be prepared to pay a heavy price. The elder's aura suppressed Fang Qian. Fang Qian clenched his fists, and his primordial spirit moved slightly, secretly controlling the ice demon puppet. As long as the elder of the ancient cold sect may move, he would not hesitate to attack, even if it meant exposing the ice demon puppet. However, just when everyone thought that the elder of the ancient cold sect was going to attack Fang Qian, The latter changed the topic. However, seeing that your strength is not bad, I can spare your life, but you have to come back to the ancient cold sect with me. The elders said, with your strength, you are qualified to be a sparring partner for the many disciples of the ancient cold sect. Sparring partner? At the banquet, everyone was discussing. The head of the Wang family also had a bitter smile on his face. Their Wang family was the ruler of the Luo Bing continent, but in front of the ancient cold sect, they were nothing. Wang Heng was very anxious, but there was nothing he could do about the elder of the ancient cold sect. Brother Fong, don't resist. Otherwise, if you anger the elder of the ancient cold sect, you will definitely die. Wang Heng transmitted his voice to Fong Chun. Agree to it first. It's okay to be a sparring partner. After entering the ancient cold sect, I will help you think of a way. According to Wang Heng's idea, where there was life, there was hope. As long as he didn't die, everything could start over. But once he died, everything would turn into an illusion. Don't underestimate the sparring partners of the ancient cold sect. As long as you are strong enough, you can also be a sparring partner for the top geniuses. The treatment is not worse than the ordinary disciples of the ancient cold sect. In the 99 continents, there are countless people who want to be a sparring partner but can't, the elder said slowly. From his tone, he didn't give Fong Chun any leeway at all. As long as Fong Chun didn't agree, he would immediately attack. Sparring partner? Fong Chun pondered for a moment, then raised his head and looked at the elder. Okay, I agree. Fong Chun made this decision because of two reasons. First, he didn't want to expose the ice demon puppet at this stage and offend the ancient cold sect. Although he could temporarily escape from the Luo Bing continent with the ice demon puppet, if he was chased endlessly by the ancient cold sect, with his strength, the only outcome would be death. Before he became stronger, he had to endure everything. Second, he also wanted to see how strong the geniuses of the ancient cold sect were. From the elder's words, the stronger the sparring partner, the better the treatment. He was now eager to get cultivation resources to increase his strength. The banquet continued. The elder of the ancient cold sect sat at the head of the table, while Wang Heng accompanied him and poured wine for him. After the banquet, the elder of the ancient cold sect brought Wang Heng and Fong Chun back to the ancient cold sect. Along the way, Wang Heng comforted Fong Chun, but the latter didn't show any dissatisfaction. On the contrary, there was a hint of eagerness in his eyes. Although Fong Chun had left, his legend was still circulating in the Luo Bing continent. He killed many geniuses with his sword and established his title as the strongest genius of the 99 continents. Unfortunately, in the end, he became a sparring partner of the ancient cold sect. Ha, this damn guy got his retribution. Humph, Yin Xian is the future of our clan. He killed Yin Xian, and now the ancient cold sect is taking revenge. He's dead meat. That's right. Being a sparring partner of the ancient cold sect isn't something that ordinary people can endure. After hearing the news, the people of Yin Xian's clan were overjoyed. Many forces that were dissatisfied with Fong Chun also expressed their opinions. I heard that even a star venerable who becomes a sparring partner will die in the end. That's right. He's just an ancient god. I bet he can't last a month. Being a sparring partner of the ancient cold sect is like being a sparring partner for those geniuses. In an instant, the entire Luo Bing continent was in an uproar. However, Fong Chun didn't care at all. 3 months later, the three of them finally returned to the ancient cold sect. The 99 continents under the ancient cold sect were extremely vast. The headquarters of the ancient cold sect was located in the ancient cold continent. The ancient cold sect occupied an entire continent. It was too shocking to look at from afar. We're here, the elder of the ancient cold sect suddenly said. The ancient cold continent appeared in front of them. There are many rules in the ancient cold sect. Don't run around after entering the ancient cold continent. Otherwise, you'll be responsible for any problems, the elder said in a deep voice.